The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Compromise. Okay, you three should tell the truth. Kai hugged Natasha and took a sip of wine. In the end, he chose not to beat around the bush. Kai didn't think highly of himself. He felt that he was attending a small banquet and had Pepper and Natalie wait on him. Moreover, Tony, who was so impatient, was still waiting on the side. He didn't think highly of himself. At least Tony would never give him face like that. Unless Kai was a woman. Besides, it was just a change of dress. Didn't Tony have a servant or a stylist? Did he need the president and assistant of Stark Group to personally choose a dress for him? This was not common sense. Tony was stunned when he heard this, then pouted and threw the tablet aside. I'll tell you, just tell him directly if you have anything to say. He's a detective. You can't hide this from him. Tony was not suitable for acting. At his current stage, he didn't need to act. Anyway, no matter what he did, others would forgive him. He was unrestrained, and others would say he was true to his nature. He is serious, and others would say that serious men are the most handsome. In short, he doesn't need to take care of other people's feelings. So from the moment he came in, he simply acted like himself and went straight to do his own research, leaving the rest to Pepper and Natalie. Kai didn't care about Tony, but looked at Pepper, thought for a while and said, "Is it for SHIELD?" Just when Kai said the word SHIELD, Natalie's body had a very subtle stiffness, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to detect such a change, but unfortunately, Kai's perception is much stronger than most humans. Now Kai is basically sure that Natalie is from SHIELD, but Kai is not sure why she appeared next to Tony. However, Kai's intuition is unlikely to be a bad thing. Of course, Kai's feeling is not necessarily accurate. After all, Tony's father is the founder of SHIELD, and his death is not unrelated to SHIELD, so Kai feels that when necessary, he still needs to reveal Natalie's identity to Tony. Pepper naturally didn't know that Kai had thought so much. She just sighed. Pepper didn't know how to persuade him. As a business elite, Pepper was good at negotiation. But in this matter, Pepper didn't think his business negotiation skills were meaningful. After all, this involved the casualties of 100,000 people, and it was impossible to pass it over with 1 or 2 sentences. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. put pressure on you? Kai was not surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. would do this, or rather, if these bastards didn't do this, Kai would look at them with admiration. Tony shook his head. That's not the point. I know you won't care about this. S.H.I.E.L.D. did put pressure on him, but the problem was that Tony didn't care at all. He would not turn to influence Kai just because someone asked him to put pressure on him. That was too ugly, as if he, Tony Stark, was inferior to Kai. You planned to expose S.H.I.E.L.D. to the news media, right? Tony pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Kai did not hide it, indeed. Then I regret to inform you that no media will report those things today, and even those reporters who talk to you will forget those things completely, Tony said regretfully. The media is not as neutral as you think. Then do you still want freedom of speech? Kai was not as angry as he thought. Tony looked as if it was just as he expected. I knew you would say that. I think you completely misunderstood this sentence. Tony shook his finger. It seems that I need to popularize freedom of speech to you. Yes, the United States is a country with freedom of speech? That's right. You can say whatever you want, and no one can control you. But it's not the case in the media. Tony then explained the so-called freedom of speech in the United States. First of all, the U.S. Constitution stipulates that freedom of speech is the right of every citizen. Unless it is defamation or something. Doesn't this look beautiful? But don't be fooled. Because if it's just this point, it seems that every country in the world can do it. You can say whatever you want, and no one can control it. What really matters is freedom of speech in the media. Now some Americans are excited. America is so free. You can curse the president if you want. Do you dare to curse China? This is the difference in cognition. Because in America, the role of the president is to do this. China also has it. The Football Association, you can curse it as you like. Of course, the Football Association is a joke. But haven't you ever cursed those words in private? Has the country ever intervened? And the U.S. Constitution guarantees this right. That is, you can say whatever you want in private, as long as it is not slander. The U.S. Constitution only protects the freedom of speech of every American, but it does not guarantee that everyone has a channel to speak out. Even further interpretation, that is, what the Constitution wants to express is that the government cannot restrict citizens from speaking, that's all. But private channels can decide which speeches can be published and which cannot. What are private channels? Of course, those newspapers and TV stations. But does the United States have national TV stations or newspapers? The answer is no. They are all private. In other words, those private newspapers and TV stations can completely filter the content they want to spread according to their own positions and wishes. Those speeches they don't like and hate, they can completely ignore them. Then the question is, does the US government have any influence on those media? If you say no, even any normal person would not believe it, right? The most obvious example is that before Kai traveled through time in his previous life, none of the media in the United States was owned by foreigners. Even if media tycoon Murdoch wanted to develop his media career in the United States, he had to give up his Australian citizenship. So, is this so-called freedom of speech really free? In short, Tony told Kai one thing. Real freedom of speech does not exist, and public opinion is still in the hands of powerful people like Tony, the US government, etc. This naturally includes S.H.I.E.L.D. In other words, Kai can expose, but S.H.I.E.L.D. can prevent these exposures from appearing in front of people. In other words, it's in vain. Kai held his glass of wine, and his mood was not good at all. It's not that he yearns for the so-called freedom of speech. In fact, he never believed in that thing. It's just that he didn't expect that the United States, which has always boasted about this, would do so much. But soon, Kai calmed down. Kai is willing to seek justice for those victims. But the problem is that the United States will not let Kai seek justice for the American victims, and he can only sigh helplessly. Tony, Kai took the last sip of wine. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a huge threat to the whole world. Tony was silent. He knew what Kai meant. I know. Tony thought of the truth about his parents' murder. Combined with this incident, Tony was already very afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natalie, on the side, was confused. What's going on? How did things develop like this? Why do I feel that Tony and Kai have gradually become the opposite of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Kai didn't want to say anything more. After all, there was a S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover next to him. Tell me, what conditions are they willing to offer? Kai knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not really do things so barbarically. After all, Kai did not represent himself. Although Kai did not show any relationship with Batman and the 3 Chicago women that day, it can be associated from many subtle points that Kai has a certain connection with Batman and them. So even for these superheroes, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not do things so barbarically. They are willing to raise a sum of money for Los Angeles in the name of others, Tony said honestly. How much? Since there was no way to get justice, Kai had to at least fight for more benefits for the families of the victims in Los Angeles. No less than $3 billion. In addition, they will donate to Los Angeles in their private names, in batches, and the total will not be less than $300 million, of which 30% will be designated as pensions for the deceased police officers. This is what Pepper said. Really generous, Kai said sarcastically. Then he tore off his bow tie. That's it, and Pepper hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. What? Kai raised his eyebrows. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. is so generous? No, S.H.I.E.L.D. just wants to get in touch with Batman and others. This is their only request. Pepper was saved by Batman, and she actually wanted to thank Batman. They are dreaming, Kai said with a sneer. At this time, Natalie finally couldn't help it. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite sincere. Besides, it doesn't seem to be a problem for them to meet with Batman. Natalie picked up the bow tie that Kai dropped from the ground and asked with a puzzled look on her face. It was very silly and naive, as if a little girl who knew nothing was putting forward her shallow opinions. Tony raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was not a fool. He had suspected the identity of this woman a long time ago. The resume of this lady was too perfect, so perfect that Tony felt it was unreal. Tony has become very sensitive in this regard since he was betrayed by his uncle. It's just that he has never found anything suspicious. But Natalie's question just now made him see the problem. Natalie is not a silly and naive woman. Just look at her resume and you will know that this woman has a terrifying IQ. But Tony did not show it. He just decided in his heart that he would tell Kai when he found a chance and not to get deeper and deeper. Kai was not surprised by Natalie's remarks. "Do you think Batman and his friends don't pay attention to the news?" Kai said casually. "As long as they see that all the newspapers don't mention S.H.I.E.L.D., they will know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is." "Do you want Batman and his friends to believe in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Do you really think others are fools?" Tony asked curiously. "Do you know Batman? After the incident that day, the Golden Lion King was the first to leave. He didn't communicate with anyone, and just turned into golden light and disappeared into the air. Batman and Wonder Woman also disappeared. Tony originally planned to chat with them, after all, they were all superheroes. But Batman just spread his bat wings and disappeared after a few circles. Even Jarvis didn't notice how he disappeared. The other three female superheroes were even more straightforward. Angel Witch used magic to teleport away, leaving no chance for communication." "Guess." Kai didn't answer directly. After saying that, Kai stood up and walked out. "Where are you going?" "The party is about to start." Tony originally planned to introduce many beauties to Kai. First, he hoped that Kai could stay away from Natalie. Second, it would also allow Pepper to see Kai's unruly side, thus reducing Kai's threat to herself. "I'm not in a good mood, so I won't participate." Kai left without looking back. "Hey, I helped you modify your new mecha. Why don't you take a look? Let's talk about it when I'm free." Kai opened the door and left. Anyway, he didn't rely on that to make a living, and he didn't have the same obsession with the Iron Man armor as Tony. Tony looked at the two women and shrugged. He had tried his best anyway. In fact, the conditions given by S.H.I.E.L.D. were not just money. Kai and Tony knew this. $3 billion is a lot, but it's not for Kai and Tony. In fact, Kai and Tony have jointly founded a charity fund to fund the reconstruction of Los Angeles. Of course, there are also interests involved. After all, it is beneficial and can help people. It seems that there is no reason to refuse, but there are also nearly 1 billion funds that are not for return and are specifically used to help those affected by the disaster. So it is impossible for Tony to persuade S.H.I.E.L.D. for $3 billion. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already made promises to Tony in other aspects. For example, the upcoming hearing on Iron Man armor and the fight between New Energy and Old Energy groups. These are very important to Tony. Tony is willing to lose face. Don't think that Tony really has no taboos. The circle he lives in is destined to make him unable to live in a vacuum and not care about anything. It seems that your plan is not successful. You made Tony and Kai full of vigilance and even hostility towards us. In Natalie's house, without turning on the lights, Natalie said to the darkness in front of her while changing clothes. "I thought about it a long time ago." On the sofa behind Natalie, Nick Fury sat there without knowing when. "We didn't think about changing their attitude towards us immediately. That's unrealistic." "Oh? Then you are willing to pay so much money?" "That's our SHIELD budget." Natalie threw her tight skirt aside, not caring about showing off her sexy body in front of Nick Fury. Natalie knew that Nick Fury had no interest in women, including herself. Natalie also suspected that Nick Fury had any problems. She picked up a t-shirt and put it on, then turned to face Nick Fury. Nick Fury didn't take Natalie's questioning seriously at all. "Anyway, we made a lot of money when the stock price of Stark Group fluctuated, so there's no need to worry about the Bureau cutting funds. As an intelligence department, it's really not easy to make money. What's more, SHIELD is almost completely unregulated. Most of their funds are raised independently. Although they still cry poor to the US government every year, it's just a trick. Besides, who would dislike having too much money?" "Okay, whatever you want." Natalie didn't really care about this. No matter whose funding was cut, hers wouldn't be cut. The Kingsman was so confident. "By the way, I'm leaving Los Angeles in a few days, for work." Well, Stark's headquarters is going to move back to New York. After all, their headquarters building is no longer usable. Chapter 602, Not Doing Business. Los Angeles has been very lively these days. People and ghosts alike have all come out to take advantage of the popularity. Various charity events have emerged one after another. You won't know until you see it. Good people are everywhere. Apart from other things, there are more than 30 charity performances in Los Angeles every month, one every day, and even repeated performances. Almost all the celebrities in Hollywood who can be named have come out. Go Los Angeles has become the most fashionable slogan. Correspondingly, the Los Angeles Police Department is also happy and worried. The happy thing is that there are more small money. It has to be said that the performance of the Los Angeles Police Department this time is really perfect. It is even much better than the National Guard. The worry is, there is really no one left. Indeed, the Los Angeles Police Department did a great job this time. But if the high casualties also led to a large-scale resignation after the war, if it were China, such a heroic collective would be the object of all kinds of outstanding young people. But this is the United States. They don't like to emphasize the collective, but prefer to emphasize the individual. For many policemen, the reason they become policemen is very simple, that is, to support their families, and it is just a job. They didn't join the police force to fight those monsters. The casualties this time made many people back off, and even many of them participated in the war. Many of these people witnessed the cruel war with their own eyes, and had various psychological problems, so they chose to leave their posts. This is not shameful in the United States. Even the police station can't stop these police officers from leaving. So in just a few days, hundreds of police officers resigned from the Los Angeles Police Department. In the previous war, the casualties were basically frontline police officers, and most of those who resigned now are also frontline police officers. Now the already stretched manpower has become even more serious. In order to deal with this situation, the police station has taken two measures. One is naturally to increase the work of the remaining police officers. This measure is very bad, which makes those police officers who didn't want to leave want to do it. The job of a police officer originally has a lot of work and unstable time, but now it's even more impossible to play. The second measure is to absorb a large number of newcomers. According to the regulations of the American police, newcomers to join the police station need at least 1 year of police school training. However, considering the reality, the Los Angeles city government had to make concessions and shorten the training time of the police academy. The original 1-year training was shortened to 6 months. This made many old police officers very dissatisfied. Nothing else, because rookies are originally disliked by all departments of the police station, because these rookies often know nothing, even if they have been trained for a year. After all, the profession of police is very special, and many things are very different from what they learned in school. And these rookies need old police officers to lead them for a period of time before they can be assured. Now it's good, the rookies have become even more rookies. 1 year is shortened to 6 months. What the hell can they learn? Rookies often have various problems. And it is often the old police officers who clean up their asses. This undoubtedly increases the workload of old police officers. They are already very busy, and now they have to clean up the asses of those rookies among rookies. No one wants to do it. So many police officers began to oppose the policies of the city government and the police department, and even developed to the level that the union planned to march and protest. Of course the police have unions, and they are quite awesome. This annoyed the city government and the top of the police department. Kai was even more innocent. He didn't know what was going on. Such a mess had fallen on his head. It was none of his business. He was in the serious crime unit, not the fraternal order of police. But there was no way. Both the higher and lower levels had found him and hoped that he would speak out. Who asked him to be famous? The police regarded him as the spokesperson of the police. Kai had no choice but to spend a lot of energy to appease the lower-level police officers and give advice to the big guys who were out of touch with the masses. First of all, increasing the workload was a helpless approach. If not, the police department's ability to control Los Angeles would decline. So Kai had to convince those police officers. Of course, talking about dedication and devotion to them was absolutely useless. So the most useful means in America had to be used. Talk about money. Increased workload? Then increase the money. No rest time? Then increase the money. No time to spend with family? Then, this money is useless. But you can give vacations. If the working hours exceed a certain amount, the annual leave will be compensated. And it is paid, double the salary. Are you surprised? As for the fact that the big guys above are unwilling, they don't want you to go out on the street to catch thieves by yourself? Isn't it just money? When has Los Angeles ever been poor? With a large donation, it can be afforded. Of course, the basic salary will not increase, it will only be paid in the form of welfare. After all, if the basic salary increases, it will not be solved by a little money. In short, even if the people above are not happy with this proposal, they have to agree. Besides, it is all public money, why should they not agree? So it was decided happily. The second is the issue of newcomers. To be honest, this is very difficult. First of all, it is different from China's national conditions. The recruitment of new police in China is limited by funding. Many people are willing to join the police force. But it is different in the United States. They have no love for the profession of police. After all, there is a big difference between the two. The Chinese police are established to protect the safety of people's lives and property. But the American police are not fundamentally for protecting the general public. They protect capitalists. Those who are interested can look at the history of the American police. I won't talk about it here. In short, the social status of the two is very different. To put it bluntly, the police are the thugs of capital. Haven't you seen in Hollywood movies that the police are either the minions of the bad guys, or the goods who come late and can only clean up the ground? Recruiting new police officers has always been a difficult problem. The quality of American police officers is generally not high. But the FBI is much stronger, so in order to deal with this problem, the police department has also responded, that is, to increase the basic salary of new police officers. American police also value qualifications. This is still somewhat attractive to many young people. This is something Kai needs to worry about. He needs to consider how to make the old police accept these rookies among rookies. In this regard, Kai has two ways to deal with it. First, in addition to recruiting new police officers from society, they can seek help from the National Guard or even the U.S. military. Recruiting people from the military, just like in China, there are many police officers who have retired from the military. These people have skills, guns, fighting, arrests, and are disciplined. In this regard, people who come out of the military are much better than those 18 or 19-year-old young people in society. They are more mature and easier to train. Second, let more and better police officers enter the police school and provide more professional and strict guidance to those police trainees. At the same time, the deadline cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach, and it cannot be 6 months. Those who learn quickly and perform well can naturally graduate early. Those who do not perform well will just wait until the end of the semester or even be eliminated. This is not entirely beneficial. At least it will cause many excellent police officers to temporarily leave their posts, which will reduce the strength of the police station. But there is no way. In order to ensure the overall quality of new police officers, some trade-offs must be made. Kai performed very well in this crisis. The upper level was barely satisfied, but the lower level was very satisfied. With the money in place, nothing is difficult. What's more, Kai has also formed a joint action team with the elites of various police stations in private. Once there is a problem, the action team will immediately support. For example, something happened in the South District before. Do you remember Kai's previous statement? There were people in the South District who committed crimes against the wind. It was a black gang. They couldn't control the people below from buying for $0, which caused a little chaos. So the police in the South District suppressed it. Just as Kai said, they took heavy hands. 3 gang members were shot. Since they were all black, these guys planned to use racial discrimination to trouble the police as before. So it led to a demonstration. Fortunately, the National Guard did not withdraw, so overall, order was maintained. Although there were acts of looting and smashing, they were suppressed in time and no large-scale mass incidents occurred. But just after the demonstration, the Special Operations Team suddenly attacked, and a group of fully armed elite police rushed into the gang's base. A gunfight broke out. More than 30 gang members were shot dead, and only 6 were arrested. It was clear from this that the police did not hold back at all. Public opinion was about to explode, especially one newspaper, which put the executioner directly on the headlines. As a result, the next day, in front of the South District Police Station, the police showed their success. More than 100 rifles of various types, more than 10,000 bullets of various colors, 300 kilograms of heroin, 160 kilograms of cocaine, and the identities of those who were shot dead were also announced. 3 of them were wanted persons, and the others also had rich criminal records. Among them, there were 19 people with gun-related wounding records, 6 people with murder and robbery, and 10 people with rape and violent crimes. The only one who was considered clean had a record of 10 years in prison. In addition, more than a dozen girls were found in the stronghold. They were all addicted to drugs and forced to be cash cows for these gang members. Most of them were deceived from other countries. What can the media say when this is displayed? Is it wrong for the police to fight crime? Moreover, the law enforcement video at that time was also leaked. It was the other party who opened fire first, and the police were forced to fight back. As for why only 6 were arrested, the others were shot dead. As a spokesperson, Kai gave the following attitude: "I can't sacrifice the lives of police officers to capture those thugs with automatic rifles alive. I don't know where the racial discrimination comes from. I just feel that the police are discriminated against. We have sacrificed so many brothers before, but we have not been treated fairly. You pity the lives of the gangsters, but we injured 6 guys in that battle, one of whom is still in the intensive care unit. No one prays for them, and no one thinks about their efforts. Is this the reward that this city gives to those who sacrifice their lives for it? I don't ask you to love our police, but basic fair treatment is the minimum, right? There are also some media. I don't know what kind of mood you have to spread rumors. Maybe you don't have the heart? Just thinking about getting some heat, you can slander and even insult the heroes of the city? We protect your right to speak, but this does not mean that you can use this power to hurt us. So we have contacted the best lawyers in Los Angeles to sue the following newspapers." After that, the names of those newspapers and media were announced. The scene exploded. They think this is suppressing freedom of speech. The media has the right to report freely. Freedom of speech? Those who say this should read more books, otherwise people will look down on the quality of journalists. The premise of freedom of speech is that it does not involve defamation and false accusations. Freedom of speech does not mean writing anything without facts. Of course, we have the right to express our opinions freely, but we also have the right to pursue our responsibilities. As for suppressing freedom of speech, hey, we are suing them in our private name, not in the name of the police department, so this cannot be said to suppress any shitty freedom. Or do you mean that when we become police officers, we lose the power to maintain our personal rights? If you say so, that is the greatest blasphemy against freedom and equality. In short, Kai scolded the reporters at the scene speechless. When have they ever been scolded by the police like this? It has always been them who make the police feel like they are dying. This is not over yet. In the afternoon, more explosive news came out. A first-class law firm in Los Angeles received the commission and formed a large legal team to sue several media organizations. It was jointly commissioned by the police who participated in the action. The Los Angeles court soon accepted the case. According to the spokesperson of the legal team, this will be the largest civil lawsuit in American history, in any sense. The spokesperson also said that according to the preliminary estimate of the lawyers, the amount of compensation they will claim will exceed $600 million. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Those media were not afraid of it, and immediately denounced it as fascist Nazi behavior, the darkest moment in the history of American democracy. Many media immediately followed up. But the problem is that Kai was not afraid of it at all. His response was to immediately contact the largest law firms in the United States. Increase the size of the lawyers. At the same time, the media that followed suit were also included in the list of lawsuits. The amount of compensation this time directly exceeded $1 billion. This is just a preliminary estimate. Not only that, many traitors began to appear in the media. These media began to blast a media that had previously criticized the police in unison, and called them the real enemies of democracy, modern fascists. In short, there are always different angles for one thing, and another angle can show completely different results. As for why so many people suddenly speak up for justice? Again, the same words. The media is just a toy of capital. At least at this moment, Kai represents capital. Kai does not have much influence, but he is not just behind him. At least at this point in time, the US government, the California government, and the Los Angeles government do not want the image of the Los Angeles police to be tarnished. After all, that is a political achievement and a fig leaf. If the image of the Los Angeles Police Department is ruined, how far will it be for them? Especially the California government and the Los Angeles government, and the capitalists in Los Angeles. They are the ones who most want social order to be stable. Really let those people buy collectively for free? Can these people be good? You must know that the entire upper and middle classes in Los Angeles hope that reconstruction will begin, and they need economic recovery. This force is not small. And the media are not a piece of iron plate. They also stand for their own interest groups, and the interests of these interest groups are not always the same. It is normal to have disputes. This is nothing. Besides, are the media afraid of arguments? They are afraid of no arguments. In short, the more fierce the quarrel, the happier they are. Once public opinion is not one-sided, then the facts need to speak. The police have laid out the evidence, so what about the media that target the police? Do they have evidence? There is nothing. They don't even dare to forge it. Forging evidence in front of the police? That's courting death. But that's not all. With the emergence of this lawsuit, the Los Angeles police have united again, and even the police across the United States basically support the Los Angeles police. What will happen if the police are collectively hated? The reporter who cursed the police the most perfectly reflected the consequences. Soon, all the bad things that the reporter had done were turned up, such as cheating in high school, using back doors in college, and being arrested for taking drugs, drunk driving, and assaulting people. What's worse is that more black history was dug out. He once made racist remarks. This time public opinion was completely blown up. The thief cried thief? In short, it's not easy for the police to blackmail someone. That's not all. Soon the reporter was arrested. Someone called the police to accuse him of sexual assault. It was violent sexual assault. The woman who called the police not only had pictures and the truth, but also a video. Although the reporter was still shouting that he was wronged. But the problem is that this thing requires evidence. The evidence is that he did it. No one can help it. The chain of evidence provided by the police is perfect. There is not a single problem. Chapter 603 White House Invitation. But this is just the beginning. The real revelation is coming. Next, a bunch of videotapes were found in the reporter's home. This stuff is simply a direct social death for the reporter. According to U.S. law, any possession, purchase, and distribution of videos about children is illegal. But the police still did not give up, and soon the police applied to the court to search the reporter's computer. Soon, all kinds of obscene browsing records were found. Those websites are also overseas websites, and what's more explosive is that a cousin of this reporter, who is also a $0 purchase suspect, was arrested by the police some time ago. In the chat record with his cousin's girlfriend, this reporter cursed the police and conspired with his cousin's girlfriend to mess with the police. Not only that, this guy also let his cousin's girlfriend incite other black people to make noise together, intending to launch a public opinion offensive. I forgot to say in the last chapter that the reporter is black, and he was the first to say that the police were racially discriminatory in the newspaper. Of course, this guy's motive is not only because of his cousin, but also because of his cousin's beautiful girlfriend. While discussing how to launch a public opinion offensive, this guy was flirting with his cousin's girlfriend and dating her. It's amazing. Once these news broke out, public opinion exploded instantly. This is a complete scandal. Now even those who have always believed that the reporter is innocent are also exploded. It seems that they have been used by this reporter from beginning to end. No one wants to be played as a fool. What's more, the motive of this reporter. It's really disgusting. Soon the woman who had an affair with the reporter was also arrested. After all, conspiring to frame and slander the police is also a crime. The woman was arrested for less than 10 minutes and she turned against him. Not only that, she also cried and said that she was forced. Not only that, the reporter also threatened that if she didn't have sex with him, he would continue to harass the children. In short, she became a victim all of a sudden. The police also decided to deal with it leniently. This kind of rotten thing is like a big pot of shit poured on the heads of those media who clamored about the police's racial discrimination. What kind of public opinion war is this? There's a problem on my side from the root. No matter how important the words are, it's useless. At the same time, at Kai's instruction, the lawyers representing the victimized police increased their claims again. Their final claim amount reached an unprecedented $1.6 billion. Of course, this claim was too exaggerated, and it would be useless even if they were right. But no one thought that they would really get so much compensation. It was just a means. It was also taking advantage of this opportunity that the media supporting the police began to exert their strength and began to promote the bravery and fearlessness of the Los Angeles police, which suddenly turned the entire public opinion environment upside down. In this case, the media that slandered the police had no reason to continue. The fundamental reason why they slandered the police was for profit. Now that things are a mess, they can't wash it off, and they have already received the attention they deserve. If they continue like this, not only will they not be able to continue to make profits, but their own authority will be greatly reduced, which is not worth a loss. So they proposed an out-of-court settlement. Unfortunately, Kai didn't agree. He was very tough and demanded to investigate to the end. This made some media very dissatisfied. They felt that they were misled. They were also victims. Kai still wanted to sue them, which was a bit too much. Unfortunately, Kai didn't care. Ever since Kai got the true face of these media from Tony, Kai has been disgusted with these guys. Public opinion is a tool of capital. Then why can't Kai play? He is not a capitalist? Of course, Kai also knows that he is indeed a capitalist, but he still can't get a number. So he knows very well that he can't really do anything to those people. At least the real controllers of those media will not suffer any losses. In short, the game is still going on, but Kai is no longer paying attention. White House dinner. Kai received a call from Margaret Asher after a long time. Margaret Asher, this name may not be familiar to many people, but her other identity is very famous, the First Lady of the United States. Kai has a very good relationship with the First Lady. Margaret is a woman with her own ideas. She actually doesn't enjoy being the First Lady. She used to have her own job and her own pursuits, but since she became the First Lady, these are gone. She must be the First Lady in the eyes of Americans. This made Margaret depressed for a time. The last mission of Kai's military career was to save the president's family, who is not yet the president, on a cruise ship. So she had some connection with the president's family. When Kai was still working in Chicago, the president and his wife came to Chicago for an event. Margaret told Kai about her troubles, hoping to get some advice. Kai also gave her advice generously. That is divorce. Margaret was very tempted by this proposal, because she could no longer feel happy in this marriage, only depressed and depressed. Fortunately, the president's means were high enough, and he did not let the first divorce scandal happen during the presidency of the president in American history. But it was also because Kai inexplicably became the First Lady's male bestie. Why invite me to such an event? The American state banquet system began in 1874 and is the most solemn courtesy of the president to foreign guests. According to tradition, the first state banquet after the new president takes office generally entertains the leaders of neighboring Canada or Mexico, but the past two presidents have not followed this tradition. After President Benjamin Asher came to power, he did not act according to tradition. He did not hold a state banquet in his first year in office, but held it this year. Moreover, his first state banquet was not for the President of Canada or Mexico, but for the visiting Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. I don't understand Hindi, Kai made a cold joke, but unfortunately the First Lady on the other side didn't understand it at all. State banquets are not just diplomatic affairs, but also a traditional political affair, so usually some influential people are invited to attend. The White House state banquet is one of the most popular banquets in the world, and it is also one of the banquets that few people can attend. Maybe the food on the banquet table is not some extraordinary delicacies, but the things outside the table determine the direction of the world. Anyway, the people who really go there are not for that meal. So, Margarita sighed, feeling that Kai didn't seem to understand his identity. Don't you know that you are an influential person? Margarita was right. Kai's lack of attention to the media made him not know how popular he was. Let's put it this way, Kai is the only official superhero. You can imagine what his existence means to the US government. So under the manipulation of the government, his popularity is not low at all, even if he himself is very low-key. I'm not interested in attending such a boring banquet. Kai really didn't like banquets. If he could eat meat and drink with the knights like he did in Camelot, the kingdom of knights, he would like it very much. However, court banquets have always been what he hates the most. As far as he knows, the rules of the American state banquet are much more troublesome than the court banquets in Camelot. So Kai lost interest as soon as he heard it. Then Margaret explained to Kai that this was related to an arms sale. Kai was curious, so what? Arms sales? None of his business. Even the Wayne Group under him would not get involved in arms sales. Margaret had to explain that the visiting Indian president was a die-hard fan of Iron Man. Kai was speechless about this explanation. Why do you worship Iron Man when you are an Indian? Isn't this not doing your job properly? At the same time, Kai also guessed the meaning of Margaret's words. Tony Stark is no longer a U.S. military balance contractor. Is it necessary for him to go and get close to Indians? Others are playing with new energy now. He ate too much, and went to the platform for the interests of other companies. What's he free for? Anyway, he didn't want to go, and it was hard for others to force him to go. So the only alternative was Kai. That was Kai. Although Kai was not Iron Man, he was Iron Patriot. Well, this name was given by the media, and Kai didn't like this rustic nickname at all. God knows how this thing was put on Kai's head. This thing always made Kai feel like a traitor, so he was very resistant. In short, although Iron Patriot was not as orthodox as Iron Man, He was also a superhero in the Iron series, so there were many audiences. At least the President of India liked it very much. Still not interested, he actually went to sell arms. Damn. Kai slandered in his heart. Kai's refusal again forced Margaret to use the last trick, although Margaret herself was very reluctant to do so. After the state banquet, Benjamin will award medals to the Los Angeles police, including those who sacrificed their lives. Margaret thought it was natural to award medals to those heroes, instead of turning it into a transaction like it is now. But Kai really fell for it. He didn't care much about the honor given by the US government. After all, he was a Chinese. But it was different for those police officers who died. Their achievements and sacrifices must be remembered. Kai couldn't help them get justice, so at least he should give them the honor they deserved. Some people say that if people are dead, what's the point of honor? Kai didn't think so. Maybe what these people said made sense, but for Kai, a soldier in his bones, honor was really more important than life in many cases. Okay, your bastard husband won. When Kai chose to give in. He himself didn't care, but he couldn't let the honor of those police officers who died be damaged. Although this possibility was not great, what if it happened? Arms sales between countries are not a small amount of money, at least tens of billions. So much money is enough for those stakeholders to do anything. So, just like that, Kai's trip to Washington was confirmed. You are going to Washington to attend the White House dinner. Kai was going to leave for a while, so he naturally needed to explain to his subordinates in the serious crime team. As a result, the reaction of these people must be much greater than expected. Why are you so excited? Kai glared at Chloe, who was shouting the loudest. That's a White House dinner. Chloe didn't care about Kai's displeasure at all, but was excited. For ordinary people, let alone attending a White House dinner, even if someone around them attended once, they would be proud enough. And Kai was invited to the White House dinner, which obviously made them all feel proud. Then when are you going? Chloe knew that this matter had little to do with her, but she still wanted to know. I'm leaving tomorrow. This time I'm going to Washington, just in time to get together with my comrades there. Duke, Kai's former subordinate in the Special Response Force, is in Washington. Although they have contacted from time to time, I haven't seen him for a long time. The last time Raukio and his friends got married, Duke didn't come either. He called and said he was busy and couldn't get away. They're all comrades who share life and death, and they really miss each other after not seeing each other for a while. Why are you asking so clearly? Do you want to go with me? Kai said unhappily. Can I? Chloe's eyes lit up. No, are you kidding? Even if I bring a female companion, I can't bring you. I have several girlfriends over there. Oh, stingy. Chloe walked away with a bang. Kai was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already in his 30s, but he was getting younger and younger. It was all because of Dan's pampering. Speaking of this, Dan didn't know whether it was because of the war that he was stimulated, but he actually got wise and started pursuing Chloe again. And it was going well. Sometimes war is not all bad, isn't it? At least it made Dan, who was stubborn, finally understand the importance of love and family affection. Kai went home and asked Alfu to pack up, and then boarded Tony's private plane. It was just going to Washington, so there was no need to mobilize so many troops. Why was it Tony's private plane? Because Kai didn't have one. Private planes sound simple, but in fact they are very troublesome. There are all kinds of procedures. Although he doesn't need to handle them personally, it will reveal his identity, and then there will be another storm. Think about it, a policeman owns a private plane. Kai thought it was troublesome, so he didn't buy it. He and Tony are who they are. Isn't Tony's his? Tony has so many private jets anyway, so it's okay to give him one to use, so that it won't be idle and he has to pay maintenance fees for nothing. Duke's life has not been easy recently. Like many retired soldiers, Duke is a little out of touch with society. He has served for 10 years and has become accustomed to everything in the army. His connections and social life are all in the army, and society feels unfamiliar to him. For example, his neighborhood. When he left there to serve in the army, it was pretty good there, but after 10 years, his neighborhood has become a relief area. Because of the economic problems in recent years, the employment situation in Washington has become very difficult, and many people have lost their jobs. Unfortunately, his community has also become a relief area. Many security problems are due to poverty. The same is true near his home. He lives in his mother's house. His mother died of a heart attack a few days after he came back from the army, which made Duke a little difficult to accept. More importantly, he has to spend more time taking care of his daughter. When his mother was alive, his daughter was taken care of by his mother, but now he has to be distracted by his child. Chapter 604, Backdoor. As manufacturing began to move outward, the middle class in the United States began to weaken. Duke's neighborhood used to be a middle-class community, but as the economic situation became increasingly weak, the community began to transform into a relief area. This made Duke, who used to live here, feel very uncomfortable. 10 years ago, this was a very warm community with a good atmosphere between each family in the community, but when he came back, everything was different. Every young man on the street looked sneaky, looking at other people's cars and wallets with eyes that made Duke feel very uncomfortable. Today, Duke originally planned to invite several of his high school classmates to his home for a barbecue, but when he prepared everything, a phone call came that one of his classmates was robbed by a group of young people on the way to his house, and was stabbed 3 times in the stomach. He is now being rescued. So Duke and a group of friends stayed in the hospital all day, but fortunately they were out of danger in the end. When he left the hospital, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, he remembered that his daughter hadn't eaten yet. To be honest, Duke himself felt that he was a bastard and had not fulfilled his father's responsibilities at all. When he rushed to the door of his house, he found that the lights in the house were on and there were voices inside, men's voices. Duke wanted to draw his gun almost as his first reaction. But when his hand reached his waist, he realized that he had left the army long ago, so where did the gun come from? Without time to think, Duke immediately picked up a baseball bat from the chair on the porch and rushed in. But when he kicked the door open, he found that his daughter was sitting at the dining table, enjoying a steak. He looked up when he heard the sound of kicking the door, and found that it was his father. At the same time, a figure walked out of the kitchen with a steak in his hand. "Soldier, do you always use this method to enter your own home? No wonder you are still so miserable after receiving millions of severance pay. It costs a lot of money to repair the door." The person who spoke was naturally the male protagonist Kai. Kai arrived in Washington this afternoon. He did not go to the hotel arranged by Margaret, but went directly to Duke's address. But when he arrived at his house, he found that this guy was not at home. "It's nothing, just blame myself for not notifying him." Just when Kai was about to call him, Duke's daughter came out. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." Duke stood at attention and greeted Kai reflexively the first time he saw him. "At ease, soldier, we have left the army." Kai waved his hand and put the steak in his hand on the table. "You haven't eaten yet, come and join us." Yes, for some reason, Duke was very used to this way of getting along. He even felt very relaxed. Kai ignored him. He could see that Duke had not yet changed his mindset. He was no longer a soldier, but a civilian. This is probably a kind of mental illness, right? Kai didn't plan to talk about this in front of the child, so he skipped Duke and asked Duke's daughter Emily Kyle directly. Duke's original name was John Kyle, but people who knew him called him Duke. "Emily, how is it? My Wellington steak is not bad." Emily is a very cute child, with a round face, big eyes, and a standard American cuteness. She also wears a pair of small glasses and likes to read books. It's hard to imagine that her mother is such a jerk. Emily's mother is a very beautiful woman whom Duke met on a bar trip. After one night, the woman and Duke fell in love. But it turns out that most of this so-called love at first sight is just lust, both for Duke and for her. They were sweet for a short time after marriage, and then Duke started to do missions all over the world, and this woman began to be restless. She took Duke's money and fooled around everywhere. Every time Duke found out, this woman pretended to be pitiful, and even turned the tables, saying that Duke didn't care about her, only went on missions, and never accompanied her. In short, this woman's palace fighting skills are very high, and she played Duke around. Until their daughter Emily was born, their marriage did not improve, but this woman didn't plan to divorce, just relying on Duke, and Duke couldn't bear to let her go. So this woman began to be unscrupulous. As soon as Duke went on a mission, she threw the child to Duke's mother and went around happily. This also caused Emily to grow up with her grandmother even though she had both parents. Finally, when Duke left the army, this woman might covet a large severance pay, divorce Duke directly, and ask for Emily's custody. Duke was of course not happy. As a result, Emily proposed the deal. If Duke gave her a large sum of money, She would give up custody and even visitation rights. So, that's why Duke is so poor now. It's delicious, Emily smiled sweetly. Duke is undoubtedly very outstanding as a soldier, and he is also good as a male companion. This guy has always been popular in bars because he can do striptease. He also has a stage name, Magic Mike. But as a husband and father, he is undoubtedly very bad. It's not that he lacks a sense of responsibility. Most soldiers don't lack this thing. It's really that he is not delicate enough and has no ability to take care of a child. So Emily can only be regarded as ensuring food and clothing, and the rest. I really think too much? This is the best meal Emily has eaten since her grandmother passed away. Duke can't cook at all except baking bread and making instant food in the microwave. It's okay to eat that kind of thing once in a while, but it's really a test for people to eat it for a long time. After finishing the last bite of beef, Emily was very obedient and put away the plates and washed the dishes by herself. Not only that, she also helped clean up the kitchen and threw out the garbage. She was just like an angel. Kai was eating while looking at Emily, thinking that Duke was a jerk. After doing everything, Emily was going to help put away Kai and Duke's dishes and wash them, but Kai stopped her. He looked at Duke with his eyes slanted. Duke had been with Kai for 5 years, so he naturally knew what he meant, so he immediately stood up and put away the dishes, and then went to clean up. Let Emily accompany Kai to talk. Kai, are you really John's superior? Of course. I have been his superior for 5 years, Kai said with a smile. Sometimes the more sensible a child is, the more distressed he is. A child under 6 or 7 years old is so sensible. Is she born with this? Don't be funny. There's only one possibility, that is, the children of poor people grow up early. Is John really the best soldier as he said? Emily asked impatiently. Kai smiled as he looked at the little girl waving her arms in front of him. He felt that Duke, this bastard, was really lucky. Of course, he is the best. My soldiers are the best, and they can only be the best. Emily was very interested in Duke's military career and kept asking all kinds of questions. Kai also liked to say yes to her. Generally speaking, Kai didn't like children very much, because children's logic was very strange, and they were active and noisy. But Emily was different, a little angel. Bah! You lied to me about having a daughter again. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Emily couldn't hold on any longer. Kai asked Duke to hold Emily to take a bath and go to bed. He took a bottle of beer and ran to the eaves of the porch to sit in Duke's rocking chair, drinking it mouthful by mouthful. After half an hour, Duke finally came out. Emily fell asleep. Well, Duke felt that his boss was going to lecture him again. Duke, you disappoint me, Kai would of course scold him. Duke's current state was really bad. It was not like the state a grown man should be in at all. Work is a mess, and life is even more messy. You can't imagine how bad Duke's house is. Kai can't stand it. As a person who can fold the quilt into tofu block, Kai will never allow the environment he lives in to be so dirty and messy. So Kai can only roll up his sleeves and clean up Duke's house. Oh my god, can you imagine how many years Kai hasn't cleaned the house himself? As a result, he came to Washington to clean up for his soldiers. It's amazing. This is not the most important thing. If Duke lives alone, Kai will be too lazy to care. At most, he won't go in and wait for Duke to come back and force him to clean up by himself. I'm sorry, sir, Duke didn't know what was wrong with him. He just felt that everything had gone wrong since he retired from the army. I'm too lazy to say anything else. Just treat it as your negligence. But why I leave Emily alone at home? Don't you even have the money to hire a nanny? This kind of nanny is not a full-time nanny, but a part-time nanny like in many American TV series, such as A High School Girl. The hourly wage of this part-time nanny is not high. Even if Duke is poor, he can afford it. Duke was speechless. He really hadn't thought about this question at the time. You should know what the environment is like near your home. If something unexpected happens, who can you be responsible for? Kai's tone was not fierce. If there was a reason, he would speak the truth. There was no point in shouting loudly. Next, Kai began to scold Duke and comfort him at the same time, just like in the army. After about half an hour, Kai felt that it was enough. What are you going to do in the future? You can't be decadent like this all day long. You still have Emily. I have already got an interview opportunity, Duke said with courage. It's not Duke's fault that he can't find a job. After all, he didn't go to college and went to community high school for high school. Most of the high schools in middle-class communities like this are public middle schools, which advocate happy education. The so-called happy education is to let students not feel pressure, to let them study according to their interests, and not to judge success or failure by scores. It looks beautiful, but in fact, a large number of poor students like Duke are produced. What is his interest? Of course, playing. In short, Duke graduated from high school, didn't learn anything, and joined the army, and stayed in the army ever since. Apart from killing, setting fire, dismantling bombs, and assembling guns, he can't do anything else. In this case, what can he do? What kind of job is suitable for him? What job? Cato asked. In the United States, most people actually hate others caring about their personal affairs, but comrades in arms are an exception. I submitted my resume to the Secret Service, Duke said honestly. Puff. Kai spit out a mouthful of beer. Secret Service, Kai looked at Duke in surprise. The Secret Service is not an ordinary department. Their review is extremely strict. For a situation like Duke, Kai really doesn't think highly of him. It's not that Duke is bad. It's really, how did he get out of the army, have you forgotten? Beat up the superior and beat the superior into intensive care. If there were no one to protect him, he and Kai would have to go to military court. Duke shrugged. He knew that he did have a stain. And it was very serious. But he still wanted to try. After all, he saved the president, right? Emily likes the White House very much and knows the history there. I also feel that I can't do anything else except this ability, Kai nodded. If you ignore the military, the Secret Service is indeed a very good place to go. First of all, the treatment and benefits are good, and secondly, it is safe and has a regular work and rest schedule. Some people say that the Secret Service is supposed to protect the president all the time, right? How can it be safe? And have a regular work and rest schedule? How is that possible? It's wrong to think so. The Secret Service has a heavy responsibility and a difficult task, which is true. But the problem is that the Secret Service is not a small department. The Secret Service has a total of 3,200 agents and 1,200 uniformed employees. It is a very large organization. Even if someone like Duke enters the Secret Service, he can't expect to see the president so soon. He is not qualified yet. Perhaps it will not be Duke's turn to protect President Benjamin until he leaves office. The really important work is done by others, and the department is very large. How can Duke be busy? So this is indeed a good place to go. Kai thought about it and felt that this matter was not impossible to do. After all, Benjamin had brought him here to place orders for tens of billions of dollars in arms sales. In this case, it would not be too much to ask him to do such a small favor, right? I know. I'll think of a way, boss. Duke widened his eyes and looked at Kai in surprise. Why? Do you look down on me? Kai asked unhappily. No, it's just that it's the Secret Service. The Secret Service is definitely a key department. The special nature of their work means that they are destined to be exposed to a lot of secrets. Therefore, the supervision of all aspects of this department will be very strict accordingly. If you can get in through the back door, how powerful it will be. Seeing his bird-like appearance, Kai threw out an invitation letter unhappily. Duke opened the invitation letter and was also shocked. He looked at Kai. Kai adjusted the collar of his shirt and said arrogantly, "Now, I'm also a big shot." Duke thought of the recent media reports on his boss and suddenly became excited. "Boss, what are you going to do?" "What do you mean? How are you going to get me into the Secret Service?" "Of course I'll go directly to the president and his wife," Kai said as a matter of course. "I only know them." Duke didn't know if this would work, but he thought it should be reliable. "By the way, you and Emily came with me that day. Doesn't Emily like the White House? It's just right that she can be my female companion." Kai remembered what Duke had just said. Chapter 605. Something happened. The banquet was held in 3 days. Kai stayed at Duke's house for 3 days. The hotel was not very good, and it was not as good as a friend's house. Emily was very excited when she learned that Kai was going to attend the White House state banquet and wanted her to be her female companion. She held some history books about the White House all day long, looking for people to popularize things about the White House, and worrying about what to wear on that day. Of course, this was another form of showing off. In less than a day, all of Emily's friends and classmates knew that Emily was going to attend the White House state banquet. Children don't have any clear understanding of such things, they just know that it's amazing. So Emily became very popular all of a sudden, And even this little girl brought many of her friends to her house, wanting to see what the uncle who took her to the White House state banquet looked like. Duke was very helpless about this, fearing that these children would disturb Kai. He also criticized Emily severely. But Kai spoke for Emily. Children should be like this. If they are too well-behaved and obedient, people will feel distressed. It would be better if Emily was a little more childish. Next was the issue of the dress. Emily insisted that she must have a beautiful little dress to attend the state banquet. However, Emily was sensible and knew that her father's birth certificate was in a bad state. So the little girl decided to make an evening dress for herself. The material was the curtains of her own home. Duke knew nothing about it at first. When he came back from shopping, he found that the curtains of his home had been taken down. In the living room, Kai and Emily, one big and one small, actually cut the curtains into a mess with scissors. Duke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never seen his superior like a child so much before. Should he be proud of this? As it turned out, Emily obviously did not reach the level of being able to make an evening dress with curtains. She made only a blue skirt for Emily's little bear out of 3 curtains, and the workmanship was quite bad. However, Kai praised Emily's talent. Kai didn't mean to fool her, but he really felt so. He was not a supporter of happy education, and he encouraged and supported everything. On the contrary, he always thought it was stupid. Many people like to talk about how good Chinese education is and how they should learn from the UK and the US. It is true that Chinese education definitely has its own problems, but is Western education really as good as they say? Not necessarily. Chinese education may have this or that problem. But it has one advantage that other Western countries can never match, that is fairness. It is open to all classes in China. And it treats everyone equally, only looking at scores, not people. And what about the West? The most obvious examples are Japan and the United States. Although Japan is not a Western country, their educational ideas are completely Western. In Japan, school management is loose, a large number of interest clubs are set up, and class time is very short. The courses taught in high school are of no help to college entrance examinations. If you want to get into a good university, you must take extracurricular tutoring. Therefore, there are not only many tutoring classes in Japan, but also very profitable. What if you don't go to cram schools? It's very difficult to get into university. Because high school courses don't teach so much content needed for university entrance examinations. Are Japanese students happy? It's so happy. But what's the use? This leads to the social discourse power always being in the hands of a few elites. Japan is a capitalist society. Their elites want class solidification. The elites will always be elites, and the common people will always be common people. Although the United States is different from Japan, the results are the same. Children from the lower and middle classes do not have good teachers in public schools. Happy education prevails and they can't learn anything at all. Children from the upper and middle classes go to private schools, enjoy the best educational resources, and receive the most rigorous elite education. Children educated in 2 ways are of course completely different. The most obvious example is the class division in the United States. Those elites and the lower and middle classes have completely different ideas. So Kai really thinks Emily is indeed talented. Anyway, when he was this age, his hands-on ability was definitely not so strong. Strong hands-on ability is definitely an excellent talent. Unlike today's children, they can't even change a light bulb and need a lover to change it. In order to reward Emily, Kai decided to sponsor Emily so that she can buy a favorite evening dress. The maximum amount of this sponsorship is $300. Don't think Kai's stingy. In fact, no matter how expensive the evening dress is, it's a small matter for Kai. It's just that he doesn't want Emily to develop a bad consumption concept. In fact, Duke thinks that $300 is a bit too much. In order to get Duke to accept Kai's sponsorship, Emily agreed to a series of leaps and bounds, such as she had to get all A's in the next exam, otherwise the $300 would be deducted from her pocket money. Emily agreed to the conditions, so she happily dragged Duke to buy a little dress for herself. She originally wanted to drag Kai along, but Kai refused very firmly. Kai could accept accompanying a little girl to buy things. But if he went with Duke and the children, he would not be willing. After all, it is not uncommon for homosexuals to adopt children to form a family these days. Kai didn't want to be looked at with strange eyes, it would test his nerves too much. Just when Kai was lying on the sofa watching TV alone, suddenly, a piece of news was interrupted. The state banquet has undergone a huge change. This time, the president will host two heads of state for the first time. One is naturally the former Prime Minister of India, and the other is very unexpected, the President of South Korea. South Korea's status has always been critical, but because of the existence of Japan, South Korea's status is not as important as imagined. And there is also North Korea, so the United States can't say that South Korea is not important, but it is definitely not as important as Japan. So the sudden banquet for the South Korean president at this critical juncture did surprise many political observers. So a group of people were analyzing why the government was doing this at this time. Kai didn't care much about this, so he just changed the channel casually. He didn't expect that a series of things would happen later because of the South Korean president. The day before the state banquet, Kai couldn't stand Emily's pleading, so he decided to take Emily to the White House and get familiar with the venue first. Although Kai didn't understand, what was there to be familiar with about this kind of thing? Kai guessed that this was Emily cheering up her father. Because today is Duke's interview. Early in the morning, they drove to the White House. That's right, the interview location is in the White House. The White House is not just the president's office and residence. The White House is very large, and there are many ancillary buildings next to it, including the Secret Service's office. After Duke drove his daughter and eldest son to the White House, he went to the Secret Service alone. Kai had already called Margaret a few days ago, and she gave a positive response. So overall they were still very confident about this interview. But unexpectedly, half an hour later, Duke came back with a normal look. Emily did not ask Duke about the result, but clamored to go to the bathroom. So the two grown men could only take Emily to find a bathroom. After Emily left, they refused, Duke said frustratedly. Kai was very puzzled and a little angry. They had agreed yesterday, why did they do this today? Kai was about to call Margaret to ask clearly. But Duke stopped him. It seems to be my own problem, Duke said with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. What do you mean? What did you say that you shouldn't say? Kai stared at him and said. Tisk, how should I put it? Duke was even more embarrassed. The person who interviewed me was a supervisory agent. She was Carol Finity. Who is that? Kai was not very familiar with the Secret Service. He only knew that there was a supervisory agent named Banning in the Secret Service. What a cocky guy. My high school girlfriend. Kai didn't understand. This shouldn't be too bad, right? It's easier to get things done with acquaintances. Duke continued with difficulty. I was her first love, so what? Thinking of Duke's previous behavior, Kai felt bad. When we broke up, it was a bit ugly. She caught me and the cheerleader. Duke made a very subtle expression as he said this. Well, especially that girl was her best friend. Kai whistled. He really had nothing to say. Could he blame Duke? It was a mess many years ago. And he couldn't blame others. If you were that Carol Finity, what would you do? Seeing that Kai was not angry, Duke also relaxed. After all, things have come to this, what else can he do? She said that my education level was too low, so she rejected me. Tisk, your luck is really amazing. The Secret Service is not like the army soldiers. As long as you are healthy, you can join. Anyway, most of the army soldiers are cannon fodder and worthless. The Secret Service protects the president and dignitaries, and poor students are not qualified to protect them. Others say that it is reasonable and well-founded, even if Margaret comes. Although there is no saying that the harem cannot interfere in politics in the United States, in general, the president's wife is similar to the mascot. It is estimated that no president will do anything to a Secret Service agent because of his wife's pillow talk. The president cannot do whatever he wants. So when the other party has a reason, Kai has no choice. What should we do now? Kai is a little worried about Emily. As for Duke, he is a grown man and will not starve to death anyway, so why worry about him? Why don't you come to Los Angeles with me? Being a policeman is a bit tiring and the salary is not as much as that of the Secret Service, but it is not bad, Kai asked. It's the only way. Emily needs to move and change schools. I don't know if she will be sad. Duke is actually quite responsible, but he is a little careless. It's okay. Emily is a good kid. She can adapt. It seems that this is the only way to do it now. Kai could only comfort her like this. While the two were discussing, on the other side, the South Korean president had arrived at the White House. Benjamin and Margaret greeted him at the White House gate according to etiquette. The arrival of the South Korean president this time seemed very sudden, And there was not even enough time for the White House to make adequate preparations, especially today was a visiting day. Originally, today's visiting day should have been cancelled, but no one expected that the South Korean president would notify the United States for some reason, saying that no special arrangements were needed, and even the visiting day was not cancelled. I guess he wanted to appear close to the people. The presidential cabinet and the staff had a lot of controversy about this. Some people did not agree with this arrangement. After all, security issues are very important. Mainly cabinet members. And the staff needs to consider not only the personal safety of the president, but also help the president win over voters. That's right. The staff mainly serves the president, and they care more about the president's approval rating. So that the president can be re-elected smoothly. Even though the president's term has just begun. In the end, under the guarantee of the Secret Service's Chief Agent Walker, who is responsible for the president's security, this resolution was passed, and the visiting day will not be cancelled. It's just that when the South Korean president arrives, there will be some protection measures. It's not easy for two big men to block the door of the women's toilet, so they wait outside the corridor outside the toilet. From a distance, they can also see President Benjamin and an Asian with a pig kidney face entering the White House reception room from the gate. And there are many people wearing black suits and sunglasses standing in the crowd around. It seems that the South Korean president is visiting today. Duke tiptoed to take a look. It seems so. Kai didn't care. He had never heard of this South Korean president. The South Korean president was not as nervous as the security personnel of both sides. Instead, he kept waving to the people around him. What is this idiot doing? Is he being a target? Kai looked at the suffocating operation of the South Korean president and asked a little unbelievably. Public figures like them should be careful when they are exposed to the public like now. It is best not to stop and give the gunman time to shoot. You don't know? Duke asked in surprise. Know what? This guy is facing corruption charges in his own country. Now he has come to the United States. He probably wants to use the power of the US government to suppress the domestic opposition. Now he must appear to be close to the people so that Americans will have a good impression of him. Duke's analysis is very reasonable. You have done your homework? Kai is still not very interested in this. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the stupid South Korean president finally left with the White House staff with satisfaction. Emily also came out. She clamored to visit the White House. Kai and Duke naturally disagreed. But after a few minutes, when the three people followed a tour group and listened to the guide's nonsense, suddenly, a group of secret agents rushed into the White House from all directions and ran towards the direction of the president. Kai and Duke looked at each other and immediately felt that something was wrong. Something happened. Kai grabbed Emily and pushed her into Duke's arms. Then he ran to the window. In the sky, a large AC-130 military aircraft was launching jamming bombs. Fuck. Something really happened. Recommendation tickets. Why are the recommendation tickets so bad these days? Where did the recommendation tickets go? Did they give them to others? So love will disappear, right? Chapter 606. As soon as Kai finished speaking, two huge explosions were heard. Looking again, it turned out that the two F-22s used for interception were shot down by the Go-12/U aircraft cannon on the belly of the AC-130. It was really embarrassing. A fighter jet was shot down by an armed transport plane. Those two F-22s should have been used to intercept after the C-130 entered the no-fly zone of the White House of the United States. Now even a blind person would know that the matter was serious. So the whole White House was in chaos. Especially the tourists, who were the most confused. They were just here to visit. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a mess? The White House police force was very timely. They immediately rushed into the White House, evacuated the crowd, and guarded the main roads of the White House, making sure that no one could enter the White House office area. After all, the White House now not only has the president and the South Korean president, but also the president's cabinet members. If these people were caught in one fell swoop, it would be a lot of fun. Kai originally planned to help, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. If it was just him and Duke, they would definitely get involved. After all, the White House was attacked. This kind of thing would only happen once in 100 years. If it happened, they would definitely get involved. Especially when Duke wanted to join the Presidential Guard, helping was undoubtedly a plus. But the problem was that they both brought Emily with them, so forget it. Anyway, the White House's defense level should be no problem. But Kai guessed wrong. The White House's defense level is really bad. Before Kai and Duke walked into the main entrance hall of the White House, they heard gunshots outside. Then they saw the White House police and Secret Service agents retreating into the White House. Damn, these guys were actually suppressed and beaten. Duke and Kai looked at each other, and a question mark appeared on their heads at the same time. That's it? Duke felt that if the Secret Service was all at this level, it was really unfair for him to be eliminated. Emily was obviously not at the age where she knew the power of guns, or she knew that guns were powerful, but she had no clear understanding of how powerful they were, so at this time she was still thinking about sticking her little head out to see what was going on. Duke quickly protected his daughter in his arms. This was no joke. Any stray bullet could kill these people. Banning brought his men to the back of the main entrance hall, using the wall as a cover while firing back. Take the president into the underground command center. Don't stop. Immediately. Right now, Banning kept calling out on his headset. Today is his wedding anniversary, so the president gave him a day off. He originally planned to enjoy some romance with his wife, but he sat on a bench in the hospital all morning. There was no way. His wife was a doctor in the emergency department of Washington Central Hospital. There happened to be a serious car accident this morning, involving more than 30 casualties. The entire emergency department was crazy, and his wife was no exception. There was no way to say this. He and his wife had actually been accustomed to this kind of life. His work schedule in the White House followed the president, and his wife followed the patients. The time when the two of them could be free at the same time was very, very rare. Fortunately, they both liked their current life. Although they lost some romance, they did the work they wanted to do, but they didn't feel bitter. So in the end, their wedding anniversary was left unfinished. Although his wife was very sorry, there was nothing she could do. Banning had nothing to do, so he went to the White House, but he didn't expect to encounter such a big scene as soon as he came back. In fact, Kai and Duke really wronged these Secret Service personnel. They were of very high quality. After the C-130 entered the no-fly zone, they immediately began to act. The president was immediately protected by the Secret Service personnel, along with Premier Lee and a group of senior officials. The White House immediately activated the Red Alert, and deployed firepower and air-to-air missile systems in all parts of the White House. The tactical team of the palace also acted at the fastest speed. In addition, the air defense system of the White House was also turned on, but the terrorists on the opposite side were well prepared, and their air defense missiles were dodged by the C-130 with guided missiles. Then this AC-130 armed transport aircraft circled over the White House and taught them a lesson with the GO-12/U aircraft cannon. That thing is used to deal with aircraft. GO-12 is an electric-driven Gatling cannon developed and manufactured by General Dynamics of the United States. It fires 25 137mm cannon shells. Even an Iron Man can make a few holes in you, let alone these mortals. So Banning could only lead his men back to the hall. Boom. There was another explosion outside. Everyone looked up and saw that after the two F-22s were shot down, Andrews Air Force Base urgently took off another F-22. This time, the F-22 would not have any warning and directly aimed at the C-130 and fired missiles. Shoot it down. Andrews Air Force Base is only 8 kilometers away from Washington, very close. After the C-130 was hit, it still fell to the ground. The terrorists' plane crashed into the Vietnam War Memorial in Washington. This magnificent building standing in front of the Lincoln Memorial was hit by a plane and collapsed. The scene still shocked countless people. At least the Secret Service agents in the White House could not accept this scene. Under their protection, the highest power center of the United States was so easily breached. This was the biggest mockery of their work. However, this was not the end. Originally, seeing the enemy plane crash, some Secret Service agents planned to walk out of the hall and control the scene, but just after walking out of the White House gate. First, most of the tourists who were originally stranded in place suddenly took out various automatic weapons from their bags and began to fire at the Secret Service in the crowd. Kai frowned when he saw this scene. This time it was not that the White House Secret Service had a problem, but if the terrorists had only this ability, they would simply die. But looking at the previous AC-130 attack, it shows that these terrorists have a very sophisticated plan, and it is impossible for them to be so anticlimactic. Those terrorists mixed in with the tourists may seem unexpected, but one thing needs to be made clear, that is, there are many Secret Service agents in this White House. The security personnel of the White House are not as few as they seem. Including the underground of the White House, there are at least 3,000 security personnel here. They don't even have enough people to fill the gaps in their teeth. So there is definitely a problem. This is indeed the case. At the beginning, the terrorists did have the upper hand, but as the Secret Service agents in the White House continued to pour out, this advantage soon disappeared. But at this moment, 2 garbage trucks suddenly broke through the cordon of the White House police and rushed in front of the White House gate. The side and back of the garbage truck were opened, and an M2 heavy machine gun stretched out from it, and all the terrorists laid down. Next, all beings are equal under the 12.7mm caliber. People kept getting shot. This caliber of bullets would only blow a big hole in a person, and there was basically no hope. For a while, there were corpses in front of the White House. That's not all. The terrorists quickly destroyed the wheels of the 2 garbage trucks, turning the garbage trucks into a semi-permanent position. Several M2 heavy machine guns directly blocked the intersections on both sides of the White House and the White House gate. Catch the turtle in the jar. Soon the terrorists stood up and began to attack the White House. Tisk. Kai didn't know what to say. The timing was perfect. This group of terrorists was definitely not simple. Kai pulled Duke. Duke looked over. Be careful, be ready to protect Emily later. Although he didn't understand, Duke was used to Kai's orders, so he didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Kai turned his head and observed the tourists hiding in a room on the first floor of the White House with him. 5 of them were problematic. They all carried weapons with them. Before that, they had no weapons. The last time Kai saw them, they were in the hall. After the attack began, the 5 of them disappeared for a while, a very short time, but soon appeared again, and then weapons appeared on their bodies. This is obvious. There's a ghost in the White House. Otherwise, how were the weapons transported in? At this time, agents continued to run out from all over the White House and began to exchange fire with the terrorists outside. It was also at this time that those people suddenly attacked. They drew their guns and wanted to shoot at the 2 agents who were protecting the tourists. But they didn't notice that Kai had come not far from them at some point. Just when they were about to draw their guns, Kai suddenly picked up a vase and smashed it at the terrorist closest to him. Bang! The vase broke, and the terrorist fainted immediately. Kai dodged and came behind him, holding his body as a shield, while taking the gun from his hand and shooting at the other 4 people. Bang! 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 4 bursts of fire. Every shot was fatal. When the 4 gangsters fell to the ground with the guns raised, the 2 agents who had been paying attention to the gate turned around. They didn't see clearly how Kai did it, and the 4 gangsters died. Looking at their silly looks, Kai curled his lips. You're welcome. He raised the gun in his hand and killed the terrorist he was holding. When the 2 agents saw Kai shooting, they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Kai nervously. Put your hands up, hey. Hey. Calm down. Kai saw that one of the guys was shaking with his gun, so he quickly raised his hands and said that he was here to help. Rookie over there. Don't shake your hands. I don't want to be killed by a rookie like you instead of being killed by terrorists. His companions also noticed his nervousness and patted his hands to relax him. There are civilians everywhere here. If there is a misfire, it will be a big trouble. Although protecting the president has good benefits, the responsibility is also great if something goes wrong. After a while, the rookie's emotions were under control. The obviously older agent walked towards Kai. Although he didn't put down the gun in his hand, his attitude was much better. Who are you? What are you doing here? Me. The head of the LAPD Major Crimes Unit. I'm here to attend the state banquet, but now it seems that the state banquet can't be held. Kai took out his ID and handed it over. Are you the Iron Patriot? The agent obviously knew Kai. Don't listen to this nickname, it's too stupid. Kai's rejection of this name was almost visible to the naked eye. If you really want to call me that, please call me War Machine. War Machine seems to be a hero in Marvel, but Kai forgot who it was. Anyway, he thinks it's good, more neutral, although it's still a bit second year, but it's better than that Patriot. The agent was obviously relieved. Such an American superhero is definitely an ally at this moment. Where is your armor? I think we need your help now. Kai sighed helplessly. Where can I put a set of armor on me? Then Kai said unhappily, besides, I don't rely on armor to fight. I'm not Tony, that weak chicken. Give me a gun and tell me where the enemy is, and I can solve the problem. Kai really thought so. Except for the garbage truck at the door, other enemies are just food delivery goods in his eyes. Of course, the premise is that these secret agents can give him the power to use force in the White House. The agent was obviously tempted. Although it was a bit regretful that Kai didn't wear armor, he was a superhero after all, and he was better than ordinary people, right? But he didn't have the final say. Just as the agent was thinking, suddenly there was a burst of gunfire in the White House. Well, now we are in big trouble. Kai heard the gunfire and found that he seemed to have underestimated a little. That is, there is not only a mole in the White House, but also the level of the mole is very high. Damn, how many weapons did he transport into the White House? What is that? The young rookie agent asked nervously. Kai picked up the weapon by himself. It seems that not only we have terrorists sneaking in here, they are everywhere. Duke came out at this time, silently found a tactical vest from a terrorist, threw it to Kai, and then searched other terrorists. Who is he? Your new colleague has not reported yet. Now he should report in advance. Kai smiled and said, he is my comrade in arms, and he submitted his resume to your special service before. It was originally rejected, but now, it seems that none of you will refuse help. The old agent shrugged. At this time, they really need help. Just listening to the gunfire outside, they know that they are in big trouble. He guessed right. These guys are really in big trouble. Under attack from both inside and outside, the Secret Service agents were soon defeated. No one expected that there were so many terrorists infiltrating the White House. The Department of Homeland Security is going to suffer. No matter what the consequences are. The officials of the Department of Homeland Security need to bow down and step down. Fighting terrorism all day long. Fighting terrorism. What kind of terrorism are they fighting? Terrorists have even run to the White House. With tens of billions of dollars in funding every year, this is the result? The FBI is the same. They are also responsible for fighting terrorism. On the contrary, the Secret Service might be let off. There is no other reason. Their losses are too serious. In this short period of time alone, they have lost at least hundreds of agents. Just when Kai and Duke were about to rush out to fight, suddenly, the White House's defense system was activated. All the doors and windows facing outwards of the White House were locked, and steel plates fell down, sealing the entire White House. At the same time, the White House's power system was completely shut down. The room was pitch black. Where are your power control and defense system controls? Kai asked. The two agents turned pale. Underground command room. Kai was stunned for a moment, then said in a confused manner, okay, you hit the jackpot. There's even a problem with the president. Congratulations, you can go back to grow potatoes after this. In this situation, it could only be that there was a problem with the underground command room. The people on the president's side would definitely not make such a stupid move, as the terrorists have already entered the White House. What are you planning to do by sealing off the White House? Then there is only one possibility left. Finally caught up. There is one last thing that needs to be refreshed. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. I have to say it 3 times because it's important. In addition, I want recommendation tickets. Please give me recommendation tickets. Free recommendation tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Gossip. There is a traitor around the president. When this happens, there is no other option except to replace everyone around the president. So the two agents in front of us are very likely to be kicked out and sent home after this incident. The best outcome is to be transferred to a broken place where no one cares about them and they get fat and rot. The young agent was not too nervous at the moment. In fact, after learning that he would be fired, the pressure on him was much less. He did not come to the Secret Service to protect the president and die, he just liked the high salary and benefits here. If possible, he wants to go home now. So he is not afraid of being fired at all. What should we do now? Asked the young agent. What should we do? Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. Of course, you should resist with weapons. You are not so naive as to think that those terrorists will keep you for the new year, are you? 4 hostages, they only need the president and a few cabinet members. As for the others, if I were a terrorist, I would not let these people be a burden to me. The most valuable hostage in this world is probably the President of the United States. It is not because the President is so important. After all, he can be elected every 4 years. Even if he dies, he can be replaced by another one, such as the Vice President. If the Vice President is not good, there is the Secretary of State. If the Secretary of State is not good, there is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. In short, there are many people who can take over the power of the President. What is really important is the identity of the President. Think about it, the United States. The President was killed by terrorists. Will the United States still be able to survive in the international arena? Moreover, how do you let the American people view the government? If the President is killed, how can the U.S. government protect the safety of Americans? If the American people find that their government cannot protect themselves, it will bring big problems. So even if there is a slight possibility, the U.S. government will not let the President be killed by terrorists. Of course, if it really gets to the point where it is out of control, the U.S. government may blow up the President and the terrorists together. Just think of it as the President of the United States dying for his country. Anyway, no matter what the President says, the terrorists can't kill him. When the young agent heard this, his face turned green. Kai looked at the young man and looked at the more mature agent speechlessly. Did your personnel department accept gifts? How could they recruit such a bastard? The mature agent was also helpless. How could he know? This was also the first time he worked with this guy. Maybe it's because of his good academic qualifications. Fuck, Duke cursed. Damn, such a tough guy wanted to join the Secret Service, but others said he had poor academic qualifications and rejected him. This guy has a good academic qualification, but look at his bird-like appearance. What's the use of it? Okay, don't force him. Kai saw that this young man was just a show-off. Maybe he looked good, a standard macho, but there is no direct relationship between appearance and courage. The most typical example is Kai's comrade-in-arms Portman. This guy was born with a timid and greasy look. He looked more like a drug addict and a pervert than a soldier. But in fact, Portman is indeed an excellent fighter. He may be a bastard, but he is also brave and fearless. He can hide in the mud for 3 days and 3 nights, not moving even when pooping or peeing, just to snipe an enemy. He can also fight a group of South American drug lords with a machete. In short, a showpiece is a showpiece. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Kai didn't need to let him die. Although he was not suitable for this job, it was not worth it to let someone die, right? Kai asked Duke to give him a semi-automatic gun, and asked him to block the door with the antique furniture in the room and guard this room. Kai's suggestion was reasonable, but the tour guide looked distressed. Because many of the things here were left over from the founding of the United States. Kai disdained it, saying it was a shitty antique. The United States has only been founded for a few years. This kind of thing in China is at most the goods of the Qing dynasty, and it is not worth much money. Moreover, the White House was burned down by the British and Canadians in the middle of the White House. Where are the founding things? Most of them are fakes used to fool people. Duke left Emily here. It's too dangerous outside. If Emily is allowed to go out rashly, it's to die. According to Kai's plan, they will first eliminate some of the enemies, then find an opportunity to open the exit to the outside world, and then send these civilians and Emily out. Then deal with the terrorists. Banning walked slowly in the dark alone. All his colleagues had died in the battle, leaving only him. When they were fighting the terrorists who were attacking head-on at the main gate, the terrorists inside the White House suddenly appeared behind them and massacred them. It was a massacre. Banning never thought that one day he would face such a situation in the White House. Is this still the White House of America? The enemy came to their interior, but he and his colleagues knew nothing about it. This is a great shame. Banning relied on his familiarity with the terrain of the White House to avoid the massacre, but he did not intend to let the matter end. He must take revenge for himself and for his brothers. Even more for America. Banning walked out of the mezzanine of the White House wall. It was a secret passage that had existed since the beginning of the construction of the White House, and it was spread throughout the White House. This was the earliest facility in the White House for the president to escape, but it has been abandoned since the beginning of the last century. At this stage, very few people know about these secret passages, and only a few people in the White House know that these passages can still be used. Now it seems that the terrorists don't know this. Banning carefully observed the surrounding environment. Everyone was dead, and all those who stayed inside the White House were dead, including those military police who were originally used for the ceremony. Banning looked at his former colleagues and friends lying in a pool of blood. Sadness came from it. But he quickly sorted out his mood, and there was plenty of time to grieve afterwards. Whether he successfully ended the tragedy or died in the hands of terrorists, he had plenty of time. Banning took out a P220 pistol and 2 magazines from his colleague. Then he moved carefully. When he reached a corner, Banning suddenly looked up at the ceiling in front of him. There was a camera still working there. The security system of the White House is an independent power system, so cutting off the power supply of the White House will not cause the security system to fail. At least now these cameras are still running. If you want to do something, these eyes must be removed. Do it as soon as you think of it. Banning has served in the White House for 10 years. He knows every inch of this place. He can even find any place he wants with his eyes closed. It is too easy for him to bypass the camera and go to the monitoring room. He approached the monitoring room carefully. He picked up an empty magazine on the ground and planned to throw it out to make some noise to attract the attention of the terrorists, and then he would. But before he could think of anything else, he heard a voice in the monitoring room. These Korean guys are quite capable. According to the emergency measures of the White House, once the White House is attacked, the army will arrive immediately within 15 minutes. But these Korean guys only took 12 minutes. Tisk tisk, the United States is really corrupt. It can't even beat the fucking sticks. Wait, these people are speaking English? Banning remembered very clearly that those terrorists definitely did not speak English, maybe Japanese? Banning didn't know. Anyway, it should be the language of an East Asian country, maybe China? Then Banning thought of the Korean guy the other party said. Could it be Korean? Impossible? Banning is an agent, not a politician, but he also knows one thing. Among the most important allies of the United States in East Asia, Japan and South Korea are both very important. But Japan and South Korea are not quite the same. Japan is a big country no matter what, and they have been seeking national normalization, that is, they want to lift a ban on the self-defense forces and make Japan a normal country with an army. Simply put, Japan wants to get rid of the control of the United States, or at least want to get greater autonomy. And South Korea? Let's put it this way, Japan may not have any problems if it leaves the United States. But South Korea? Believe it or not, they get rid of the United States today, and North Korea will kill their capital the next day. So Japan can leave the United States, but South Korea can't. But these people say that those people are Koreans, which is ridiculous. Are those Koreans stupid? Pansy? What is that? At this time, Banning suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was Davis. The Chinese call Koreans like this. As for why, God knows, Banning was also a little familiar with this voice. Oh, very interesting name, it's Davis. No mistake. Banning felt like crying, finally meeting a living acquaintance. Due to his excitement, Banning didn't pay attention to his feet and he stepped on a piece of glass. Crack. Banning was startled, but before he could take the next step, a strong man suddenly rushed out of the monitoring room, grabbed Banning and slammed him against the wall. Bang! Banning felt like his back was going to break. Wait, I'm a Secret Service agent. Banning. Mike Banning. I'm not an enemy, Mike. Davis heard Banning's voice and hurried out of the monitoring room. Just in time to see Banning being pressed to the ground by Duke, with a gun against his temple. It's really you, Davis shouted happily. Duke looked at Davis and tilted his head. Davis quickly said, he's my colleague, Chief Agent Banning. Specially responsible for the president's safety. Originally, Duke would have let Banning go with only the first half of the sentence, but the second half of the sentence made Duke alert. Wait. There is a traitor around the president. This guy is obviously responsible for the president's safety, but now he appears here. There must be something fishy. Davis was stunned, and immediately said with a smile, it is impossible for him to be responsible for the president's safety for 20 hours. He also needs to rotate. He is not on duty today. Duke was a little suspicious. After all, the two of them knew each other. This kind of thing is hard to say. It is not impossible to cover up for each other because of their good relationship. Duke, let him go. I know this guy. Fortunately, Kai spoke at the right time. Duke immediately let go of Banning. Banning also recognized Kai. They had met in Chicago and did not leave a good impression on each other. Kai thought Banning was a troublemaker, and Banning thought Kai was a trouble. In Banning's view, Kai was a murderer. He was just a policeman, and he had killed enough people for a platoon. Such a person approaching the president was simply the greatest irresponsibility for the president's safety. Hello, Mr. Banning. We meet again. Although this is not a good place to reunite, I still have to say that I am very happy to see you. Kai was polite. He just didn't like Banning, but he didn't have much resentment towards him. He was the president's bodyguard, performing his duties, which was beyond reproach. Why are you here? Banning was still suspicious out of habit. Do you know why Kai was upset with him? Just let him be suspicious. Is there any need to interrogate him as if it was a matter of course? It was also because Kai had a good temper. If it were someone else, he would have beaten him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Didn't you see the list of the state banquet tomorrow? Kai straightened his clothes. I came to Washington to attend the dinner. This is Duke, my comrade in arms. He sent his resume to your Secret Service team, and I accompanied him to the interview. This is what happened. Banning frowned. Although he felt it was a bit too coincidental, Kai really had no motive. Others are guests of the state banquet. What else do they want to do? And they are American superheroes. So it's unlikely that they are antisocial. Okay, that's enough of the pleasantries. We should get down to business. Let's rescue the poor president first. Of course, for me, I'm more concerned about Margaret's safety. As for the president, well, I hope he's a man and can handle it, Kai said irresponsibly. Banning was speechless about this. He could see at the beginning that this guy was more enthusiastic about the president's wife than the president. Although Americans are more developed and have a high level of acceptance of true love, they are still more resistant to cheating in marriage, especially when the president's wife cheats in marriage. Who is Margaret? Your new girlfriend, boss, Duke asked stupidly. It can be seen that this guy doesn't care much about current affairs, otherwise he wouldn't even know the president's wife. As for when they rescued Benjamin's family together, Duke and Margaret didn't communicate much. Davis was speechless. That's the president's wife. He also looked at Kai strangely. What a tough guy. Look at shit. Margaret and I are good friends. As for Benjamin, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with him. This is the truth. In comparison, Kai often talks to Margaret, and Benjamin, the president, is not so idle. Even Benjamin's son Connor has more contact with Kai than Benjamin. Everyone else looked unbelieving. Especially Duke. He is too familiar with his superior. When Kai was in the army, his private life was actually quite clean, but it must be said that he has always been the most popular. So Duke didn't doubt that the president's wife wanted to have something with his boss. Banning quickly put away his mood. He was a bodyguard, not a reporter, and he had no interest in these gossips. But he agreed with Kai's words. He believed that in a short period of time, these terrorists would not touch the president, but the president's wife and children might not be, so they must be saved first. A new month, please vote for the monthly ticket. The new year is coming soon. Are you all going to go home? If you go home, you still have to abide by national regulations and do a good job of protection and testing. Although it's a bit troublesome, you still have to be careful at this time and try not to make the new year a nuisance. I guess many people are going home these days. So I wish you all the best and hope you all go home safely for the new year. Please support me with a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 608, The Cyber's Code. We must contact the outside world now, tell them that we are still inside, and exchange intelligence by the way. We know too little about the enemy. Banning decided to ignore the gossip for the time being. They have more important things to do. Our communication has been cut off, Davis said. He has been trying to contact the outside world since the beginning, but there has been no response. Don't be afraid, there is a satellite phone in the safe in the president's office, and I know the safe password. Banning obviously has figured out what to do, and is not panicked at all. The conversation between the two of them made Kai feel very strange. The communication is cut off. Why don't you find me? Davis and Banning turned their heads to look at Kai. Kai spread his hands and said, come on, although I am not a genius inventor, I am at least a superhero on the technology side, and I have a pretty good relationship with Tony Stark. Is it strange to have some high-tech around? Banning and Davis shook their heads quickly. It's not strange at all. They just didn't get used to having a superhero around them for a while. Not strange. Whoever can contact the outside world now is the boss, and they certainly have no objection. Kai shook his head and was too lazy to talk to them. He showed his watch and tapped the dial twice. Before anyone else could figure out what was going on, a virtual screen popped out of the seemingly ordinary watch. How can I help you? Sir, help me contact. By the way, who are you going to contact? Kai asked. Lynn Jobs, the current director of the Secret Service. Her number is. Before Banning could tell him the number, the artificial intelligence Friday automatically answered the call. Although the phone number of the director of the Secret Service is also confidential, it is obviously nothing to artificial intelligence. Beep, beep. After ringing for about 10 seconds, someone answered the call. Mr. President, a deep and extremely magnetic male voice sounded. Kai looked at her watch in surprise. Friday seemed to see Kai in front of her, and she replied, in order to make the other party pay attention, I stole the president's communication channel, and the number displayed over there is the president's number. Well, Friday, you are too smart. Thank you for the compliment, sir. No, you deserve it. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked Tony to upgrade you, Kai said a little speechlessly. What a mess this has made him. Stealing the president's communication channel. I don't know if it is considered endangering national security. Mr. President, I'm not the president, Banning responded quickly. Show your identity, Echelon 4, this is the secret code of the Secret Service, which is equivalent to a code, used to confirm the identity. This is to tell the other party that he is a Secret Service agent. At this time, a female voice said, give me your number, OZ309, Banning reported his identity number in the Secret Service. Oh my god, Banning? Is that you? It's me. Where are you? I'm in the White House monitoring room, Banning said. At this time, another voice suddenly came over. Wait a minute, we must make sure whether the other party is trustworthy. Then the phone was muted. On the other end, an old man in military uniform was confirming Banning's identity. But soon, with a guarantee of Lynn Jobs, the big boss over there finally trusted Banning. In fact, they had no other choice for the time being. But when the old man in military uniform turned off the mute, another voice came from the phone. That was Craig's voice just now, right? Hey, old Edward. Were you talking just now? The old man in military uniform was Edward Craig, a general of the U.S. Army. He used to be the boss of Kai's boss. This old man was a typical military leftist. He was not unpleasant, tough and stubborn. But to Kai, this old man was actually quite good. Kai had beaten Ross so badly that he had to retire. It was because of him that the old man was very protective of his shortcomings. Admiral Edward Craig immediately recognized Kai's voice. Kai, it's you, old buddy. How are you these days? I was planning to go to you after the state banquet tomorrow, but now it seems, there's no chance of a state banquet. I might meet you at a state funeral, Kai joked without any hesitation. This made everyone look at Admiral Edward Craig. Edward Craig didn't keep Kai in suspense and quickly told Kai his identity. Iron Patriot. Kai Wayne. It was very simple, but everyone knew each other's identity at once. Ray Monroe, Deputy Director of the National Security Agency, couldn't help it. He said, Hey, Kai? I'm Ray. Why are you in the White House, Ray? How are you? Oh, I forgot. Your Department of Homeland Security is also to blame for this. The National Security Agency and the Special Response Team where Kai used to work have had a lot of cooperation, and Ray Monroe happened to be in contact with Kai. Thinking of this, Kai felt that his connections were not bad at all. They were all acquaintances. Lynn Jobs on the other side finally couldn't stand it anymore. After talking for a long time, no one got to the point. Banning. How many people do you have? Banning finally had a chance to speak. We have. Before he finished speaking, there was silence on the other side. Banning? Ben? Lynn Jobs was startled and shouted immediately, but soon, a communication screen suddenly appeared on the big screen in the command room. The screen showed Banning and Kai, and two other people who were not well known to the people present. Jobs? Banning also saw the situation on the other side. Kai also saw two acquaintances. Hi, hello everyone. Kai decided to be polite, so he greeted everyone. A group of people looked at Kai stupidly, and suddenly they had a feeling that was hard to describe. What was going on now? At the darkest moment in America, darker than 9/11, this person was not panicked at all, and even had the mind to greet them. Should they say that he had a good mentality, or something else? Kai was indeed not panicked. Is the president important? As mentioned in the previous article, it is not that important. You can re-elect after you die. What's more, Kai is confident in his own ability. Okay, we don't have time to chat, gentlemen. An old black man stood up and held the whole audience. I am acting President Trumbull, and we have big troubles to solve now. So, gentlemen, let's get down to business. Okay, what do you want to say now? Seeing that the other side didn't speak, Trumbull spoke first. Kyle raised his hand. Mr. Wayne, please speak. I just talked to those terrorists. I think I know their purpose. Now everyone's eyes lit up. This is too important. What do they want? Their leader is called King Uther, a Korean, well, maybe a human. They are a group of top spies. They are lurking in South Korea and got the opportunity to enter the White House through the South Korean Prime Minister. Well, that corrupt criminal. By the way, can you be more reliable when choosing agents in the future? You know, this guy sold himself for tens of millions of dollars. Ray Monroe is more sensitive to this aspect and asked, what do you mean? You don't think King climbed up little by little to get to this position? These guys spent tens of millions of dollars to bribe that idiot president and made him the first assistant and security advisor to the president. Oh my god. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Okay, go on. Everyone present was stunned. What the hell is this operation? They had been wondering how the terrorists entered the White House before, but now it seems that it's all the fault of that Korean guy. Whether it is the Department of Homeland Security, the National Security Agency or the Secret Service, it is impossible to check the entourage of foreign heads of state at this juncture, so they were exploited. Many people were ecstatic in their hearts, and the scapegoat was found. But the problem now is to rescue the president. If the president is rescued, everything will be fine. If he cannot be rescued, it is useless to have a scapegoat. They are going to use the president's life as a threat to withdraw the U.S. troops from the Korean ceasefire line and withdraw the U.S. 7th Fleet in the Sea of Japan. Many people quickly pointed the finger at the culprit of the terrorist attack when they heard it. The reason is very simple. They want us to lose the United States. Edward Craig, the old man, jumped up when he heard it. The military is more concerned about this stuff. Of course, he subconsciously told the truth. South Korea is the United States. Others were also shocked. These bastards dared to think too much? So everyone directed their anger. Only acting President Trumbull noticed the almost playful smile on Kai's face. Mr. Wayne seems to have a different opinion. Others also noticed Kai's expression. Everyone present was a smart person, so they naturally would not fail to notice what the expression on Kai's face meant. Do you think it is, isn't it? An official said as a matter of course. Oh my god. Tell me the names of everyone here. Don't ever think about getting a single vote from me. I can't use my tax money to support idiots like you. Are you serious? If they had this kind of action, you would have lost South Korea long ago, not even now. If they had this ability, they would definitely not be in this mess now. From the beginning of the attack till now, haven't you noticed? There are definitely people cooperating in the country. These people are more familiar with the White House than you are, just like their own home. They know the security and defense mechanism of the White House very well, and they are even very proficient in how the underground command room works. Where can you get this information? Search on Google? And the AC-130 heavy attack aircraft just swaggered to Washington, D.C.? Where did such a large plane come from? Why didn't the Air Defense Command have any reaction? There is a traitor around the president, so, the traitor is a human? Do you think it's possible? Kai became more and more excited as he spoke. I don't know how you can just let him take the blame after thinking about it. It seems a little impatient. There are only 3 situations in this situation. First, you are really stupid. Second, you pretend to be stupid, but you are actually bad guys. Third, you are both stupid and bad. Fuck. No matter which of the 3 situations it is, America is doomed. Kai's beeping made everyone present feel a little uneasy. After all, what he said makes sense. Acting President Trumbull felt it necessary to let Kai take it easy. Catching the traitor could be discussed later. The most important thing now was to save the president. Okay, we can discuss these later. The most important thing now is the purpose of the terrorists and the president. On this point, Trumbull's political morality was so good that a bunch of politicians were about to cry. Too particular. If it were them, they would wish the president would die so that they could get a free term as president. Okay, Kai sorted out his thoughts. After all, those guys were a little confused after being tortured by him. They were talking incoherently and needed to be sorted out. Their main purpose is the Cerberus code. Everyone panicked now. Are they really going to get the Cerberus code? Yes, not only do they want it, but they are also likely to get it. After all, Only 3 people have it: the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It just so happens that these 3 people are all in the underground command room. To be honest, if there is no traitor, no idiot would believe it. This is confidential. How do you know? Old General Edward Craig shouted sternly. Secret? Come on, old Edward, this is a shit secret. Those terrorists even know this. Did you ask them? How did you do it? The female Jobs was more curious about how Kai knew it. Well, it's better if you don't know the process. You just need to know that I'm a professional. Kai is not the best at torture, but the strange thing is that he can always get what he wants, and no one can refuse his torture. As for why no one knows that Kai did it this way, can you just talk about cheating? Edward Craig didn't doubt this at all. He nodded and said to the female Jobs, he is indeed an expert among experts in this regard. In the former Special Response Force, Goat was the best torture expert. He was a master at physical torture, but Kai was more metaphysical. Military experts could only think that Kai had a strong talent for how to make people mentally collapse. Wait, after listening for a long time, Banning couldn't help but asked, what is the SYNOPSIS code? Trimble said calmly, it is actually 3 sets of accidental protection codes. Once our nuclear weapons are accidentally launched, we can use this code to make the launched nuclear weapon self-destruct, so as not to cause accidental man-made damage. If we want to terminate a launched nuclear weapon, the SYNOPSIS code is the only means. So, if they get these 3 secrets, we will lose our nuclear strike power. Yes, Trimble said with a little frustration. No, it's worse, Kai said suddenly. What? Because they don't intend to make the United States lose its power at all, but to make Americans completely lose the entire United States. What do you mean? Trimble asked seriously. Well, they plan to destroy all the nuclear weapons in the silos. Although I'm not sure how many nuclear weapons the United States has. But once they explode collectively. Tisk, God bless America, Kai said sarcastically. Why do you worry about other countries attacking the United States all the time? You can just kill yourself. Just thinking about sleeping on nuclear weapons every day makes me a little angry. Which idiot built so many nuclear weapons? Keep up with the monthly votes. Chapter 609 Plan. Kai's complaints made a group of people not know how to explain. There is no need to explain. Anyway, the situation is the current situation. They are sitting on the bomb, and the bomb detonator is now in the underground command room. They have lost the entire United States. Mr. Wayne, if you want to complain, we can talk about it later. I promise that after the president is rescued, I and some necessary people will arrange a time to listen to your complaints. Now, let's do something. Trimble found that their patriots seemed to be not interested in these American high-level officials, and even had some naked contempt. Although the current situation made Trimble doubt his people's ability to do things, his hometown was taken over by someone. Isn't it nonsense to talk about ability? Okay, Kai was just complaining out of habit. Which Chinese would resist the desire to complain about these Americans? Our problem now is to find the location of Margaret and Connor, and how to send them out. In addition, do you have any way for us to enter the damn underground command room? When Trimble heard Kai's request, he immediately looked at the others. He was the speaker, and rescuing hostages was not his specialty, so he asked for help from the most professional group of people in the country. But what made him feel annoyed was that everyone was silent. There are at least 100 people gathered here. Can anyone give a reliable answer? Trimble suddenly felt that being the president was so tiring. Damn, none of these people were useful, and there might be a ghost inside. How can this be played? Teammates are either trash or traitors. At this time, Banning stood up and sent a beautiful ball to the government, so that everyone present would not be too embarrassed. I think I know where the First Lady and Connor are. Banning has a very good relationship with the president's son Connor, and they are often together. Very good. Trimble finally got some response, so that he was not so embarrassed. The president may be able to hold on now, but if the First Lady and Connor fall into the hands of terrorists, it will be too late. Very good. Now we have solved a problem. Kai nodded, and then he looked at the acting president and others again. Then the second question, how do we get them out? We can go through the basement. There is a ventilation hole in the northwest corner that leads directly to the side of the White House. We can let the children go from there. It was Banning again. Very good. Then the last question, how do we open that damn underground command room? I don't think those terrorists will open the door for me, Kai asked. Banning didn't have any better ideas now. After all, It is the most confidential place in the entire White House and the most important shelter in the White House. It is completely made of reinforced concrete, and the door can even withstand nuclear strikes. It is impossible to open it from the outside. Therefore, there will always be someone on duty in this shelter. Now it has been controlled by terrorists, which is bad news for everyone. Maybe I have a way. Jobs, the director of the Secret Service who had not spoken for a long time, spoke. After she finished speaking, she immediately called a technician, sent the design drawings of the White House to the computer, and marked a red dot at a location. This is the old passage of the underground command room. A few years ago, due to the structural changes of the White House, it was blocked there. Although it is also very thick, it is the weakest position of the entire underground command room. Your chances to blow it up, Kai said. There is no problem in blowing it up, but there is one problem that needs to be solved. That is the White House. There can't be high explosives in this place, right? According to your description, you must at least give me CL-20 explosives so that I can blow it up. We can send it in. Just from that vent, Jobs said. That's no problem, Kai nodded and said, arrange the connection. Duke and I will deal with the terrorists in the northwest corner, but it shouldn't delay much time, so let your people be smart and move quickly. Our tolerance rate is very low. Kai hung up the call after saying that. Banning, you and Davis go find Connor and Margaret. Duke and I will go pick up Emily and deal with those terrorists. Kai gave orders without hesitation. But there are still many terrorists active in the White House. Banning meant that they'd better act together. Once a battle breaks out, the more people there are, the more likely they are. No, at least there won't be enemies on this floor. Kai showed a hearty smile. Because they have all seen God. Do you really think Kai came to the monitoring room specifically? He just came to the monitoring room while cleaning up the terrorists on this floor. Otherwise, where do you think he got all that information? Banning looked at Duke, and Duke shrugged. Kai's efficiency is as efficient as ever, and Duke is used to it. In the past, when they performed tasks, they would work in pairs, but Kai preferred to act alone, but there was never a mistake, and he always did it faster and better than others. If they are all dead, will the terrorists react? Banning immediately became worried. After all, it was not only the president who was captured, but also senior cabinet officials. If the other party killed a hostage, they would be held responsible later. Don't worry. Friday has taken care of everything, Kai said confidently. In fact, just before, Friday had taken over the surveillance system, and now the surveillance was playing video recordings to ensure that the other party would not see any mistakes in a short period of time. Moreover, the internal calls of their terrorists were also held hostage by Friday. Even if the enemy communications in the underground command room were transmitted, it could use synthetic sounds to deal with it. But this can only be done temporarily, not forever. Friday's intelligence can only do this, and there is nothing more he can do. In fact, the best way is to directly hack into the system of the underground command room of the White House, but it is too difficult. Even if Jarvis came, it would be useless. It was a completely independent system, and it was too difficult to hack into it. Okay, but who is Emily? Duke said, my daughter. She is also in the White House. I originally planned to repair the relationship between father and daughter. I wonder if she will come to the White House with me in the future. Banning's first reaction was, how can you abandon the president's wife and the president's son to save your daughter at this time? But he didn't say it when the words came to his lips. After all, such words would most likely get him a beating. Others are civilians. Helping at this time is already very, very remarkable. And you still let others abandon their families? It doesn't make sense. Well, we have to be quick, okay? Check the watches. The four people raised their arms and checked the watches at the same time. Very good, we will meet at the entrance of the basement in 3 minutes. After that, Kai took Duke away. In addition, CA is going to release Aurora. Great news. Chapter 610 Don't offend the leader's wife. Puff. After a slight sound of blood spurting, the struggle of a masked terrorist became weaker and weaker, and finally he fell down with his eyes open. Kai gently put the body on the ground, wiped the blood on the dagger on the terrorist's body, and retreated into the shadows again. The next target was less than 30 meters away from him. On the other side, the army that had been observing the movements of the White House used night vision goggles to observe Kai's every move. Clean and neat without any flaws. It was simply a model assassination. Sir, The sentry on the second floor of the West Wing has been cleared. The sniper in charge of observation saw Kai disappear in the darkness and immediately reported to his superior. Did the other party notice it? No, the sniper answered with certainty. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Sir, who is that person? Why is his assassination method so powerful? Why would such a person appear in the White House? Is there any secret force in the White House that we don't know about?" Obviously, this sniper is a conspiracy theorist. Like many people, they would guess that there are actually many secret police and assassination forces hidden under the shadow of the US government. The officer was silent for a while, and then said helplessly, "Tommy, I told you to stop visiting those weird websites, so that you can get promoted faster." The US military also has political review. In fact, the US military's political review is stricter than that of China. Even in some sensitive positions, they will not only investigate the background information of applicants, but also investigate the other party's daily speech, such as whether they have made any anti-government remarks. This sniper Tommy has never been promoted because of this. There is no way. This guy likes conspiracy theories, such as the rumors that the Freemasons control the US government and the shadow government. He is most enthusiastic about them. The officer also knows who Tommy is, and he is really afraid that he will argue again, so he quickly said, "That's the superhero Kai. Didn't you just hack someone a few days ago?" Kai is a typical example set up by the government, so in the eyes of many true fundamentalist superhero fans, Kai is a fake superhero. He was promoted by the government. Not to mention, many people believe this statement. Compared to the mystery of Batman and the strength of the 3 Chicago heroines, Kai doesn't fit in with either side, so many superhero fans refuse to admit that this government lackey is a superhero. The United States is such a magical place. Don't think that only China has such creatures as nitpickers. In fact, the United States is the birthplace of nitpickers. The nitpickers here are all kinds of weird and can play with flowers. The fundamentalists of superhero fans. This thing can develop fundamentalists, it's amazing. They're all idle. This group of people also have their own dogmas, and the most important one is that superheroes never show their true faces. So the famous Iron Man was eliminated. Well, Iron Man has a great reputation, but he is not considered an orthodox superhero in the circle of superhero fans. Not to mention Kai. Is it him? He can do this, of course. He's from the special forces of the army. Okay, stop chatting and do your job. As soon as the commander finished speaking, Tommy saw Kai appear behind the guard of the last terrorist. Kai walked out of the shadow behind the terrorist, silently, without the other party noticing. At this moment, even Tommy was praying for the poor terrorist, hoping that he would suffer less. Kai seemed to have heard Tommy's prayer, and this time he did not choose to cut a terrorist's throat with a dagger. That kind of death is said to be quite painful. When the dagger cuts the throat, the person will not die immediately. They will suffocate because the blood will block their trachea, but the person will not lose consciousness immediately at that moment, which means that he will watch his own blood flow out alive, and then watch himself choked to death by his own blood. Kai stretched out his hands, grabbed the terrorist's head like lightning, and twisted it. Snap! Tommy felt that he could hear the sound of his neck being twisted. This way of death is much better than cutting the throat, because at that moment, the guy's spine will be twisted and the nerve center will be cut off. The enemy will not feel any pain, and he can't even feel his own body. This way of death is relatively merciful. Of course, it is not very merciful. All the sentries in the West Wing have been cleared. Tell the front that all the sentries have been cleared and we can move. Received. Just as Kai wiped out the other sentry, Duke had already brought Emily and Banning to meet up on the other side. Banning found the president's wife Margaret and her son Connor. Words can't describe Margaret's mood at this time. Before this, they were desperate. Until Banning showed up. And now she has seen Duke. In fact, Margaret didn't know Duke's name at all, but she still remembered his appearance. Last time, it was Kai who brought him and a group of soldiers to save their family, and now it's them again. Perhaps because of the impression points, Margaret's gratitude to Duke is much stronger than Banning. Thank you, Duke. Thank you again, it's okay. Duke waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Yes, John will soon be your special service bodyguard. This is what he should do. Emily may have inherited some of her father's warrior genes, and her acceptance of the current situation is terrifying. Not like Connor at all, who was still shaking in his mother's arms. Oh, yes, Margaret also remembered Kai's call at this time. She even said hello. Although it's a bit bad to talk about this now. But, welcome to join the White House. Margaret was proud and grateful for her previous backdoor. After all, it now seems that her action saved her and her child. Duke was a little embarrassed. He originally fooled around with the matter, but Emily always thought that her father would be able to do it. Madam, I was rejected. I didn't pass the interview. What? Now it's not just Margaret, even Benning was surprised. What are those senior agents doing? Such a strong man with such outstanding professional qualities is not wanted? Emily was even more angry. She felt that her father was the best. I have a low education. Now that it was said, Duke let go. There is nothing that cannot be said. Margaret was not only embarrassed, but even a little angry. Although Margaret usually didn't like to show off her husband, she hoped that she was an independent woman, but you guys can't not care at all. What is this? Open contempt? But Margaret also knew that this kind of thing really couldn't be investigated. If it got out of hand, it would not be good for her or Benjamin. Besides, it didn't require such drastic actions to deal with a person. There were plenty of ways. There was no rush now. The time and place were not right. It was too easy to find out who was behind it. Let's talk about it after this matter was over. Chapter 611 Humanity and Entertainment. When Duke took Emily out of the room called the Blue Room, there was a little incident. The Blue Room is actually just one of the many rooms in the White House. It is special because of Kennedy's wife. The Blue Room got its name because the wife of President Kennedy changed the white walls to blue. The curtains are blue, the seatbacks and cushions are blue, and the sky outside the window is also blue. Emily and the tour groups were trapped there before, protected by a Secret Service agent. Everything was fine before. After all, everyone was on the same boat, so no one would make trouble at this time even if they were scared. After all, terrorists don't care who you are. But as Duke was going to take Emily away, the weird balance there was broken. Everyone wanted to leave this hell together. But reality did not allow Duke to do so. He only chose to take Emily away. First, Emily is his daughter, and second, she is just a child, a small target. But human nature was fully demonstrated at this time. Who cares? They know that there is a chance to leave here now, and Duke is unwilling to take them away. They started begging frantically, and after being rejected, they began to curse frantically. They wanted to leave here. All kinds of ugly words came out, and the evil of human nature was astonishing. They even started to use violence, not caring about the difference in strength between them. Even the young agent did the same. He wanted to leave. He pulled out his gun and threatened Duke to let him go. Unfortunately, he got one thing wrong. That is, Duke is not a government employee, he is a civilian. Whether it is law or morality, Duke is not required to save these people at this time, when his daughter is in danger. If Duke does it, he is a hero. If he doesn't do it, he is not a bad person. He has no responsibility. At the same time, they also forgot that Duke is not an ordinary person. He is a super soldier with hundreds of lives on his hands. So the moment the young agent pointed the gun at Emily, Duke fired. Hit right in the middle of the eyebrows. The agent fell to the street. Now everyone understands that Duke is not the kind of character who can be complained or threatened as they expected. They are all civilians, and he is still an unemployed vagrant. Complain about him? Who to complain to? Police? So one by one, they went from crazy to collapsed. They were desperate. Fortunately, Kai heard the gunshots and rushed over, so that these people did not do anything stupid in despair. Don't underestimate desperate people. Some people shine in despair, and they are heroes, but it is precisely because they are heroes that they are destined to be rare. Most desperate people will just break the pot and throw it away. Since I am not having a good time, you can't have a good time either. Human nature is like this. What can we do? In this case, the best way is to give them hope. But the current situation, it is impossible to take them out. The terrorists have basically locked the passages leading to the outside world. Unless you rush out under their firepower, there is only that ventilation hole. But even if the sentry was touched by Kai, it doesn't mean that these terrorists have really become blind. So Kai can only deceive. Lies are not necessarily bad things sometimes. Kai led the group to the kitchen behind the White House. There is a cold storage inside. It was quite safe. The door of the cold storage was made of thick steel. Although the ventilation was not very good, the cold storage had ventilation equipment because it was used to refrigerate fruits and vegetables. It was not suffocating. The only drawback was that it was a bit cold. There was no way. Even if Kai turned off the power of the cold storage, the temperature inside would remain below zero for a long time. But if you put on more clothes, you should be able to withstand it. So a group of people were tricked into the cold storage by him. In fact, if these people could be a little calmer, Kai could take a group of people away. But the problem was that when the evil of human nature broke out, doing so would only make the already fierce contradictions more acute. There was no use. Kai was on the second floor, using a terrorist sniper rifle, watching a group of soldiers take Margaret, her son Connor and Emily away, and then shone a flashlight down. Kai adjusted the flashlight to very dim light, and it would be overlooked at any time if you didn't pay attention. The signal he sent was hurry up and leave. We've been discovered, because just now, the terrorists in the underground command room had already discovered something was wrong and had sent the terrorists on the second floor and other places to rush here. But the sniper on the opposite side still noticed it. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. The situation has changed. The situation has changed. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately with the hostages. The lights on the opposite side were simple mode codes, which were easy to detect. So a group of Special Forces soldiers immediately escorted the 3 hostages who had just been rescued and retreated quickly. The terrorists had occupied the White House, and the White House was not short of weapons. Duke. How are you doing over there? It's safe for the time being, sir. Duke used the satellite phone in the president's Oval Office. Only satellite phones can be used in this situation. Very good. Get ready. You set up an ambush between the stairs and the elevator on the first floor, and I will go to the entrance of the underground command room to defend. Understood? Then the call ended. What did you say? Because he had to keep quiet, Duke used the headset to talk, and Banning and Davis didn't know the specific conversation. The commander asked us to ambush between the stairs and elevators on the first floor, and he will deal with the enemies coming up from the underground command room, Duke said. There are 8 stairs and 3 elevators from the first floor to the second floor. This range is too large, and it is impossible for the 3 of us to defend it. Banning soon realized that it was useless to do so. After all, the White House is too big. The White House has 132 rooms, 35 toilets, 412 doors, 147 windows, 28 stoves, 8 stairs, and 3 elevators. It seems that we don't need to defend it. Duke looked at Banning a little puzzled. Banning reacted and it seemed to be true. They just needed to kill all the terrorists. As for defense. What defense? Anyway, the White House will be renovated later, so it doesn't matter if it is blown up. It's still empiricism at work. His professional reaction is to protect the White House as soon as possible. But now the White House is in the hands of the enemy. Kang is a decent-looking man. He looks like a decent person at first glance. Yes, who would send a guy who looks like a bad guy as a spy? He has now become the owner of the most important room in the United States. This is the command post that the United States prepared to deal with nuclear war at any time during the Cold War. Here, the president can contact any U.S. troop at any time and anywhere, and can also remotely control the launch of any missile. The computer here has the ultimate control over all high-tech weapons of the U.S. military. There are also launch buttons for all nuclear weapons here. It can be said that the authority that can destroy the entire United States is basically concentrated here. But now, everything belongs to this man. Kang is a typical Korean, with small eyes and a square face. He looks a little bitter and vengeful. Maybe it is because of this that Koreans like to watch that kind of bitter drama? Give it to him, Joe. Benjamin closed his eyes painfully. He couldn't watch his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff being cut to death in front of him. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was pressed on the chair by Kang and whose throat had been cut by the blade, said the password after obtaining the authorization of the president. TJ 19334. After saying this, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff closed his eyes painfully. Although he had the authorization of the president, he could not change the fact that he still gave the password to others. He has committed treason. Although he will not be sent to a military court, his future is over. The military will not want a weak egg to be their boss. Kang said with a triumphant smile. See, it's easy, isn't it? Benjamin bit his big chin and stared at Kang fiercely, and could only be furious. Kang seemed to enjoy this feeling. This is the most powerful person in the most powerful country in the world. There are not many opportunities to look down on him. Even few people in this world have such an opportunity. Soon the code was activated. At the same time, in the Combat Command Center on the other side, a group of senior officials soon received the news. The first set of codes has been activated. Acting President Trumbull covered his face in pain. Things finally developed in the worst direction. What Kay said was right. What can we do? Trumbull asked the Army General Edward beside him tiredly. The Deputy Minister of Defense had a sad face and said, Pray. Pray that the President and others can hold on. The United States has always been a country with a strong religious atmosphere. Their presidents need to follow the Bible when they take office. But saying this at this time can only mean that they are powerless. To be honest, everyone at the scene was madly complaining about the current system in the United States in their hearts. Is it too arbitrary to lock the power that can destroy the entire United States in a small room? Of course, this system should be the best that can be thought of. What else can be done? Existence is reasonable. Soon the good news came. The president's wife and the president's son were rescued. Thank God, this is the only good news today. Old Trumbull breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in his chair. He can now understand why everyone likes Kennedy, the playboy. This pressure is too great. Back then, Kennedy withstood the pressure and did not press the button but communicated with a bear. The current situation is not much better than before. So in a short period of time, Trumbull felt that he was about to explode. Fortunately, at least the president can hold out longer this way. No one would expect the president to die rather than surrender, because the possibility is very small, and no one would force a politician to face inhuman torture and act like a tough guy. That is not what a president should do. Soon, Trumbull answered Kai's call. What? I'm busy now. As soon as the call was connected, Kai's impatient voice came. Oh, I'm very sorry. Trumbull generously forgave Kai's unreasonableness and apologized first. Can I ask you now? Murder? Kai's answer was simple. Bang. After that, a gunshot was heard. There were also some screams and a messy language mixed in. Although I didn't understand, the tone should be begging for mercy. But Kai ignored it. Bang. Another shot, and the screams disappeared. Okay, you can talk now. Kai was calm as if he had just drunk a glass of water, very natural. But the things behind this made a group of people feel a chill. Most of them, or to put it simply, except for Leigh and old Edward, have never killed anyone, including those soldiers with bright shoulder straps. Perhaps every decision they make will affect the lives of thousands of people. In their eyes, human lives are just numbers, and they don't have any intuitive feelings. But just now, although it's not as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes, Kai's performance is really too. In short, a group of people labeled Kai as a dangerous person. No one likes to be targeted by such a murderous guy, even if they have no shortage of security forces. Bad news. The first code has been opened, Trumbull said in a heavy voice. I guessed it a long time ago. Kai was not surprised. Kai was surprised that a group of pampered masters could resist professional spies for so long. It's really hard for these people to be tough. We need you to rescue as soon as possible. Otherwise, everything is over. Trumbull showed anxiety for the first time, or he could no longer hide his true emotions this time. I'm trying, Kai said helplessly, but things can't be done overnight. I need time. I know. But Kai, we can only rely on you, Trumbull said sincerely. Kai hung up the call directly, relying on your grandmother's legs. It's useless for a group of people to hide in a safe place. Duke, here, I need some movement to see if I can lead the people in the underground command room out. Understood, Duke said very happily, but after a while, boss, how big should this movement be? The bigger the better. Then I understand. Duke seemed quite happy. After waiting for about 2 minutes, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the north of the White House. The huge explosion could even be seen from a long distance. The media outside were excited. They don't care about the president, or they care about the president on the surface, but in fact, as mentioned above, the president, this kind of thing is elected every 4 years, and if there is an accident, you can re-elect at any time. It's not uncommon. What they want is news and traffic. It's about attention. What they want is eye-catching and exciting news. The US government has done a good job in this regard. The fact that the United States may be blown up by its own nuclear bomb has been hidden very well. At least the media outside don't know anything about it. Otherwise, these guys would never gather outside the White House in the middle of the night. There are more reporters than American soldiers. They surrounded the entire White House. Some of them are even not afraid of death and want to go into the White House to take a look. Entertainment to death. Sooner or later, I will die from it. Today was really not easy. After work, I went to have a midnight snack. I was so hungry. I didn't eat much at night. I just had a set of hand-pulled pancakes. I was waiting at the computer repair station. I was so anxious. Fortunately, it was sent out today. Please support me with monthly tickets. Chapter 612, Reversal of Situation. Ouch! The White House blew up. Ladies and gentlemen, the White House blew up. CNN is bringing you the latest reports from the front. Just now, the White House blew up. It is not clear whether it was caused by terrorists or a military attack. But one thing is certain, that is, the West Wing of the White House has been completely blown up. Looking at the CNN reporter who was almost at a climax on TV, acting President Trump's old face was wrinkled together. Damn. This person is cheering, right? He is cheering, right? This is the symbol of the United States, the White House. Who is this reporter? James Loening, his secretary Mary said. In fact, the old man was so angry that he was confused. There was this guy's name at the bottom of the screen, but the old man didn't see it at all. It can be seen how angry the acting president was. Arrange it, let him go to the war zone, and then let him become a martyr. Acting President Trump has completely disregarded the dignity of being a senior official and directly arranged a trip to the lower level for the reporter. In fact, this is already a very euphemistic statement. The people who are doing things below should understand the core meaning of this sentence, which is to let this guy die. As for how and where he died, it didn't matter. It all depended on how he performed. Many people nodded secretly, saying they would wait and see. Although such a thing would not be rewarded openly, it would leave an impression on Trump. Although the Speaker of the House was not the pinnacle in the American power structure, everyone knew that no matter what happened, acting President Trump would go a step further. If the president died, he would be the president. If the president lived, that would be even better. With his achievements, he would definitely be promoted to vice president, because the vice president had already died. And what was even more amazing was that he would also serve as Speaker of the House. The vice president was nothing, and the Speaker was nothing, but the vice president and Speaker were amazing. A future big man, if there were no special factors, he would be the best successor to the president after Benjamin left office. Who wouldn't flatter such a big man? The terrorists sent a communication, someone shouted at this time. Pick it up. Soon Kang's picture appeared in front of everyone. You seem to think we are the same as those rabble? It seems I must show you our determination. Kang did not say anything, and directly brought the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who had lost his usefulness, to the center of the screen. At this time, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Joe, had already understood his fate. He did not choose to show his ugly face, but looked at the screen very calmly. God bless America, bang. With a gunshot, an American general was executed in front of everyone. Everyone in the room was stunned. This was much more shocking than the previous shooting of the South Korean president. This is one of our own. Acting President Trumbull covered his face. Oh God, forgive me, I know you have some tricks, but it doesn't matter. We will make you all understand that we are the ones in charge now. After that, Kang said to those around him, go and get rid of those little rats. After that, Kang looked at acting President Trumbull. Now we formally put forward our requirements. You need all the U.S. troops stationed in South Korea. At the same time, let the 7th Fleet enter East Asia. You have 5 minutes to consider, otherwise the next person to be executed will be your Minister of Defense. After that, Kang directly turned off the communication. Everyone looked at acting President Trumbull. Trumbull stared at the screen that had been turned off with lifeless eyes. What should we do? Just when a group of people were in a panic, Kai was cursing at Duke. I told you to make some noise, not to blow up half of the White House, Duke said a little aggrievedly. How could I know there was a natural gas pipeline there? Forget it. Are you all right? Not bad. Very good. The terrorists will definitely go to your side later. Hold them back. I need to blow up the old passage of the underground command room. This takes time, so you understand, right, Duke? Understood. Before you succeed, we will definitely hold them back. Very good. Kai hid in the shadows, watching a dozen terrorists run out of the basement. They shouted and called their companions in other locations, heading north of the White House. After waiting for a while and finding that no one came out, Kai slowly sneaked into the underground floor. The underground floor of the White House is very large. There are not only weapons depots, but also garages and other measures. The lower floor is the undisclosed underground second floor, which is where the underground command room is located. There are 2 tunnels leading to the underground emergency command center. One is located in the east wing of the White House, and the other is located in the White House garden. There is a 10-centimeter thick steel door at the entrance. Further inside is the legendary door that can prevent nuclear explosions. It is said that if you want to open it from the outside, no one except the president has the authority. Of course, it is not so troublesome to open it from the inside. And in this underground space, there are still many enemies hidden. According to the information given by the command center outside, the door was a product of a few years ago. The original door was on the left side of the command room. Now it has been sealed with reinforced concrete. The wall is 2 meters thick. There is no way to deal with these things with ordinary blasting. You can only make a hole and then put in explosives to blow it up. Kai's original plan was to go through the underground space and a secret passage to the abandoned ancient secret passage, and blast it from the outside. Then kill in and rescue the president. Among the equipment Kai got, there was a professional hole drilling equipment. This thing is very big, so Kai had to clear everyone before he had a chance to start the operation. This is very difficult, but this is the only way now. But just when Kai was about to do something, he found that the terrorists guarding outside the underground command room seemed to be doing the same thing. Kai saw them transporting some drilling equipment and explosives with his own eyes. They also wanted to blow up the wall of the command room. Tell me, where does that abandoned passage lead to? Kai immediately reported what he saw to the people outside. It has been abandoned, and the passage to the outside world has been blocked. There is no way to go anywhere, the director of the Secret Service, Lynn Jobs, said categorically. Impossible, these terrorists will never do useless work, check it immediately. Kai didn't believe that those guys would be so stupid. This time showed the efficiency of the Secret Service. At least they are professional in protecting the president. They quickly found a problematic project among all the construction projects within 30 kilometers of the White House. It was a sewer reconstruction project that was outsourced to a company in Kansas. They were involved in underground construction. So it was filed with the Washington city government. But this project was completed 3 months ago. The reason why this project was targeted was not because of this, but because of a missing case. At that time, the construction workers called the police and one of their workers was missing. But the police were soon cancelled, saying that the worker was found. This is a very small matter, which is not worth mentioning to the Secret Service. But now, even the slightest suspicion cannot be let go. Spread out the map of Washington's underground sewers and compare it with a map of Washington. Although their construction site is not close to the White House, the sewer they renovated can be close to the underground structure of the White House for 5 kilometers. Soon, according to the police alarm record, they found the information of the missing worker. But after the police in the area where the worker lived went to the door to inquire, they found that not only did the worker not come back, but his family was also missing. According to the neighbors, their family has not been back for a long time. The house is not locked. Now everyone can see the problem. Found it. They are very likely to have done something underground during the construction. Lynn Jobs came to the acting president with a construction drawing and pointed to a section of the road close to the White House. They want to enter the sewer system in Washington through that abandoned passage. The underground sewer system of any modern city is extremely complicated. Once terrorists enter it, if they cannot be found in a short time, they may escape at any time. After all, they must have made extremely strict arrangements in advance. The key is that there are thousands of sewer exits throughout Washington. They can go out from any sewer entrance at any time. What's worse is that they can even recreate an exit at any time and any place. It's very simple. They can be done with explosives. They can appear anywhere. It's too late to send people to block them now. And the problem now is not this at all, but the Cerberus code. So the problem now is how to rescue the president and other hostages. Give me the schematic diagram of that passage, I'll wait for them there. Kai immediately asked them to send the way to the abandoned passage. We can't do it, WTF, yes, we can't do it. That passage has been closed for a long time, then blow it up. I'll blow it up, Kai shouted. Yes, we can blow it up. Lynn Jobs was a little confused. Here, blasting from here can lead directly to the abandoned passage, the place Lynn Jobs gave. How to say, everything else is good, But, that's the sewage pipe of the White House. Fuck, you really know how to find a location, Kai complained casually. The other side didn't say anything. What else can he say? Let others blow up the shit. What else can he say? Duke, get ready to make some more noise. Once I give you a signal, you make an explosion. A big enough one. Got it? I like this kind of work. And it's to blow up the White House. I think I will be the only American soldier in American history to blow up the White House, and twice. Kai ignored the terrorists and rushed to the target location. This time there was no need to dig a hole, because the structure here was not so crazy. Soon the bomb was installed, and Kai quickly found a place to hide, just like when he was a child blowing up cow dung, hiding far away. Are you ready? Always ready. Very good. Looking at the open sewer in the distance, he couldn't help muttering in his heart, the White House. It shouldn't be called the White House, right? The Yellow Palace? I hope that when the president moves into the White House in the future, he won't know this illusion. As he thought so, a loud rumbling sound broke out in the sewer. In the blink of an eye, explosions were heard from multiple toilets nearby. In another toilet, the toilet suddenly flew straight up with a rumble and hit the ceiling. As the toilet rose to the sky, a spectacular column of yellow-brown water also surged up, and then, turned into golden rain that fell into the bathroom. This scene happened in all the toilets in the White House. Ugh, Duke just got through to Kai's call and made a disgusting vomiting sound. Boss, what did you do? Why did all the toilets in the White House explode? Oh, you are not hiding in the toilets, are you? Ugh, Duke vomited again. No, but it's almost the same. We just passed a toilet when it exploded. That scene. Ugh, I will have a shadow on toilets for the rest of my life. Oh, it's not that bad. You can treat it as an unforgettable experience in your life. Think about it, how many people in the world have seen a toilet blown up? So, did you really do it? It's a bit hard to say. But I think you can ask the White House for some mental damages. After all, you are a civilian now, right? They will be willing to pay for it. What awaited Kai was silence. After a while, Duke said, it seems that your bombing of the toilet just now is not all bad. We caught a terrorist. He is in the toilet and was knocked unconscious by the toilet lid. Look at his pants that he didn't pull up. He should be peeing next to the toilet. Oh my god, he is definitely the most unlucky terrorist in the world. While Kai and Duke were talking nonsense, Kai resisted his nausea and walked into the blown-up sewer. Kai really wanted to call and ask those people in the White House, do they eat garlic and leeks every day? The smell is so damn strong. Kang frowned and looked at the pictures coming from outside. The White House was bombed again. It seems that the operation to eliminate the little mouse is not going well. The surveillance outside has been cut off by Kai, so Kang is watching CNN TV. But he doesn't have time to care about this now. What he needs to do is to take out the next set of passwords. Ruth McMillan, a female Secretary of Defense, is also the first female Secretary of Defense. This is the first time that a woman has been appointed to this position since President Benjamin took office. This is also the openness that the Benjamin government wants to show. Facts have proved that Benjamin's choice was right. This female minister is much tougher than the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was killed before. Even though she was beaten beyond recognition, she still didn't tell her password. Kang was very annoyed. The image of this female defense minister to the outside world is indeed known for her toughness, but her political views are similar to those of the president. She thinks that the military expenditure of the U.S. military is too exaggerated, so she has been committed to reducing military expenditure, but her attitude to the outside world is extremely tough, and she feels like she wants the horse to run but not eat grass. So there are a lot of criticisms about her in the country. But now, her performance is better than most men. Kang picked up a dagger and stabbed it hard into Ruth McMillan's thigh. Tell me the secret, tell me, Ruth McMillan screamed, showing her blood-stained teeth. Don't even think about it, Benjamin shouted from the side. Ruth. It is not known whether he is cheering her up or persuading her. Kang pulled out the dagger, threw it aside, and took out his gun to hold Ruth's back of the head. Then you are useless, he said, signaling to his female subordinate, who nodded and opened the communication. The position of this female terrorist is very special. She seems to be a machine without emotions. From beginning to end, she has not spoken a word, and there is no expression on her face. Soon the communication contacted the acting president. Your decision. A group of people saw the female defense minister who is not in human form. Even the most shameless politician felt a pang in their hearts at this time. They knew very well that the female defense minister did not leak the password. No. 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 Ruth, you can tell him that I authorize you. I authorize you. You are not a traitor, Benjamin screamed outside the screen. But the female defense minister remained unmoved and closed her eyes. She whispered, God bless America, Ruth. Acting President Trump couldn't help it, Ruth, but immediately, the Deputy Minister of Defense, Edward, stopped him. He stood up and saluted the female defense minister he disliked. I'm sorry, Ruth. America will remember you. Others did the same. For a while, there was no other sound except sobbing. America will not be defeated, Ruth screamed with tears in her eyes. Just when Ruth was about to die for her country, Benjamin couldn't help it. Promise them. Promise them. Promise their request. Old Edward was anxious. In his opinion, sacrificing Ruth was completely acceptable. But this time, acting President Trump stopped him. I will announce the withdrawal of troops from South Korea, and the 7th Fleet will also withdraw, but, I am the President of the United States now, acting President Trump roared. Yes. You are the President, not enough, King said coldly. Benjamin knew what he was talking about. Ruth, tell him. The last set of codes is in my hands. I promise you that even if I die, I will not leak a single word. You can tell him. You can, King smiled. There will always be someone who will compromise, he firmly believes. Ruth, Benjamin shouted. The female defense minister was finally defeated. She said the code in public. Then she broke down and cried. Very good. Then it's a match with the President of the United States, Kang showed a victorious smile. In fact, Kang didn't need the President's set of secrets at all. The secret decoding work has been going on, but other people don't know it. He would bring a woman at this time, of course not because she looks good. She is Kang's trump card. They don't need the third set of secrets at all. As long as they have the first 2 sets of codes, she can crack the third set of secrets. Now, everything is successful. My new requirement, prepare a plane for me within an hour. Full of fuel. Otherwise I will kill all the hostages. After saying that, Kang hung up the video. But what he didn't expect was that just after the video was hung up, acting President Trump stood up excitedly. Now the situation has been moved back. The other party doesn't know, but they also have some information. That is, they already know Kang's purpose and the real way of escape. It's not taking a plane from the White House at all. And they don't know Kai is also in the White House, and they don't even know that Kai has stabbed them in the ass from behind. This is definitely good news. At least they are no longer at an absolute disadvantage, and there is a fight. We can only rely on Kai now, said acting President Trump. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is the only way. Chapter 613 Kang's Trump Card. Kai was squatting. When he came to the abandoned passage, there were people guarding it. They seemed to be the terrorist support personnel. Their equipment was very professional. They even prepared a means of transportation similar to carts. It seemed that they were going to drift in the sewer directly. According to this posture, the terrorists came out of the underground command center and got on the cart and ran away directly. Kai didn't have any courtesy. He went up and killed the group of people directly. This is a dark underground. Kai didn't need to hide his uniqueness. He drove the Washawang directly and didn't give these people a chance to react. He went up and killed them all cleanly. Then he found the communicator from them. It was conscious that the communication between them was not voice, but Morse code. Every once in a while, they would knock on the communicator to tell the other side that everything was normal. Moreover, they contacted Kang directly, and other people didn't know their existence at all. In other words, Kang didn't even keep it secret from his own people. After getting the final information, Kai executed the last terrorist. Then he squatted, waiting for the people inside to open the wall by themselves. While Kai was waiting, something unexpected happened in the underground command room. The third set of secrets of Severs was cracked. Kang grinned. Everyone was fooled by him. Everyone thought that he would torture the president according to the previous routine and let the president hand over the last set of codes. But in fact, it was not necessary at all. Kang did not activate the code immediately. He had a follow-up plan to carry out. He got on the phone with the acting president. The time is up. What do you think? We need some time, Trumbull tried to delay. But Kang's response was simple. He pulled out a senator from the crowd. Bang. So what now, A group of people could only close their eyes in pain. Finally, Trimble could only nod helplessly. "We agree to your conditions." In less than half an hour, the Korean garrison suddenly withdrew without any warning. This made the Korean government, which was already panicking because of the president's accident in the United States, feel that the sky was about to fall. At the same time, the 7th Fleet, which had been in East Asia, also received an order to withdraw from Asia and retreat directly to Hawaii. Now even Japan was panicking, because they had no idea what was going on. Kang's conditions had never been announced by the U.S. government. Then a helicopter landed in front of the main entrance of the White House. This helicopter would take them and the hostages directly to the Air Force Base as requested by the terrorists, from where they would board a heavy attack aircraft and leave the United States directly. The moment the helicopter landed, Kang immediately took action. He asked some of his men to take the hostages, change into uniform clothes, and put on hoods. Then everyone was chained and handcuffed together, and walked out of the underground bunker in a long snake formation. And he had no intention of hiding it. "Boss, they came out with the hostages." After Duke cleared all the terrorists on the 3 upper floors of the White House, he was also monitoring the movements in the underground command room. "That's a trick. Kang and the president must not be in there. Find a way to save those hostages." Kai stared at the wall boredly in the abandoned passage and said indifferently, "How to save them?" Duke was a little embarrassed. After all, those people were the same, and he couldn't tell them apart. "Stupid, wait until they pass through a semi-enclosed space, and then use stun grenades to knock them all down." Duke was sweating when he heard this. Stun grenades. In a semi-enclosed space, most of the hostages are over 60 years old, pampered officials. If you are not careful, something will go wrong. Don't think that stun grenades are really harmless. If 1 or 2 of these officials can't stand the power of the shock and die directly, then it's their responsibility. It's okay, it's collateral damage, those people outside can understand it, Kai said indifferently. In this situation, it's a victory to save some people. Why be so picky? Understand, Duke didn't think much about it. It was indeed the best way. Once on the helicopter, it would be useless to distinguish them. If it's not careful, the plane will crash and everyone will die. It's better not to save them. So this is the last chance. The terrorists were sandwiched between the hostages, threatening the hostages to leave quickly while observing the environment. They are actually under great psychological pressure. They are used as targets to attract fire. Kang will leave from a safer road. They will have a harder time. Whether they can escape depends entirely on themselves and the hostages in their hands. As long as they are human, they have a desire to survive. These severely brainwashed terrorists are no exception. If they can survive, they are willing to give it a try. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that their leader Kang has no intention of letting them survive. Kang needs to make it look like he and the president are both dead. Of course, the illusion is destined to be an illusion and will be discovered soon. After all, there are too many ways to identify the body in this world, but this is enough. It is enough to leave enough time for him to leave the United States as quickly as possible. At that time, he can watch America turn into a big firecracker and explode into the sky from a distance. Kang is full of confidence in this. But at this moment, his men shouted in his intercom, "Grenade! Get down!" Then there was an explosion. The frequency of the sound was very high, so high that Kang had to take off his headphones and throw them out. Kang is an agent who has undergone the most rigorous training. Naturally, he can tell that it is a stun grenade. Damn it! Kang admitted that he didn't think of this. "Can't wait. It's time to start," Kang shouted to the rest of the people. Then the rest of the people grabbed Benjamin and walked towards the side of the underground command room. Benjamin was confused. "No, there is another set of passwords? Don't want it?" But when he turned his head, he found that a female agent had already set the start time. "How is this possible?" Benjamin shouted in disbelief. Kang said coldly, "Nothing is impossible." Soon the nuclear bomb destruction command was set. The explosion time was set to 1 hour later. 1 hour is enough for them to escape. In the original play, it was only a few minutes. I really don't know what they thought, what a few minutes is enough for. Boom. With a not so loud explosion, a small door was blown out of the thick wall of the underground command room. Kang didn't hesitate and immediately asked people to leave quickly. They didn't have much time. Once they found that he and the president were not among the people before, they would immediately guess that he had other plans, and then they didn't have much time left. Bang bang. Before Kang could figure out what to do next, he heard 2 gunshots. His 2 men immediately went to the bottom. Kang reacted quickly. He grabbed the president and blocked him in front of him, then shot at the hole. The remaining men did the same thing. But the hole was like a black hole. After their bullets were shot in, there was no feedback. It was as if there was no one in there. Soon the gunshots stopped. They were going to change the magazine. At this moment, Benjamin suddenly slammed his head back hard. Hit Kang in the nose. The others immediately looked in their direction. Right now. A figure rushed out of the hole. Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive shots. 5 terrorists were killed. Too fast. So fast that they had no time to react. Kang endured the severe pain and soreness in his nose, grabbed Benjamin's hair, and shot him in the thigh. Benjamin immediately knelt on the ground. Kang took the opportunity to strangle Benjamin's throat, then raised his gun and shot Kai. There are only 2 of them left now. 0. Kill him. Kang could only use his last trump card. 0 is both a code name and a name. This world is very different from Kai's previous life. The biggest difference is that superhumans really exist, and humans can also create real superhumans. Captain America. This is the first superhuman who has been documented to exist. He was created. From the moment Captain America stepped onto the battlefield of World War II, all ambitious countries in the world were determined to get this superhuman. Even though World War II was going on at the time, the participating countries all started the superhuman plan at the same time. Among them, Japan, which was beaten up, was the most active. Perhaps it was out of worship of the strong, or some other strange reasons. They had the worst scientific research capabilities among the Allied powers in World War II, but they were the country that started the most superhuman experiments during the war. Unfortunately, the war ended quickly, and their achievements were basically all taken away by the United States and the Soviet Union. Of course, some of them stayed in South Korea, which was still called North Korea at that time. This part was inherited by South Korea later. And 0 originated from this project. South Korea may not be as strong as the United States and the Soviet Union in terms of scientific and technological capabilities. But they have an advantage. That is, they don't care about their lives. They really don't treat people as human beings. Countless failures, in exchange for countless corpses. But there are also successes. 0 is the first successful test product. She is not perfect. But she is enough as a weapon. That's right, 0 came from South Korea. Not from North Korea as they had guessed before. North Korea actually doesn't treat people as human beings, but their technological capabilities are indeed too poor. Following Kang's order, the girl called 0 was like a machine that started up. Countless blue blood vessels suddenly appeared on her face and neck, and then this thin-looking woman was like a car out of control, and she crashed into Kai with a bang. Kai was startled and dodged at the first time. He barely avoided this attack. Boom. A big hole immediately appeared in the concrete wall behind Kai. And 0's arm was inserted into the wall. However, her arm also sprayed a lot of sticky blue blood. This thing doesn't look like a decent way at all. Kai didn't have time to think about it. While the woman's hand was stuck in the wall, he raised his hand and fired 3 shots at her. The woman was very strong. She blocked her head with one hand and withstood Kai's 3 shots. The bullets shot into her arms, shoulders and abdomen, but she seemed to feel nothing. She pulled hard and pulled out her arm stuck in the wall. When she pulled her arm out, there were bursts of bone explosions, which made people's scalps numb. Kai always thought that he was definitely a tough guy, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but take a breath. This woman seems to feel no pain at all. Kai was right. 0 just couldn't feel any pain. In fact, it was not only that. Not only did she not feel pain, she didn't even have any other feelings. Many people think that such a super soldier is most suitable for use as a weapon. But it's wrong to think so. No pain, no other feelings, means that she lacks emergency mechanisms for external stimuli. For example, if she was shot and hit in the vitals, the normal reaction would be to stop the bleeding immediately, but she wouldn't. She would let the blood flow until she died. Weapons do not need to feel pain. But expensive weapons like her do. 0 is very, very expensive. From the moment she was born, the laboratory needed to inject her with a large amount of rare and expensive drugs, which would accompany her throughout her life. And there was a very high chance of failure. 0's current worth was equivalent to a heavy cruiser. but her defects could very likely cause her to die from some inconspicuous wounds. This quickly determined that Zero was a failure. After Zero pulled out her arm, she straightened it in a few strokes, and then rushed towards Kai again as if nothing had happened. Her injury seemed to have healed. However, from her increasingly pale face, it can be seen that her regeneration ability is not like that of Logan and other mutants, which can be used at will. Kai looked coldly at Kang, who was holding the president and retreating to the back, and then he could only bite the bullet and face this crazy woman. Zero's fist was very heavy, so heavy that he was desperate. No matter how hard a normal person punched, he would subconsciously stay within his tolerance range. After all, force is mutual. But this woman would not. She would only punch the target desperately, as hard as she wanted. Even though Kai dodged her fist and let her fist hit the wall directly, making her fist bloody, she had no intention of stopping. After several rounds of fighting, Kai found that this woman didn't seem to be good at fighting at all. She was completely relying on her fearlessness of pain and strong recovery ability to hit blindly. She didn't know how to defend at all. If this situation happened to an ordinary person, she might be stunned. But for a master who is really proficient in fighting, it seems a bit childish. Kai didn't fight her head-on, but just wandered around. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would use the dagger to leave a few wounds on her body. Her speed and physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. But it depends on who she was fighting. So in less than 10 seconds, Kai stabbed her ribs, chest, and waist with more than a dozen knife wounds. Even if her recovery ability was strong, she couldn't stand such bleeding, not to mention that her recovery ability was not as exaggerated as imagined. She was more like stimulating her own potential and accelerating the recovery of wounds, rather than the unscientific regeneration ability of mutants. So inevitably, she would always weaken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai held the dagger in reverse, and when she rushed over, he fiercely stabbed the dagger into her spine. After her spine was cut, Ling was like a machine out of control, her hands and feet were out of control, and finally she fell to the ground with her eyes staring, motionless. Kai walked to her side, took a look at Kang's ugly face, and shot the woman's head off. Please give me a recommendation vote. The recommendation vote is so pitiful. It is indeed not allowed to vote on the app, but you can vote on the web page. Don't pity me, just vote for me. It doesn't cost money anyway, it's a waste not to vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 Black Hand. Kang saw Kai shoot Zero in the head with one shot, and cold sweats fell. Zero was indeed a defective product, but that depends on who he was compared with. If compared with the superhuman team of the Korean secret agency, it was nothing. Kang had never come into contact with that super team, and it was impossible for him to come into contact with it. Only the real powerful people in South Korea had the opportunity to come into contact with it. Even the president was not qualified to come into contact with that team. In fact, the unfortunate President Lee that Kang served did not even know that there was such a team. But if compared with ordinary people, Zero was definitely a killer. He was not afraid of pain, had an abnormal recovery ability, and had great strength and speed. After taking action, he was like a beast. Although there was no method, his lethality was indeed amazing. But such a trump card that he used as a talisman was killed just like that, and the whole process did not exceed half a minute. Kang suspected that he was being tricked at the first time. But he soon abandoned this idea because he recognized the person in front of him. The American superhero Iron Patriot Kai Wayne. The reason why Kang noticed him was because of the list of the state banquet. As the personal bodyguard of the South Korean president, he knows the president's schedule very well. There's even an arrangement for taking a photo with the official American superhero in President Lee's schedule. Don't move, Kang quickly pulled Benjamin, who was injured in the thigh, up and blocked him in front of him. If you dare to come over, I will shoot him to death. You don't want your president to die in my hands, do you, Kai? Hurry up and turn off the CBIS code. Benjamin didn't care about his own safety and shouted, don't worry about me. Regardless of whether Benjamin was sincere or acting, he still thought about the country in this situation, and he didn't disappoint the voters who elected him. Kai pointed a gun at Kang, without saying anything, but looking for a flaw. As long as he was given a little space, he would be sure to kill this guy. But King obviously attached great importance to Kai's identity as a superhero. He hid behind Benjamin and put the muzzle of the gun against President Benjamin's jaw. As long as Kai made any unusual movements, he could ensure that Kai would kill him and he would blow up the President of the United States' head. Ha ha ha, a very good president, right? King was most happy about the American president's unwillingness to surrender. In fact, in this situation, the better the American president performed, the less the other party dared to shoot. After all, it would be a pity if such a great president was killed by his own people. Benjamin was not stupid either. He had been struggling, hoping to create an opportunity for Kai. But King was much more experienced than him. King was shorter than Benjamin, but much stronger than him, which made Benjamin unable to move. Shoot. If you can die with the American president, that's not bad. Shoot, King kept provoking Kai. Of course, the purpose was not to really let him shoot, but to let him know that he was prepared to perish together with the enemy, so as to avoid the danger of the enemy. But who was Kai? How could he follow his thinking? Bang! Benjamin was shot in the abdomen. The moment he was shot, Benjamin's body struggled reflexively. In that instant, Benjamin's head lowered, just revealing half of King's forehead. Bang! A shot to the soul. King died with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe until his death that this official American superhero actually dared to shoot the president. You talk too much. Kai was very disdainful of King's chatter. It's just kidnapping, why so much drama? I really don't know what this guy is thinking. At this point, to be honest, the president is no longer important to the United States. The important thing is to close the Cerberus password. Damn, the United States is about to be destroyed, why do we still care about that empty president? So Kai didn't feel any pressure to shoot. Although he said so, Kai still went forward to check on Benjamin's condition, hoping that he would not really die. Ahem, Benjamin was not dead yet, but he was half dead. Kai, we are, at least friends, are you really going to kill me? Kai pressed the wound on Benjamin's abdomen. It's not that easy to die. I deliberately avoided the vital parts, otherwise I would have hit you in the head directly, and killed you and that Korean guy together. You mean? I should thank you. Benjamin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, you should really thank me. Believe it or not, if I really shoot you dead today, the whole United States will still make you a hero tomorrow. Your death will never have anything to do with me. You are also a politician, you should understand, right? Indeed, the previous article has been emphasizing that in the American political system, the President of the United States is important, but not that important. If one president dies, just replace him. Kennedy was so popular, and he was assassinated, but the United States was still prosperous, right? So the president is not that important. And there is someone who can take the blame at the scene anyway. When the time comes, just blame the president's death on the terrorists. Kai will not take the slightest responsibility. Benjamin was silent, because what Kai said was true. He is also a politician. If he was not the president today, he would agree with Kai's approach. Okay, don't be discouraged, be happy, you are the toughest president in the history of the United States. Just based on what happened today, your re-election is a sure thing, and no one can compete with you. The United States is a country that worships heroes, and Benjamin's performance this time is definitely a hero. It can be imagined that his support rate will be unprecedentedly high. A politician has a huge support rate, which means that his power will be magnified. For example, Benjamin has always been a reformist, and his policies are also left-leaning. This is originally quite pleasing, and it has become particularly serious after many middle and lower classes in the United States began to dislike voting. Now coupled with the performance in the terrorist attack, there is no doubt that Benjamin will get the support of many people who are unwilling to vote. The support of these people will make his support group even larger. Although this will not bring him much power intuitively, he can influence many politicians. Politicians are voting creatures, and they know how to decide their positions. It will take 3 years for re-election, but I feel like I'm dying now. I was shot in the thigh by that Korean guy, and I was shot in the stomach by you. I feel like I'm the most unlucky president. No, Reagan. You're not the only one, Kai joked while opening the communication. I have rescued the president. All the terrorists have been killed. You can come down to clean up the mess. By the way, bring the emergency personnel. The president was shot twice. You don't want such a heroic president to die because of your untimely rescue, do you? The aftermath came quickly. In fact, there was always a large group of soldiers outside the White House. As soon as Kai sent the signal, hundreds of soldiers rushed into the White House. The SYNOPSIS code was soon stopped, and the crisis of the destruction of the United States was also stopped. Benjamin was also cheered and went to the hospital for emergency treatment accompanied by his son and wife. Everyone is a hero today. Duke also hugged and cried with his daughter in front of the White House. Banning also hugged his wife. In short, everything looks good. But in fact, the real contest has just begun. Kai's information was not announced, and Kai gave the credit to Duke and Banning. First of all, this was also required by the government, and it can't be considered a request, but more of a plea. There is no way. Just like the last battle in Los Angeles, the U.S. government, at least Washington, D.C. and the White House Secret Service and Homeland Security Department, have lost face again. Someone found their lair and almost destroyed the entire United States. This pot is too big. It is so big that there is no room for excuses. But in order to save face, they must let the hero come from the White House. Although Duke is a civilian, he submitted his resume to the Secret Service. Although he was rejected, the problem is that this kind of thing depends on what the government says. Just pretend that Duke was not rejected. Not to mention Banning, he has a good family background. It is definitely a good thing for the government to give them the credit. On the contrary, if the credit still goes to Kai this time, it will show that the government is too incompetent. The emergence of superheroes has never been a good thing for the government. If the government needs superheroes to help, then what is the point of the government spending so much money and supporting so many people? So Kai was able to become famous before because the government needed it. Now they need Kai to disappear from this matter, which is also the government's need. Kai has no objection to this. As I just said, he doesn't need this credit. Secondly, it can be regarded as a kind of protection. Anyone with a brain knows that this airstrike could never have been done by North Korea, or it was definitely not done by North Korea alone. The reason has been mentioned before, so I won't repeat it here. Behind this group of terrorists, there is definitely a huge force hidden. Otherwise, many things can't be explained at all. Those bigwigs in the government and Congress may not be qualified as politicians, but as conspirators, these guys are more clever than each other. How could they not see how many tricks there are? As soon as the president was rescued, those bigwigs turned their eyes to the Korean peninsula. In their eyes, it's not just North Korea that is suspected, South Korea is also inseparable. The reason is simple. The timing of the South Korean president's visit to the United States this time is too coincidental. This is not something that Kang can control alone. There must be someone assisting in the South Korean government. In addition, there are people in the United States. If it is said that before, there were still many bigwigs at the government and Congress level who were happy to see this terrorist attack. Firstly, Benjamin's political stance and reform measures have made many stakeholders very dissatisfied, so for them, whether Benjamin is dead or alive, he has learned a lesson. Secondly, what will happen after the terrorist attack? Of course, it will be a war. For many people, this is another opportunity. So when the terrorist attack started, although those people were anxious to death, in fact, only God knows how many people were indifferent to it or even fueled it. But the development of the plot caught everyone off guard. Those lunatics actually planned to blow up the entire United States. This is contrary to the interests of everyone. For many people, what national justice and world peace are not important to them at all. But blowing up the United States? That is related to their vital interests. If the United States is gone, where will their interests come from? Will it come from China and Russia? Others will not pay attention to them. They touched everyone's cake. So even if they don't like Benjamin as president, they will maintain the same attitude as Benjamin, that is, this kind of bastard should be completely killed. Including those who assist them. In this case, if Kai is overexposed, it may not be a good thing for Kai. Colleagues also want to keep Kai as a trump card. What's more, Kai has some superhero connections behind him, which is also a power that can be used. Kai was calculated clearly, they are not good people. So as soon as the terrorist attack ended, any investigation had already begun. Just when the United States began to investigate the terrorist attack, in a secret base within the Arctic Circle, an Asian was very angry and broke into an extremely luxurious office. Why didn't Kang's transfer go through me? The owner of the office was sitting on a large back chair with his back to the door, looking at the aquarium on the wall. The aquarium is very large, with various marine creatures in it, even sharks. Face me. Destro. When the Asian got angry again, the owner of the office turned his chair to face his partner. Don't be so angry, White Ghost. The owner of the office has a typical French look. The appearance of the French. To be honest, compared with other countries, the French have no special features at all. They are white people with average height and brown hair. This may be a cliché of the image of the French. In fact, they are not as tall as Germans, they don't have blonde hair like Scandinavians, and they don't have fiery red hair like British people. He may be whiter than the Spanish. Because the French are originally a combination of Germanic Franks, Celtic Gauls, and Southern Latins, and the Romantic French will not only fall in love with locals, so mixed-race French people are still the majority. But when you see this guy in front of you, you will subconsciously think, ah, this guy is French. It is true that you trained Kang, but don't forget that he is always my man. You must understand this. So, I don't think I need your approval to transfer him. Are you satisfied with this explanation? The Frenchman Destro used English with a strong accent. He is an extremely good soldier, he should not be wasted. The White Ghost, that is, the Asian man, was obviously not satisfied with this explanation. Yes, he is indeed excellent. Destro agreed with this point. That's why I sent him to complete this mission. In fact, he is better than expected. He is just a little bit short of completing our work. Unfortunately, White Ghost wanted to say something, but Destro stopped him. Our final plan has already begun. White Ghost was stunned, and then quickly reacted. The doctor's experiment was successful, in theory. Yes, Destro snapped his fingers. So the plan must begin. We need NATO's funds. Destro turned on the TV, which was broadcasting the White House news. Think about it, the Americans were almost blown up by their own nuclear bombs. They will soon realize that nuclear bombs are such a barbaric weapon that can destroy the enemy and themselves. They urgently need a more environmentally friendly and safer weapon. And we can provide them with such a weapon, and the price is just a little bit of insignificant funds. Destro squinted his eyes and looked like a businessman. I hope what you said is true. White Ghost did not pester him anymore. Just like Destro said, Kang is very good, but if it is for that plan, then, it's worth it. Chapter 615 Follow-up. No matter what the US government or the mysterious organization does next, one thing cannot be changed, that is, the carnival of public opinion. Whether the White House is attacked or the president is rescued, it is the biggest whirlpool of public opinion this year. Almost everyone is expressing their opinions. There are two voices in the current American public opinion field. One is naturally the traditional American supernatural power starting a war. This voice is very loud, and many Americans feel unsafe. After all, even the White House, the center of the United States, has been captured by terrorists, so where's the country safe? This strong sense of insecurity has made many people choose to support the United States in retaliating against this terrorist attack. And North Korea naturally became the target. Many people are calling for war against North Korea. But this voice has encountered an obstacle, that is, the attitude of the countries surrounding North Korea. Will Russia allow the United States to start a war against North Korea? Can China allow it? Just think about it and you will know that it is impossible. They can't let the Korean peninsula become a frontier base of the United States, and Japan and South Korea are unwilling to do so. For Japan, North Korea is indeed a security threat to them, but war is not an option they want. After all, North Korea is too close to Japan, and their missiles can threaten Japan at any time. Japan has never thought about letting itself be threatened for the reunification of South Korea. Let alone South Korea. If a war really breaks out, they will be the first to be affected. Don't think that South Korea is the same as China, always eager for unification. For many Koreans, they are against unification. South Korea's development is deformed. The big chaebols preside over the entire South Korean economy, which has led to the fact that the economic dividends have not been enjoyed by the majority of the lower-class people. The social resources obtained by the lower-class Korean people are originally very scarce. South Korea is one of the countries with the greatest living pressure in the world. If the peninsula is unified, it will inevitably make South Korea's economy tilt towards the backward North Korea, which will leave even fewer resources for the South Korean people. You can see this from the economic assistance provided by West Germany to East Germany after the reunification of the two Germanys. This has led to many Koreans, especially young people, not being enthusiastic about the unification of the peninsula. and even very rejecting it. Well, what good does it do for the United States to attack North Korea? No, not only will they have to experience the war themselves, but they will also have to bear the consequences of unification. So the most serious opposition is South Korea. Even if South Korea has played an ignominious role in this matter, it has to stand up and oppose it. Therefore, there are a lot of voices in the United States to launch a war, but among the upper class who really control the fate of this country, they all hold a conservative attitude towards war. After all, what's the benefit of conquering North Korea? It's a poor and disparate country with bad mountains and bad waters. Even food needs external aid. It costs a lot to conquer it, but not much is gained. It even has to face the interference of two major powers. Even the United States feels terrified when facing the joint efforts of China and Russia. War is not cost-effective. And another voice in the public opinion field is more interesting. They are reflecting on why the United States is the country most vulnerable to terrorist attacks in the world. There has never been hatred without reason in this world. If the United States is really good, who would bother to trouble the United States? So what happened to the United States? So a group of people began to reflect. This reflection is bad. The United States has always had a strong anti-war mentality. Since the Vietnam War, this trend of thought has been very popular in the United States. They believe that the reason why the United States is targeted in various ways is that the United States has launched too many unjust wars. Although the United States often says that they attack a country in order to liberate those countries, in fact, they have brought nothing but chaos and war. Iraq and Afghanistan have proved this point. Except for Saudi Arabia and a few small countries in the entire Middle East, no country has a good impression of the United States. And it is precisely these people who have become the main force of terrorists. So many people began to increase their efforts to call for the withdrawal of U.S. troops from those places, and some people were even more radical. They wanted the United States to withdraw its troops from the world. This is of course impossible. The international social order dominated by the United States relies on those overseas garrisons. They have troops stationed in all transportation hubs around the world. This is the guarantee of American hegemony. Without these, what can the United States use to suppress the entire world? Without the guarantee of force, the US dollar will be worthless. In short, public opinion was very lively during this period. In order to calm these public opinions, President Benjamin, who had just finished the operation, had to give a speech in the ward. This may be the most peculiar presidential speech in the entire history of the United States. Benjamin didn't even remove the various catheters on his body before he started working. There is no way. Although he called for reform and cut military spending, he never thought of letting the United States withdraw its troops worldwide. He is always the President of the United States, and he still has to put national interests first. His reform is to cut defense spending, replace force with diplomacy, and invest more money in people's livelihood, so as to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor and increase employment. Just when Benjamin was speaking, Kai and Margaret were outside the ward. Thank you, Kai. Margaret was very grateful to Kai, even though Kai shot Benjamin. But Margaret is not an ordinary woman. In her opinion, Benjamin was rescued without much damage, which is the biggest victory. You're welcome. By the way, how long are you going to keep me? Kai has not returned to Los Angeles since this incident. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but Margaret and Benjamin's enthusiastic retention has delayed his trip again and again. Margaret and Benjamin are both frightened by this incident, and they are extremely distrustful of the security around them. After all, the facts are there. The White House was easily breached and the president almost died in the White House. This level of security is something that no one can rest assured about. And because of the previous terrorist attack, only Benning died in the White House Presidential Guard. Even if the Secret Service repeatedly emphasized that they would send elites to protect the president's safety, the president and his wife would have to believe it. But the president's safety could not be left unprotected, so the couple thought of Kai. They hoped that Kai would stay with them for a while, and Margaret even thought about letting Kai be their personal bodyguard. But this decision was protested by the Secret Service and several other departments, and even the bigwigs in Congress persuaded the president not to embarrass the Secret Service. After all, if the president really did this, it would undoubtedly tell the people that he, the president, did not believe in the government. This was a very serious political incident and would greatly undermine the morale of the people. So Benjamin had to give in. He was the highest official in the government. If even he did not believe in the government, How could the people still have trust in the government? As a condition, Benjamin asked Congress to authorize him to lead the new team of the Secret Service and his guard. Congress did not force this. It could not be forced. What could they say? The White House was breached. Didn't the president believe that there was something wrong with the original team? So Benjamin sent his most trusted Banning and Davis to reform the Presidential Guard. Their loyalty had been tested, and Duke was also absorbed into the Presidential Guard. Another thing is that Duke's ex-girlfriend, the woman who shut Duke out, has now been investigated. Because she left her job just before the attack. Although she said that it was her boss, the head agent of the White House Department of the Secret Service, who gave him a vacation. But now all the secret agents in the White House are dead, and there is no place to verify. In short, under the guiding ideology of better to believe it than not to believe it, she took a vacation. As for when she will come back, that's not clear. Of course, the president's wife is indispensable to this, but she herself does have loopholes, which is also a problem. It takes time to form a new presidential guard, so Margaret hopes that Kai can serve as temporary security during this period. Kai, Benning and the others need time. I know this is very troublesome for you, but I don't trust anyone now. I can only trust you. After all, they are friends, so Kai really can't refuse. Although he believes that such attacks will happen again, how can he say it? The President of the United States is the most popular target in the world. Basically, those countries that are unhappy with the United States will use him as a target. Okay, but I can only stay for a week at most. There are still a lot of things waiting for me in Los Angeles. In fact, if the White House had not been attacked, public opinion should still be in Los Angeles. After all, the war that took place on the U.S. mainland was boring enough for Americans to talk about for many days. But now the White House has stolen the limelight from Los Angeles. But the problem is that the limelight being stolen cannot solve the problems that Los Angeles needs to face now. The Los Angeles police are still working overtime. So 1 week is the limit. Benjamin is very busy. He just gave a TV speech. The live broadcast equipment in the ward has not been removed in time. Old Edward brought a few military personnel to the ward. Old Edward is now the Deputy Minister of Defense, acting as the Minister of Defense, because the Secretary of Defense Ruth McMillan is still recovering in the hospital. Among the hostages, only she and the President were seriously injured. The others were not involved in the secrets of SYNOPSIS, so they were fine, except for the unlucky ones who were shot. Looking at Old Edward's expression, it can be seen that this is a big deal, so the temporary guards of the President quickly asked those who were still cleaning the live broadcast equipment to leave the ward immediately. Margaret did not enter the ward either. Although there is no saying that the harem interferes in politics in the United States, generally speaking, no one would like the President's wife to be too involved in these confidential events. After all, it is the President who is elected, and the President's wife is incidental. There are exceptions, such as President Carter's wife, who will attend her husband's ministerial meeting, and Clinton's wife also participates in state affairs, but most of the President's wives are unlikely to get involved in these things. Kai was left behind. Old Edward looked at Kai and then at the President. Margaret is a little nervous now. Benjamin looked helpless. After experiencing this kind of thing, no one could take it calmly, including Benjamin, but he didn't show it as obviously as Margaret, and I believe in Kai. He has proved himself. If it is too confidential, I will let him go. Old Edward didn't say anything. Kai was also his acquaintance. What he was going to say next was indeed confidential, but it didn't matter to Kai. Our people checked the body of the female terrorist and found something, that is Zero. Kai took the initiative to say that Zero's peculiarity, which is why the military would immediately check Zero's body. Benjamin knew why Edward didn't insist on letting Kai leave. So he asked Edward to continue. The woman's body has traces of transformation. Our scientists found traces of genetic engineering and a large number of drug transformations on her body. They concluded that this is a fairly mature transformation technology. Although it is not yet confirmed whether this transformation is universal, we believe that our enemies will definitely not have only one such transformation warrior. Benjamin frowned. He had actually been thinking about who launched this terrorist attack. There are many suspected targets, a bunch of terrorist organizations in the Middle East, and countries in the world that hate the United States. There are too many countries that have the ability to do it. But if you think about it carefully, every suspected target has reasons that show that they did not do it. For example, those terrorist organizations in the Middle East have motives and are willing to destroy the United States. But the problem is that these people can only use AK-47 and RPG weapons. They don't have the technology or the ability to do such a big thing. The same is true for those countries that take the United States. Most of them live a miserable life. For example, several countries in South America have domestic inflation and are struggling to make a living. They don't have the ability to do it even if they want to. And those countries that have the ability to do it don't have such a big motivation. For example, the other 4 permanent members of the 5 permanent members, including China and Russia, have such capabilities. In fact, Russia can only say that it hates the United States, but it has not hated it to the point of blowing up the entire United States. In this regard, the United States and the Russians have a big cognitive bias. Because of the propaganda of the Cold War, many Americans believe that Russia hates them and wants to destroy them. But for the Russians, the most important thing now is development, so that Russia can return to the position they think it is. They have no interest and no time to destroy the United States for the time being. Let alone China in this world. The Huaxia in this world is a sophisticated isolationist. Except for their own sphere of influence, they rarely express their opinions on the affairs of other countries. The United States has always regarded them as enemies, but Huaxia is a little indifferent to the United States. It is completely because the United States needs such an enemy after the disintegration of the Soviet Union that it forced them to arrange it. But the top leaders of the United States are very clear that the Chinese are not interested in them. And even if the two countries have ill intentions towards the United States, they will not use this method. International rules have their own way of playing, and terrorism is too low. No normal country will use this method. So after a circle, Benjamin himself was confused and couldn't figure out who had the ability and motivation. Regarding this female cyborg, Kai, do you have anything to add? In fact, even if Benjamin didn't keep Kai, Edward would have talked to Kai about this matter later. They hope to know the performance of this cyborg and how to deal with it. That woman, her combat power is not bad, but her shortcomings are obvious. Once she starts fighting, she loses her mind and has no rules at all. It's not difficult to deal with her. A well-trained team can cooperate to kill her. If the opponent's cyborgs are all at this level, there is nothing to worry about. I didn't come back until 12:30. Because I had a lot of fun, I couldn't sleep, so I kept typing until now. Considering your hard work, please support me with recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 616 Trump. Having said that, we still have to be wary of this technology. Old Edward actually didn't care much about the combat effectiveness of this thing. His real purpose was not to emphasize the harm of the cyborg. What he wanted was, I think we must restart the super soldier program. This is the typical thinking of the old Americans. No matter how valuable the other party's technology is, I must have it anyway. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the great United States to not have the corresponding technology? And from the current point of view, the other party's superhuman plan has been used in actual combat, which is even more unbearable. Speaking of the superhuman transformation plan, the United States is really crying. Are there many such projects? Of course there are many. Since Captain America, the United States has been committed to developing a new Captain America. But just like being possessed by evil spirits, the United States superhuman experiments have never had any good results. At this stage, the only thing that makes people's eyes shine is the Hulk. Even this, it was created by accident. At least so far, military scientists are still confused about how the Hulk was created, and they don't even understand the principle. This is why the military must catch the Hulk. The Hulk is not important. As a weapon, he is currently in an unqualified state. How can a weapon fight against its own people before dealing with the enemy? But the principle of his creation is very important. As long as they know the principle, they can slowly improve it until it can be mass-produced and controlled. Unfortunately, the military messed it up. Not only did the Hulk cause a big fuss in Los Angeles, causing thousands of casualties, but an abomination also appeared. That thing is more destructive than the Hulk. So after the Battle of Los Angeles, Benjamin immediately ordered the military to suspend all similar experiments. If it happens again, the image of the military and the government will be completely ruined. And the military has no choice but to suspend it. It's not that they are really afraid of the president's order. The real reason is that the funding for these projects has been stopped. There is no way to stop it. These days, nothing can be done without money. Edward is a typical soldier. Although he is not in the same faction as Ross, he has to do this kind of thing to fight for the welfare of the military. Who says he is a soldier? To put it bluntly, the reason why old Edward came to talk about the transformation of humans was to cheat the government for funds. Old Edward's words made Kai look over. Kai had no prejudice against these so-called super soldier projects. What he really didn't like was the way these people did things, such as Ross and Stryker. Look at what these guys have done. You are actually planning to do these things again. Aren't the previous lessons enough? The ruins of Los Angeles have not been cleaned up yet. Facing Kai's choke, old Edward was as steady as an old dog. The destruction was not caused by those two big guys. The real culprit is the god of war Ares, right? Then you should really thank Ares. Otherwise, all of you will have to go home and eat your own food. Old Edward smiled. Facing Kai's accusations, he was not surprised. He was familiar with Kai and knew that this guy had a rare sense of justice, otherwise he would not have beaten Ross like that and kicked himself out of the army. This kind of personality is a strong sense of justice, but it is not good to say, it is just a reckless man. Old Edward admitted that Kai was an extremely good soldier, and even an absolutely good policeman and a good person. But old Edward also felt very sorry, even a little contemptuous. Because of Kai's untimely sense of justice, his future can only be like this. Even if he had not been forced to retire, he could only be a soldier in his life, not a general. Soldiers only need to be able to fight, but generals need to know politics. Patton was good at fighting, right? But in the end, it was Eisenhower who was most respected. This is the reality. Kai is very good at fighting, yes, but he is just very good at fighting. So in the face of Kai's criticism, old Edward pretended not to hear it. First of all, Kai is such a person with a strong sense of justice. Such a person is destined not to like politicians. Secondly, what Kai said is nothing to the government. I don't know how many people outside scold the government every day. Just look at Benjamin. He did not oppose it immediately like Kai, but weighed the pros and cons. Even the president cannot really act completely according to his own will. He does want to cut military spending, but that does not mean that he hopes that the United States will lag behind other countries in terms of military power. This is the natural position brought by the identity of the president. This kind of thing, such as self-destruction, can happen in Europe, but it is absolutely impossible to happen in the United States. I need a detailed report, and at the same time, supervision must be strengthened this time. Congress and the government need to have supervision over these projects. In the past, the Super Soldier Project can be said to be flourishing. Basically, every major interest group in the United States has its own project. The Navy has it, the Air Force has it, the Army has it, the CIA has it, and the Department of Homeland Security has it. In short, basically as long as there are conditions, these bureaucratic agencies will do it, and many of them don't know why. In short, the government supervision of these projects is very low, even to the point of being out of control. Previously, relying on the Los Angeles incident, the government finally had an excuse to stop all these projects. Now if they want to open them again, the president and the government will not be able to let go so easily. Politics is the art of compromise. Faced with the president's asking price, Edward, who represents the interests of the military, thought about it and decided to accept it. After all, it was indeed too much before. It is impossible for people to want everything but be unwilling to pay for nothing. Kai looked at the transaction between them coldly. He was powerless to do anything about it. He had already made his attitude clear, but others didn't care. What could he do? Kai was very self-aware. He was not suitable to compete for power with these political veterans. He did not have the talent. Mr. President, at this time, the door of the ward was suddenly opened, and the president's temporary secretary rushed in. His behavior made everyone frown. But the secretary could not care so much. Mr. President, urgent news, the mayor of New York was just assassinated. A group of people looked at the secretary in shock. New York, the largest city in the United States and the fifth largest city in the world, is located in the southeast of New York State, in the northern part of the east coast of the United States. New York is one of the most famous cities in the world, the capital of international economy, finance, art, and media, and the headquarters of the United Nations. New York City is also home to many world-class museums, galleries, and performing arts competition venues, making it one of the cultural and entertainment centers in the Western Hemisphere. New York City is located in the heart of the Greater New York metropolitan area, one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world with a population of 22 million. The city has 5 districts: Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, and Staten Island. In 2003, New York's GDP was estimated to be $488.8 billion, the highest among all cities in the United States. If compared with other states, it ranks 6th. If that is the GDP of a country, it ranks 16th in the world, surpassing Belgium, $433 billion, accounting for 10% of the U.S. GDP. At the same time, New York is also one of the industrial centers of the United States. The clothing, printing, cosmetics and other industries are ranked first in the country. Machinery manufacturing, arms production, oil processing and food processing also occupy an important position. Most rivers in the city are connected to the Atlantic Ocean. The port is huge, well-equipped and never freezes all year round. New York is also an important hub for railway transportation. The subway in New York is more than 1,000 kilometers long and is currently the longest and fastest subway transportation system in the world. New York has 3 international airports, among which the famous Kennedy International Airport undertakes 50% of the country's import and export cargo air transport business and 35% of international passenger business. The Federal Reserve, Wall Street, the United Nations headquarters, the New York Stock Exchange, the Nasdaq Stock Exchange, these important institutions in the world's financial world are all in New York. You can imagine how important this city is. So the position of the mayor of New York is extremely important, but such a person was assassinated. That's right, it was assassinated. This made everyone present look at each other in bewilderment. They all wondered if the United States was cursed this year. First it was Los Angeles, then the White House, and now it's New York's turn? What happened? Why did William Wharton, a Democrat? He is also a political star favored by the Democratic Party and the candidate for the next presidential election. His political stance is the same as Benjamin's. They both hope to promote centrist economic policies and reformative social policies, and believe that the government should play a role in poverty alleviation and social assistance. Now the New York government is in chaos, but according to some news, it seems to be related to the recent gang war. The secretary obviously knew some of the situation before. Benjamin was stunned. The gang war led to the killing of the mayor of New York? What a joke. This is the United States, and that is New York. It's not El Salvador or Colombia. When did those gangs dare to assassinate a politician, and the mayor of New York City? I don't want to hear these specious news, I want accurate news. The secretary retreated in fear under Benjamin's roar. Benjamin is very angry now, because he feels that the United States is out of control. He even lost his composure because of this. Benjamin's external image has always been perfect, handsome, knowledgeable, and friendly. On social networks, you can often see the president joking with the White House staff like an ordinary person. But now he can't maintain his image. Edward and several soldiers looked at each other and decided not to say anything. This is an internal affair, and the president does not need soldiers to give advice. After a while, Benjamin calmed down and said to old Edward apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone, I will wait for your report on the proposal just now." Edward. It looks like we have to work overtime today. After that, Benjamin also said to Kai apologetically, "Sorry, Kai, please help notify the entourage outside. I need the temporary cabinet to come here for a meeting." Old Edward is not a member of the cabinet, but now he is Benjamin's temporary cabinet. The other cabinet members are similar, and their deputies are temporarily acting as their duties. After all, the stun bomb that Kai had Duke drop had caused most of the cabinet ministers to recover in the hospital. The soft killing ability of that thing is quite strong. In the Donald Building in New York, an old white man with a ridiculous hairstyle jumped up excitedly after hearing that the mayor of New York was killed. He saw an opportunity. But Eva, his aide and his daughter, had a headache. Ahem. Dad, if you really want to run for mayor at this time, you must put away your smile. You must show sadness and anger now, so that you can get recognition from others. Oh, of course I know, after all, no one knows how to perform better than me. But now it's just you, I don't need to hide my thoughts. The man with a ridiculous hairstyle waved his hands to express his excitement. Donald, this man is not a household name in the United States, but he is definitely a celebrity. He likes to be noticed, so he makes big news everywhere. Not to mention that he really made a name for himself. Many of his extreme views are praised by extreme right-wing groups who are dissatisfied with the current social situation. So just over a year ago, he announced that he would run for mayor of New York City, and he thought it was the beginning of his political career. even though he was already in his 60s at the time. But the campaign began. Contrary to many people's expectations, his approval rating was not low. But how to say it? People voted for him more for fun, and no one really thought he could really be elected. As everyone expected at the beginning, he failed. But how to say it? He didn't lose. After all, the attention was really raised. Even the Republican Party wanted him to join the party, and they were optimistic about his next term. Although Donald didn't admit defeat at all and felt that there was something wrong with the election, in fact, he and his team were aiming for the next election. But unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. The mayor of New York City died. Although according to regulations, the mayor will be replaced by the next person in the power sequence until the election starts again. But this gave Donald a chance. He could contact the Republican Party to start the election in advance. This is not difficult, anyway, just create controversy. After all, the person who has the power to succeed the mayor himself does not have a high approval rating. We should launch a media campaign right now, saying that the successor of the current mayor is the mastermind behind the incident. After all, he is the biggest beneficiary. In short, we must discredit him. In addition, we should call for early elections in the parliament. Donald was very excited, because no matter how you look at it, his approval rating is the highest. That's not enough, Dad, Eva quickly interrupted Donald's ecstasy. We must come up with a strong governing program, otherwise the voters will not buy it. Compared with her father, Eva is much more sober. His father is now a funny character in the political arena, and he does not have the political credibility to really buy into the voters. Just relying on the support of those fans who are eager to watch the excitement and not mind the big things will not make his father really become the mayor of the most important city in the world. Yes, yes, yes. We need a governing program. So what should I do? Eva had already thought about it. Tough. So many things have happened in the United States, which makes many people lack a sense of security. So we must create a tough image. Let them know that choosing us is equal to choosing safety. Then what are the details? This proposal is in line with Donald's personality. Right now we have the best excuse. The mayor of New York City has been killed. You mean to fight the gangs? That's right. Eva nodded. Donald fell into deep thought, but shook his head. Not enough. What? Eva didn't understand. If we want to fight, we'll fight the biggest one, Kingpin. Donald smiled confidently. Happy New Year. Please vote for next month so that we can celebrate the new year. Also, it's almost the new year. Do you still need to keep your recommendation votes? Vote now. Chapter 617 Reactions from all sides. Nestor is already a member of the New York City Council, and he is the youngest one. This is of course partly due to his family background, but family background is always a help, not the main reason. Nestor is a passionate person. His speeches can always mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience, and his appearance is also close to perfect. Young, handsome, married early, and already has children. This is very important to Americans. Americans and Chinese are very similar in this regard. They like to emphasize family. A person with a happy family is more likely to be reliable to voters. Just look at the past U.S. presidents, and you will know that no president is single anyway. Most of them have both sons and daughters, and their husbands and wives are loving. The reason for the quotation marks is that even if they are not loving, they will behave like a couple outside. In short, Nestor has no shortcomings except for his age. Of course, age is not a problem, especially now that people are very accepting of young politicians. Generations are developing. But Nestor still knows that he still lacks a lot of things. So he found Harvey. Nestor is actually not familiar with Harvey. They have completely different backgrounds and different life trajectories. Even their interests and hobbies are different. So when Harvey received Nestor's invitation, he was still confused. Campaign partner, in a hidden high-end restaurant, Harvey stared at Nestor in front of him in amazement. To be honest, Harvey also has his own political ambitions. Because of his own experience, he has been committed to eliminating crime so that children like him can have a better future. Harvey feels that in order to do all this, he must do two things. One is to fight crime. He always believes that crime is a cancer. It leads many children astray. At the same time, these crimes also make the children's living environment worse. Can you imagine that those children will directly join the gang after graduating from high school? This is very common in the community where he used to live. Those children are either forced or deceived to join the gang, and once they join those gangs, their lives are ruined. The second point is also the most important point. That is to eliminate poverty. Poverty is the root of everything. Because of poverty, those children have to join the gang in order to survive, and because of poverty, many people are desperate. Because of poverty, they can't get a good education, have no skills to make a living, and don't join the gang. What can they do? They have to eat, and their families and children have to eat too. His economics teacher once said to him, "Most of the problems in this society are economic problems. If the economic problems are solved, then many problems will be solved." To achieve these 2 points, politics is almost Harvey's only way out. Apart from that, Harvey can't see any way to solve these problems. Harvey has been donating money to those poor children over the years, but what can he do with that little money? Even if he becomes a rich man, it's the same, because there are many reasons for poverty. Giving money to those people can't solve all problems, even the most basic problems. Doing business can't save those children, maybe it can save some, but, in short, only by solving the problem fundamentally can the status quo be changed. So Harvey's route has always been clear. First, as a prosecutor, he fights crime, accumulates fame, and then enters politics, and then changes this society little by little. This is difficult, Harvey knows it very well. He may even need to spend decades, or even his entire life. But he knew that if he didn't do it, he would be restless for the rest of his life. Not every child is as lucky as him to meet an old principal who is willing to help him. So he must do it, even if he can't see hope, he has to do it. But he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. According to his idea, he should still sit in the position of prosecutor for a long time, then run for chief prosecutor, then enter the judiciary or directly run for a seat in parliament, and then climb up. But now his plan has been brought forward by many years. This is a rare opportunity. But Harvey is also full of doubts. Because he doesn't trust Nestor. Not only because of Nestor's background, but also because he doesn't believe in those traditional politicians at all. That's right, Harvey, you have popularity, ambition, and are respected by many people. And I have resources and means. If we combine, we will definitely make a career, Nestor said confidently. Finding Harvey was a well-thought-out decision for Nestor. First of all, as he said, Harvey has a very high prestige among the lower-class people. Many civilians think that Harvey is their patron saint and a pioneer in fighting crime. This is very important to Nestor. Because in the American political system, this part of the people is often ignored. The reason is very simple, because these people don't vote at all. Since they don't vote, those politicians naturally won't care. In fact, this is also because those politicians have played too many fraudulent games. They always swear to promise, and then betray gorgeously. In this way, even if others are fools, they are unwilling to believe them again. But Nestor keenly noticed this part of the votes. As long as these people can support themselves, it will be a great force. Of course, the premise is to make those people believe in themselves and be willing to vote for themselves. This is difficult. But Harvey in front of him can do it. First of all, Harvey's background will make those people empathize, and Harvey's experience can make them see hope. In short, Harvey can win their trust, which is what Nestor wants. Secondly, Harvey is definitely a wonderful partner. Because Harvey lacks background and resources, Harvey will always be in a supporting position in the future cooperation, so that everything is based on Nestor. Although Nestor agrees with Harvey's political ideas, he wants to be the main one, not to make wedding clothes for others. Nestor is too young. Which of the old guys in the parliament is not more qualified than him? If you cooperate with those old guys, you may be cheated at any time. But Harvey is different. He is simply a perfect partner. Nestor can not only use Harvey's prestige, but also use it to make Harvey his own strength. Perfect. Don't say Nestor is a bad guy. In fact, this is the quality that a politician should have. To realize his ideals and make profits for himself at the same time, this is a real politician. After all, Nestor does not intend to make himself a saint. Then Nestor will get rid of all his ideas about governing. At first, Harvey was not interested. Harvey's value is there. It is impossible that only Nestor noticed it. Others are not stupid. But Harvey did not agree to anyone. As mentioned before, he did not trust them. Here, they also include Nestor. But as Nestor narrated, Harvey had to admit that he was moved. Nestor is an excellent orator. What he said was exactly what he wanted. But Harvey still held back. He couldn't help asking. Then where are you going to start, Kingpin, Nestor said confidently. Kingpin, this was the most shocking thing for Harvey during this conversation. He knew what Kingpin represented. He also knew how difficult Kingpin was to deal with. Do you know what Kingpin represented, my friend? Of course I know. And I also know that almost 30% of the people in the New York City government have contact with this guy. Even many congressmen. I also know how much you want to defeat this guy. And I can tell you for sure that if you want to defeat Kingpin, the only person you can trust is me. Because I can guarantee 100% that I have no connection with Kingpin. Harvey took a breath and believed it. He knew too well how many people in New York's corrupt political system were corrupted by Kingpin. He caught Kingpin's tail many times, but he got rid of it easily. These were not just what a few law and wealth wolves could do. They gave Kingpin too much help. So even in order to defeat Kingpin, he was willing to cooperate with Nestor. So where do you plan to start? Hell's Kitchen. That's the key to Kingpin's dominance over the entire New York underworld. Only by changing that place can Kingpin become a toothless tiger. Nestor was very excited because he knew Harvey had basically agreed, otherwise he wouldn't have asked him for specific methods. But that's difficult. The police there have become Kingpin's personal thugs. We can't do anything about it. No, we do, Nestor said confidently. The police there are indeed corrupted by Kingpin, but we can completely replace them with others. Who can replace them? Harvey asked. Him. Nestor took out a magazine, and the cover on it was Kite in a police uniform. Just when Nestor was ambitious, Kingpin instinctively felt a threat. The mayor of New York is dead. Kingpin was stunned by the news. He didn't expect that the High Table would do such a thing. This gang war dates back to a few years ago. As the king of New York, Kingpin will naturally have connections with the High Table, but they are more like partners. Kingpin never intends to join the High Table, not because the High Table is not strong enough, but because he can't see his future in the High Table. The highest authority of the High Table is the 12 seats of the High Table. The 12 seats of the High Table have always been controlled by the 12 families that founded the High Table. The most he can join is to be a senior vassal of one of the 12 families of the 12 seats of the High Table. Although this set of rules can indeed allow vassals to become actual power holders and use the family they depend on as a shield, rules are rules. Even if Kingpin is powerful, he can't really become one of the 12 seats of the High Table, and he must be careful of being backstabbed at any time. The 12 families of the High Table have been playing this way for many years. They may indeed lose power for a while, but they will soon return the power to the people. Kingpin doesn't really mind temporarily submitting to others. He also came from the bottom, and it's not shameful. But he can't stand it if he can't see a future. So the High Table and Kingpin have always been a cooperation. And there is no superior or subordinate. Until Kingpin got in touch with another force. The Hand. This gang organization from Japan has been developing rapidly in the United States in recent decades. Inevitably, it came into conflict with the High Table. The High Table did think about incorporating the Hand into the High Table system, but unfortunately, this organization was very disdainful of the High Table's recruitment. So the two began to have various conflicts. In the previous Los Angeles gang war, the Japanese ninjas and a group of mysterious killers fought each other, which was a microcosm of the conflict between the two. Therefore, the cooperation between Kingpin and the Hand became closer and closer, and the High Table was naturally unlikely to continue to tolerate Kingpin sitting on the throne of New York. So after the last warning, the High Table and Kingpin finally went to war. Just a while ago, a group of Russian gangs suddenly entered New York and destroyed several of Kingpin's warehouses at once. These Russian gangs are real gangs from Russia, not gangs that have been in New York before. Here we have to talk about the form of world gangs. Many people think of the American mafia when they talk about gangs, and think that these mafia are so powerful. But in fact, in the ranking of world criminal organizations, American gangs have always been the younger of the younger, and only the gangs in the Western era were decent. The mafia after that can only be said to be barely okay, and now, those black gangs are not good enough. They are only famous in the world thanks to the powerful propaganda ability of the United States. The most terrible gang forces in the world today are divided into three waves. They come from Latin America, Russia and Albania. Let's not talk about Latin America, such as Ms. 13, such as the Mexican drug cartel, such as the Latin King, such as the Brazilian gang, etc., which are absolutely notorious. Even the local government can't do anything about them. If you are interested, you can check the information, which will definitely subvert your three views. The Albanian gangs sound unimpressive, but in fact they have gradually become the nightmare of European countries. If you want to talk about the most inhumane, the most unruly, and the most beautiful gangs, it must be the Albanian gangs, but they are not active in the United States, so Americans have no impression of them, so let's not talk about them for now. The best international gangs are the gangs from Russia, and their formation has profound historical reasons. It was the disintegration of the Soviet Union that led to the prosperity of the Russian mafia. The disintegration of the Soviet Union left a huge vacuum in all aspects of Russian society, morality, and economic life. The Russian mafia took the opportunity to fill the gap and control a large amount of social wealth. In addition, the constant conflicts between the various factions in the Russian regime made some officials caught in the middle worry about their situation and drove them to maximize their power and reap rich material benefits. And using corrupt officials to make profits for themselves is the best skill of the mafia. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the living standards of the Russian people dropped sharply, while the lawbreakers became rich overnight. As a result, the psychological imbalance led to a terrible change in values. And many social talents at that time actually began to flow into the mafia. This gave the Russian mafia an extremely strong motivation. When Yeltsin's shock therapy almost killed Russia, this situation reached its peak. After that, the Russian mafia had money, talents, and even weapons. A large number of weapons flowed into the hands of these mafia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and there were even jokes about American agents buying nuclear submarines from Russian mafia on the streets. With these things, the power of the Russian mafia began to expand wildly. Now the best international mafia in the world comes from Russia. They are organized, disciplined, good at fighting, and brutal. They are definitely the mafia version of the bear. This kind of strong force settled in New York, and the one who was most impressed was naturally Kingpin. For a time, Kingpin's power was greatly affected. More importantly, Kingpin lost a lot of good players in Los Angeles, which put him under great pressure. This is why, although Kingpin suffered such a big loss in Los Angeles, he did not retaliate. Because he had no time. In order to completely suppress these outsiders, Kingpin had to use some means. Use political means. Although the mayor of New York City and President Benjamin's political views are very compatible, he also has the Cold War plot of most Americans. He is very wary of and hates Russians. This was used by Jinping. He used his friends in the government to influence the mayor, and then used the mayor's attitude to pry the law enforcement department, and dealt a heavy blow to the Russians, and taught the Russians a lesson, causing them to suffer heavy losses. But I didn't expect the reaction after the high table would be so terrible. They killed the mayor directly. When Jinping got the news, he cursed almost immediately. He thought he had no bottom line enough, but he didn't expect the other party to be a complete lunatic and didn't care about anything at all. This is going to overturn the whole table. The rhythm of making everyone unable to play? Jinping can imagine how angry the federal government is and the pressure he will face. One chapter has been lifted, but why can't the President of the United States be mapped? Chapter 618 Agreement. A week later, Kai returned to Los Angeles from Washington, D.C. Los Angeles, how to say it, it's still the same old thing. Although the overall order has been restored, there are still some small riots from time to time. But overall it is under control, and these are all based on a series of bloody facts. In the few days that Kai was away, the police were dispatched 3 times and knocked down 3 well-known gangs. And the attacks were very cruel, with heavy casualties. Although many people question whether the Los Angeles Police Department was unnecessary to be so cruel, since Kai fought against those media and made them look bad, the overall public opinion environment is quite good for the police. By the way, the federal Supreme Court has accepted the lawsuit that shocked the entire United States, and it will be heard soon. This made the media who originally thought that Kai was just scaring them a little anxious. They actively contacted the Los Angeles Police Department, hoping to cancel the lawsuit. But the Los Angeles Police Department is not stupid. It is obvious that the entire police department is resentful of those media. At this time, if they forced Kai and his team to cancel the lawsuit, it would definitely turn the resentment towards them. After all, too many police officers died in this war. At this time, only the top leaders of the police station would stand up unless they had a hole in their brains. Even this matter was used by the lawyers hired by Kai to make a fuss. These media wanted to suppress the normal operation of the judiciary through the top leaders of the police station. This was definitely a good handle. Just when the lawyers group was building momentum, Kai also came back. His response was very simple. He directly found those who put pressure on the police station and arrested them. The charge was obstruction of justice. After the lawsuit was accepted by the court, using power to force the plaintiff to cancel the lawsuit at this time was obstruction of justice. Although those people claimed that they were just normal out-of-court contacts and tried to reconcile. But Kai did not accept this statement. If you want to try to reconcile, why go to their superiors? So a group of big shots were arrested, including a member of the Los Angeles City Council, and a state legislature was also summoned by the police. To be honest, Kai's actions this time made the big guys of the Los Angeles Police Department very dissatisfied. Because many of these people are their personal relationships. They came to persuade. Naturally they knew the bigwigs in the police station, but Kai didn't care about the bigwigs' wishes at all, and made these people look humiliated, which also implied a slap in their faces. Even ruined their reputation. It's a very simple logic. These people have contact with the upper echelons of the police station, and only the two of them know about it. Now Kai has torn his face directly, which means that the upper echelons of the police station have betrayed those who came to match. Isn't this ruining his reputation? Even many powerful people in Los Angeles and California are very dissatisfied with Kai's behavior. Kai is breaking the rules of the game. This kind of exchange of interests is very common among them. It's okay for you, Kai, to not give face, but also openly break the rules. Take this kind of transaction out to the public, and let public opinion force these powerful people. In their view, this is definitely the rhythm of rebellion. Unfortunately, Kai doesn't care. In fact, those who are dissatisfied with Kai have no way to deal with it. Kai is now very popular, and he is not easy to mess with. Those people can only be dissatisfied no matter how dissatisfied they are. Even the boss of Kai's boss had to hold back. Not only could they not touch Kai at all, but they had to stand up and fight on the same front with Kai. This kind of frustration is something that these powerful people rarely experience. What is the police? They are their thugs and their tools to maintain their own order. When did these tools actually force them in turn? But there is no way. Reality is reality. The reality is that Kai is now undefeated and impeccable. They can't fight him and can only dance to his tune. In their opinion, because of Kai's existence, they have a sense of losing control of the Los Angeles police, especially the upper echelons of the police station. The reason why they handed over the names of those people was not because they saw Kai was handsome, but because Kai threatened them very strongly. Of course, it can't be said that these guys did nothing. At least they are trying to find a way to break this situation. They really thought of a way, that is, to get Kai out, at least not in Los Angeles. Can't you afford to provoke or hide? But doing so requires some preparation, and it must be done little by little. Kai didn't know that he was already on the blacklist and was about to be escorted out of the country. He was meeting someone at Pepper Potts at the moment. Jason Jameson, the president of the New York Herald. The New York Herald is a very influential newspaper in New York and even in the United States. Their purpose is the spirit of independence. The fact is that they are never biased. To put it bluntly, they are super argumentative. They like to interpret practice differently from the public opinion. This kind of argumentative spirit is respected by many people and is considered to be the true independent spirit, which makes their credibility very high. For example, in the last public opinion offensive against the Los Angeles police, the Herald did not follow the crowd to criticize the police. Later, when public opinion turned around, the Herald stood up again, singing the importance of freedom of speech, and hinted that the Los Angeles Police Department might frame those reporters. This is the Herald, the third largest media group in New York. Their president, Jason Jameson, is the third-generation head of the group and the hero who made the Herald reach its current height. He has a very high status in the public opinion circle, and many reporters regard him as an idol. That's why Jason Jameson is here. He is seeking a settlement on behalf of the accused media. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Kai's lawsuit is just to ask those media to pay some money, which is no big deal. But the truth is not that simple. Money? For the capital behind those media, money has never been a problem. The real problem is credibility. The most important thing for the media, especially the serious media, is credibility. What you say must be believed by others. Without this, who will listen to the serious media? So they don't care about money, they care about not losing the case. In fact, the punishment Kai gave them is the same $1.6 billion in compensation. Ha, what are you thinking? Unless those judges are stupid, they will let Kai's 1.6 billion compensation request be approved. It is true that Kai can't even make back a lawyer's fees after winning the case. Money has never been Kai's wish. After all, there are so many media, and each of them has to pay a little bit of 1.6 billion. At least they can afford it. What they can't really afford is the hate of fake news and the loss of credibility. This is much more expensive than 1.6 billion. So compensation is okay. But they can't lose the case. In fact, since the lawsuit was accepted by the federal court, the loss of the stock prices of these media has exceeded 1.6 billion. So there is no way, they must make this matter end. So they asked Jason Jameson to take action and let him settle with Kai. This seems strange. After all, the Bugle has nothing to do with this lawsuit. But in fact, it is not the case. The Bugle has nothing to do with the lawsuit, but it has something to do with Jason Jameson. His family is in the media, and it is very big, which means that he does not only own a Bugle media. As for why the Bugle will be associated with a Bugle when it is mentioned, it is entirely because the foundation of Johnson's family business is the Bugle, and he has spent the most time on the Bugle, and even his office is at the Bugle headquarters. Johnson is a person related to the incident, and he is relatively detached. He has no grudges with the New York police, so it is best for him to be the representative. Thank you for coming to see me, Detective Wayne. Johnson's image in the outside world has always been an arrogant, stubborn and weird old man who dares to confront anyone. But when he met Kai, he was very kind and not as domineering as he was in public. Perhaps seeing Kai's doubts, Johnson quickly explained, "Don't doubt my attitude. I respect you very much. Not because of your reputation as a superhero, but because of your identity as a policeman. In fact, I prefer your identity as a policeman. I admire you very much for standing up and fighting those monsters for the people of Los Angeles, regardless of danger. I don't like the word superhero. I always think that superheroes are people who have no regard for the law, have dangerous and powerful abilities, and use them to attract attention. In contrast, people like you who deserve more respect are police officers, firefighters, first responders and other frontline responders and soldiers. Those superheroes easily take away people's attention and praise. And those who deserve praise have always been unknown. I think people all over the world should realize this. This is the responsibility of newspaper practitioners." Johnson's stubborn character immediately appeared. In fact, Kai didn't hate Johnson's point of view. Because it is the truth. Just look at the recent public opinion, and you will know that people are enthusiastic about discussing superheroes, but there are few reports on the police who died. This is unfair. Even though Kai is also a superhero, he still thinks so. Superheroes are heroes, but aren't those police and soldiers who died heroes? I am very grateful for your understanding. I also thank you for your report on behalf of those police who died. Johnson not only said this, but also did it. Among all the major media, only the Bugle did a special report on those police who died. This is also the reason why Kai is willing to meet Johnson. Even if the Bugle also hinted that the police's arrest of reporters was a false accusation, Kai was not very angry, because they could not be considered wrong. How many of them were false accusations? Who knows better than Kai? After that, the conversation between the two was very smooth, and the two even felt that they had talked too late. On the one hand, this is because Johnson is really good at dealing with people. After all, he is in the media, so it is normal for him to be able to talk. On the other hand, Johnson and Kai do have the same temper. This may be related to Johnson's experience. Johnson's family has a tradition of joining the army. Johnson and his father have all joined the army. Johnson believes that joining the army can train a person's discipline and temper a person's will. But what's interesting is that Johnson and his father also think that serving as a senior officer in the army will make the military career no longer pure, so none of the men in their family have served as a senior officer. Basically, if they really want to be promoted, they will choose to retire. It's a very strange approach. In short, the two chatted happily, but until they broke up, neither of them talked about the lawsuit at all. This made Pepper feel very strange. "Aren't you here to talk about the lawsuit? Why didn't you mention it, the lawsuit?" "It's already been discussed," Kai smiled and said. Pepper widened his eyes and recalled carefully, and found that his memory was not wrong. "Haha, it seems you haven't seen this kind of negotiation," Kai explained. "Why do you think Johnson emphasized his family tradition? Do you think he is idle? He wants me to promise." What he said before about superheroes and policemen is also a condition to me. They will treat us more fairly in the future, and even favor us. I acknowledged his contribution, which means I agreed. Pepper has also experienced many negotiations. After such an explanation, he immediately understood. They just said it very obscurely. And Pepper soon understood why they said it so obscurely, because of those media. They have already bowed their heads, but they still have to make a promise for the sake of face. This is related to the issue of credibility. What's next? Pepper asked. Of course, it's through lawyers. Otherwise, why did I spend so much money? After reaching an agreement, the compensation is just a minor detail. Kai doesn't need to cheat. Although it won't be as scary as 1.6 billion, it is definitely a happy number. Those falsely accused police will get a lot of compensation, and Kai also gets what he wants. Everyone is happy. Some people say that those unscrupulous media didn't learn a lesson. That's true, but there is one fact that needs to be emphasized here. That is, Kai can indeed make the capital behind the media pay the price, but it is impossible to really defeat them completely. This is a capitalist society, and offending the government is not as terrifying as offending capital. Let them remember that Kai and the Los Angeles police really can't make any mistakes in the future, otherwise they will be humanely destroyed in public opinion. Kai's purpose has never been to vent his anger, but to strive for a sufficiently tolerant public opinion environment for himself and the police. Now that he has done it and achieved his goal, there is naturally no need to continue to waste time. Pepper obviously understands this, otherwise she would not come to mediate. She showed a reassuring smile. I thought you would continue to be deadlocked, which made me worry for so long. Pepper thought of something as she said, by the way, Natalie is still waiting for you to call her. Really, Kai? I think you two get along very well, and you can get in touch more. Kai smiled. You are my friend, not my mother, so you don't have to care so much about my private life. This will make me misunderstand. I don't want to be jealous of Tony, that idiot. In this world, only Kai can call Tony an idiot so casually. Pepper rolled her eyes at Kai and prepared to leave with her bag. Aren't you going to have dinner with me? I have an appointment with that idiot you mentioned, so maybe next time. But Natalie is free. Thank you so much. Well, since you're not going to accompany me, I'll go find Natalie, Kai said. Chapter 619, Bench and Help. In the next 6 months, it seemed that the Los Angeles war had consumed the bad luck of Los Angeles, allowing this traumatized city to enter a rare period of peace. The gangsters were beaten up by the police and fell into silence. It is not that criminal activities have disappeared. This is impossible. As long as there are humans in this world, crime will not disappear. It can only be said that they have restrained themselves, and no one dares to trample on the rules established by the police at will. This also caused the crime rate in Los Angeles to drop to the lowest point in the past 50 years. Of course, another reason is that the whole Los Angeles has become busy. With the implementation of the city reconstruction plan, a large amount of funds have flowed in and a large number of job opportunities have emerged. This has caused a labor shortage in Los Angeles in a short period of time. Not everyone in the gang likes to live on the edge of a knife. Many of them are forced to do so. Now that there are job opportunities, they are naturally unwilling to mess around. This has also made this government and the police receive unprecedented praise. Kai also gained value at this opportunity. He is now a captain of the West District Police Station, which is roughly equivalent to a deputy chief. It is considered a senior police officer. Kai thought it was nothing at first, but as time went on, Kai found that he seemed to have been promoted in name only but demoted in reality. He did become the deputy director, but the party was in charge of was not very impressive, that is, a position with a lot of troubles and few opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Even Kai mostly dealt with documents, budgets and various reports, and he himself almost vomited from reading documents. Anyway, there were no major things, but a lot of small things. Kai was not stupid, and he soon realized that he seemed to have been cheated. Moreover, these libs did not allow Kai to say much. What if he was promoted? According to Kai's birthday on his social security number, he became the deputy director of a branch in a big city like Los Angeles at the age of 28, which was already quite terrible. What is there to complain about? But at the same time, he didn't have much chance to handle cases in person. After all, every position has its own things to do. He is the deputy director, so it is naturally impossible for him to be on the front line. He has his own responsibilities. This made Kai very dissatisfied and he complained to the director several times. Unfortunately, Dustin had no choice. Of course, he didn't want Kai to continue to be on the front line. There was no way. Kai's prestige was already very high. If he continued like this, he would really be a commander without troops. At this time, Kai also understood what was going on. It seemed that someone was dissatisfied with him. Kai could feel the indifference of the upper class towards him. Kai didn't care about this. He became a policeman out of habit and hobby. It seemed that he could do nothing in his life except being a soldier and a policeman. He was not interested in being an official. If he didn't do these, he didn't know what to do. Of course, being a superhero is okay, but superheroes are only occasionally, and he needs his own life. So when he offended those people, Kai didn't hesitate. In his opinion, he had no desires or demands. Even if they were unhappy, what could they do? But unexpectedly, these grandsons really found a way. Don't you want to do something? Hey, I just let you sit on the bench. This feeling made Kai very uncomfortable. And Kai didn't have any good way to deal with this situation. What can you do if you are good at fighting? Bomb the police station? Others played dirty with you. You went to protest. Others gave you earnest advice. You threatened him, but he didn't get angry. He just talked to you reasonably. In short, he is so cunning and sarcastic that you can't find any handle, and he also pretends to appreciate you and add burdens to you. Kai is disgusted. Kai is not the kind of person who will swallow his anger, so he plans to resign. Anyway, it's meaningless, so he might as well go back to Jade Town to be the sheriff. He is free and doesn't have to endure this kind of humiliation. But before Kai handed in his resignation letter, an unexpected person came to Los Angeles and asked to see him by name. Harvey Dent. Kai looked at the man in front of him who had a trine with the president and was a little confused about why the new chief prosecutor of New York came to see him. That's right, after half a year, the election in New York has ended, and the election partner Nestor and Harvey won as they wished. Nestor became the new mayor of New York City, and Harvey Dent also became the chief prosecutor of New York City. This news was only settled a few days ago. After all, early elections are not that simple. It was not settled until a few days ago. Why did the chief attorney of New York City come to Los Angeles to see me? Harvey Dent did not speak immediately, but took out a newspaper. Huh? Kai took the newspaper and took a look. He found a photo of a man speaking passionately on the front page of the newspaper, with the words "Declare war on the gangsters" on it. What does it mean? Kai was confused. Of course he knew the man, who was the new mayor of New York City. But he did not understand what Harvey meant. We need help, Harvey said straight to the point. Your help, Mr. Wayne, Harvey said without disguising. Nestor and I have always admired you, especially your tough measures in critical moments, which ensured that Los Angeles could restore order in the shortest time. And New York needs your ability and your uncompromising toughness. Go to New York. Kai really hadn't thought about this. Yes. When I came here, I already knew about your current situation, and I also understand the reasons for this situation. Harvey certainly understood why Kai was like this. He offended the real powerful class, and it was not a personal grudge. In fact, apart from some positions, many upper-class people actually admired Kai. After all, there are too few people who can withstand pressure and take on tasks these days, and Kai did a really good job, making the crime rate in Los Angeles the lowest in history. These are all political achievements. No one would think that there are few political achievements. But the bad thing is that Kai is out of control. Kai has money, so he is not interested in money. Kai will not be an official, and has never thought about being an official, so he is not interested in power. No desire means strength. And this is exactly why the upper-class people in Los Angeles are dissatisfied. Because such a Kai is not something they can control at all. In the game of power, no desire means strength is never a good word. Because that means Kai will only act according to his own principles and will not be driven by interests in power. How can this be? So Kai is destined to be a benchwarmer until Kai leaves or chooses to compromise. What can Kai do? Isn't he just leaving? Kai knew very well that he had no other choice. Because this is the same reason why superheroes must wear masks. What other reasons can there be? It's all about politics, Kai said disdainfully. That's right. Harvey looked at Kai seriously and said sincerely, so come to New York. Kai looked at Harvey with a smile. New York? It seems that the situation in New York is worse, right? Indeed. The situation in New York is very bad. Even worse than I thought. The police and criminals are colluding, power and money are traded, and they are in collusion everywhere. Then why do you want me to go? Kai said with a smile. Of course, I think only such a challenge can interest you. Moreover, I promise that Nestor and I will be your most resolute backing. We have decided that we will never compromise or go along with the crowd until we defeat the enemies of the city. Otherwise, we will never stop. You can have the greatest degree of freedom in New York. As long as you are for the good of the city, we are willing to support you. He said it with great enthusiasm, but Kai was not interested. Is what Harvey said good? Of course it is good. But then again, New York, what does it have to do with Kai? That's great, but I'm not interested, Kai said truthfully. He really has no interest. Harvey was stunned. He always thought that Kai was a man with a strong sense of justice, and he would not turn a blind eye to the chaos in New York, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. How could he know that Kai was fed up with these American politicians, and in his eyes, wasn't Harvey also a politician? What's the use of saying nice things? The politicians who tricked him said even better. Kai knew that he was not really suitable to play with these political people, so he decided to keep it simple. The small town sheriff is pretty good. Even if he feels itchy, he can act under a vest. There's nothing wrong with that. Harvey didn't know what was wrong, so he planned to continue persuading him. But at this moment, Kai's phone rang. Harvey saw this scene and immediately shut up. Hello, Brian? Why are you calling me at this time? Kai glanced at the caller ID. It was Brian. Brian is a comrade of Stuart, Kai's comrade in arms. It's a bit confusing, but in short, Kai and Brian met because of Stuart. They always met at the parties organized by Stuart. Kai also helped Brian a little, so they were very familiar with each other. Because they were both military men, they got along well. After Brian retired, he joined Stuart's security company. Except for parties, Brian was either working or being a filial father to his baby daughter. He rarely called Kai at this time. Jin was kidnapped. Brian didn't say any pleasantries and went straight to the point. Kidnapped? Where? When? What did the kidnapper want? Where are you now? Kai asked immediately after hearing this. Kai knew how nervous Brian was about his daughter. Sometimes he even spoiled her to the point of being unprincipled. For example, the time Kai helped Brian was because Jin wanted to be a singer and a star. Kai introduced Isabel as Lindy Entertainment that time, but the result? Let's not talk about it. Little girls love to dream. But most of them are just dreaming, and the same is true for Jin. So Kai didn't say anything nonsense. Jin and her classmates were kidnapped in France. Just now, Kai stopped when he was about to get up. France, well, Jin had been planning to go to France, but because of the previous war, they were postponed. They arrived in France today and were immediately kidnapped. This is a bit difficult. France. Kai is not very familiar with it. But it doesn't matter. Kai has a way. But just when Kai was about to say something, Harvey on the side suddenly said, France? Maybe I have some ideas. Kai looked at Harvey, and Harvey said seriously, one of my classmates works in the embassy in France, mainly responsible for intelligence work. Kai hesitated and nodded. I have a friend who has some connections in France. He should be able to help. Can I take him to you? Brian would naturally not refuse help from others at this time. Of course, I'm going to Mills now. We'll meet there. Mills is Brian's ex-wife, very beautiful. After divorcing Brian, she remarried a wealthy businessman, and Jin lived with Mills. Kai was not familiar with France, so he planned to ask Kingsman for help. They have a wide intelligence system in Europe. There is a disadvantage to doing this, that is, it is easy for people to find out the connection between Kai and Kingsman. After all, Kai has been noticed by many people now. It is okay in the United States. After all, there is Alfred, and Kingsman's existence will not be so easy to be noticed. But it is hard to say when he goes abroad. After all, according to Kai's resume, he should not have any connections in France. If he uses Kingsman's intelligence ability to find King, it will be difficult not to attract other people's attention. But at that time, saving people was important, and Kai had to do it even if it was inappropriate. But unexpectedly, Harvey suddenly offered to help. Kai thought about it and decided to accept his kindness. Although this would owe a favor, it was too late at this time. Kai could not just watch Brian die. Soon Kai brought Harvey to Mills's house. Brian also arrived at this time. Brian was in Santa Barbara before and was not in Los Angeles. So he arrived a little later than Kai. Seeing Brian coming with people, Mills and her husband were confused. They only received a call from Brian saying that Brian had an accident in Paris, but they had no idea what happened. Brian came to Mills's house and rushed into Kim's room without even saying hello to them. Kai had to stay and explain to Mills what happened. Mills knew Kai and knew that Kai was a policeman. When he heard from him that Kim was kidnapped in France, Mills almost fainted in a fit of anger. His husband quickly carried Mills to the sofa. Mills' current husband is actually quite good. Now that Mills is like this, he also took the initiative to answer Kai's questions. Kai roughly understood some of the situation through talking with him. Half a year ago, Kim and her bestie Amanda decided to travel to the art capital of Paris, and in order to keep up with the fashion, they did not plan to travel on a budget. Originally, his stepfather, who is Mills' current husband, planned to sign up the two girls for a regular tour group. Although it was a bit expensive, Kim's stepfather was rich and didn't care about that. But the two girls didn't know what was good for them and felt that it was not cool at all. They insisted on experiencing the real customs of Paris and were unwilling to be bound by the tour group. It is true that the tour group is safe, but the route is fixed. They want to experience the real Paris and want to play freely. Hearing this, Kai also sighed. He likes to act up. Look, he has done something wrong. On the other side, Harvey also got Kim's information and started calling the French side. At this time, Brian also came out of Kim's room. He was holding a notebook in his hand. It was Kim's diary. It contained the route of their planned trip to Paris. Among them was the address of their place of residence in Paris. Bring her back, Brian, bring our baby back. Brian nodded expressionlessly. I will. At this time, Harvey finished a call and said, my classmates have contacted the airport. They confirmed that Kim Mills passed through the customs at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. I have asked my friend Jai-Hang Mills's photo to be sent to the airport. He will go to the airport in person to retrieve the surveillance. I believe that the video footage at that time will be sent to me soon. Before Kai could speak, Brian's phone rang. It was Stuart. It turned out that Brian had a short conversation with the criminals before. Because Brian couldn't understand what the other party said, he recorded it and sent it to Stuart. At the same time, before Kim was arrested, Brian asked Kim to report the appearance of the person who arrested her. This is also very important information, and Brian also sent it to Stuart. Stuart himself is an intelligence expert. He should be able to give some information. Sure enough. Stuart, what's the news? They speak Albanian. According to their accents, they come from Choprga, which is a concentration camp for scum. Even the Russians stay away from those bastards. I also based on the physical features you gave me, 6 feet tall, big beard, and a tattoo of the moon and stars on his right hand. There are not many Albanians who meet this feature and are in Paris. There is only one, Marco Haka, the boss of an Albanian gang. He moved to Paris 6 months ago through legal means. I have his information here. I will send it to your phone later. Also, we have to hurry. What do you mean? This gang specializes in human trafficking. According to the way this gang commits crimes, we only have a maximum of 96 hours to rescue them from the kidnapping, otherwise. Chapter 620 Albanian Gang. Albania, in this strange world, still has the most unique style. This country is very small, so small that no one would know about it if they didn't pay attention to it. The population is also small, less than 3 million. Why is it unique? Because of its humanities and scenery. First of all, the scenery is not about how brilliant and glorious Albania's history is, how beautiful the natural scenery is, but the bunkers everywhere in the small Albania. There are as many as 700,000 bunkers in the small Albania. More generally accepted, there is another saying that it is 360,000. There are only 3 million people in Albania, and on average every 4 people have a bunker. The bunkers all over the country are the biggest feature of Albania. This is a product of a special period. If you are interested, you can go to Baidu to search for Haka, a very awesome person, known as the founder of Zwan diplomacy, and Gaddafi has to be ashamed in front of him. The most famous thing about this old man is that he offended all the countries that could be offended and cut off the connection with all the countries in the world. He thought that Albania was the purest country in the world, and other countries were evil. In short, he completely isolated his country, making the world forget Albania, and at the same time, making Albania forget the whole world. After talking about the scenery, we have to talk about humanities. In addition to the bunkers, Albania is most famous for its humanities and customs. After Haka died, Albania also underwent drastic changes like other Eastern European countries. This is nothing, but the strange thing is that the new leadership is not much better than Haka, or even worse, and directly ruined the whole country. A huge Ponzi scheme, you can search it online, it's very amazing, made the whole country worthless. The Albanian government not only ignored it but was even willing to participate in it. In the end, the economy collapsed and the people of the country went bankrupt, which eventually triggered a civil war. This tragic experience gave birth to the most famous human landscape in Albania. Gangs. Albania has no money at all because of its leaders messing around, but it has a terrifying amount of weapons and ammunition. The aforementioned Haka had a serious persecution delusion because he thought the whole world was a bad guy. During his rule, he frantically built bunkers and stockpiled weapons and ammunition. After the collapse of the country, no one cared about the arsenal at all. Whoever got it owned it, which led to the explosion of martial virtues in the whole country and a large number of weapons flowing into the civilian population. It is not difficult to guess what those impoverished Albanians would do with a large number of weapons in their hands. So the Albanian gangs appeared. Why are they called gangs instead of gangs? Because these Albanian gangs who make a living with weapons basically do all kinds of bad things except not doing human work. The most outrageous of them are human trafficking and drug trafficking. These Albanian gangs use heavy weapons to grab territory all over Europe and monopolize a huge part of the human trafficking and low-priced drug networks. If you are interested, you can still check it out. The content is extremely uncomfortable and inhumane, so I won't write it out to avoid problems with the development of so many years. The Albanian gangs have a new way of playing. In the past, they were from Eastern Europe, such as Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, etc. They would lie that they could provide nannies, maids, models and other job opportunities to lure girls to developed countries in Western Europe. Once the smuggling was successful, they would make those girls addicted to drugs and control them. There is no need to say what happened next. But now they find that it is not so troublesome. They only need to target those girls who are traveling, which can save a lot of transportation costs. Especially in those big cities, there are thousands of female tourists every year. The missing girls are simply not worth mentioning, and not many people will pay attention to them. We have at most 96 hours, otherwise, Stewart said. What else? Brian asked coldly. She will never be found again, and even those scumbags themselves can't figure out the final destination of those girls. Stewart could only say truthfully. No, Mills couldn't listen anymore. She covered her face and broke down crying. Mills, Stewart then realized that Mills was beside him. I'm on speakerphone, and Kay is here too. Stewart was silent for a moment before speaking. Hi, Kay. Hi, old ghost, Kay replied. Please, Stewart said. Trust me, I'm the best. Kay knew what Stewart meant. Harvey's phone rang at this time, and after a while, Harvey came back. My friend found Kim's video. I think there is a man who fits the person you mentioned before. Kim mentioned a boy named Peter in her last call with Brian. They took a taxi from the airport to the temporary apartment they rented. That Peter was probably the guy that the gang used to confirm the target and conduct scouting. Then Harvey sent the photo of Peter to Brian and Kay's mobile phones. We have to leave now, Brian said, and then looked at Mills' husband. But at this time Harvey said again, I can arrange a plane. Go through diplomatic channels. We can leave soon. Kay looked at Harvey, and didn't expect this guy to have such a wide range of connections. Harvey saw Kay looking at him and immediately said, this is not my relationship, it's Nestor's. His family has a lot of connections. This is also our sincerity. We just hope that you can consider my proposal after this matter. Kay nodded, I will consider it. About 13 hours later, Kay and Brian appeared at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. They enjoyed diplomatic courtesy and were exempted from customs inspection. After walking out of the special channel, a man in a suit was waiting for them at the exit. Hello, my name is Tommy. Nestor has called me. I will do my best to help you. Thank you, Tommy, Kay said with a smile. Soon Tommy handed a briefcase to Kay. Kay opened it and found several documents and 2 certificates in it. These documents and certificates can help you in your activities in Paris. But if you are caught, these things are forged, and we will not admit it. I hope you can understand that after all, you are a private action, and we can only provide these help. These certificates and documents are from the U.S. intelligence agency in France. With them, Kai and Brian can be temporarily regarded as U.S. intelligence personnel. Of course, this thing is just a trick, without any legal effect. It is fine to fool the French police, but once the other party conducts verification, it will immediately show its weakness. However, this is enough. Kai nodded and asked only one question: have you found a man named Peter? Of course, our people have been keeping an eye on him, but we have no power to arrest or question him, so you can only do it yourself. Tommy gestured to a black man not far away, who nodded and looked at Kai and Brian. After Kai and Brian thanked Tommy again, they followed a black man to the airport exit. Brian asked at this time, "Who is that Harvey, the chief attorney of New York City?" Kai did not hide it. "What did he ask you to consider?" Brian could see that the reason why Harvey was willing to help was that he hoped Kai would agree to some conditions for them. Brian had always wanted to ask before, but he didn't say anything when he saw Kai didn't care. But now, Brian found that the guy named Harvey could actually get the American intelligence officers in France to help. Obviously, he was very powerful. Moreover, the other party spent so much effort, and what he wanted must not be simple, so Brian finally couldn't help it. He was a little afraid that Kai would pay too much. "It's okay, they just want me to go to New York," Kai said indifferently. Although he was not very interested in going to New York, he had already owed them a favor, and it was not unacceptable to agree to their request. Brian opened his mouth. He always felt that it was not that simple, but he was not a good talker, so he could only keep this favor in his heart silently. Soon they came to the airport exit under the leadership of the black man. The black man looked at them, then gestured to a handsome man, then nodded, and then disappeared into the crowd. Kai took out his mobile phone and compared the photos. "It was that guy. That's him. We'll take him to the car and find a quiet place to interrogate him slowly." Although Brian was very anxious, his high professionalism prevented him from letting his emotions affect his judgment. They were in Paris, France. Although Kai was a policeman, he had no law enforcement power. Strictly speaking, they were civilians. Even if they had some documents on them, it would be best not to attract official attention if possible, as that would be very troublesome. Kai and Brian walked towards the man separately, forming a left and right encirclement. Just as they were about to approach the man, they suddenly saw a black man not far away winking at the guy named Peter. Then they saw Peter carrying a backpack and walking towards a blonde girl who had just got off the plane and seemed to be planning to take a taxi. Seeing this scene, Kai and the others were basically certain that this guy was related to Kim's kidnapping. Kai motioned to Brian to follow Peter, while Kai himself walked towards Peter's black accomplice. Kai was holding a map, as if he was lost. When he walked to the black man, he bumped into him and knocked over the coffee in his hand. This made the black man furious, and he grabbed Kai and was about to beat him. Kai pretended to know nothing and started pushing the black man. "Hey, men, I think we can talk privately." During the shove, Kai put one hand in his pocket, and there was a gun in it. Kai put the gun against the black man's waist. The guy was obviously not a novice. After being held up by the gun, he immediately realized that he was threatened. "What do you think?" Kai said as he pushed the gun again. The black man was sweating. He didn't dare to say anything, so he could only nod. "Very good." So Kai took him to the bathroom not far away. To outsiders, this was Kai taking the black man to deal with the dirty clothes. Less than 3 minutes after entering the bathroom, Kai walked out relaxed. Kai looked around and found that the man named Peter had not left yet, and was talking to the blonde beauty before, and Brian was not far away from him. Kai nodded to Brian and walked towards Peter. Peter was really good at flirting with girls. He made the blonde so sexy in just a short time. The two chatted while walking out of the airport. When Peter suggested that they could share a car to share the fare, Kai and Brian stopped him on the left and right. "Hello, Mr. Peter, you are suspected of being involved in 2 missing cases. Come with us." After saying that, he ignored the beauty and took Peter to a taxi. Peter was confused. His first reaction was that he and his group were discovered, but he immediately realized that it was not right. This was France. How could the French police speak English? France is also a magical country. Although the Gallic rooster is not as powerful as before, it has never been willing to put down its arrogance as a world power. It is still very proud inside. They look down on the United States and the United Kingdom, so real French people hate English. Not to mention that the police in France are notorious for their poor attitude. How could they be so service-minded and speak English to Peter on purpose? Peter immediately began to struggle, but the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, like a fish thrown onto the shore, his eyes bulging, and no sound came out of his throat. It turned out that Kai had hit him in the ribs, which almost gave Peter a heart attack. Kai immediately showed his ID to the taxi driver. Although it was fake, it was enough to fool people. Drive. This is a secret arrest. This person is related to national security. I hope you can keep it secret, otherwise my colleagues will look for you. The taxi driver nodded quickly and drove away immediately. There was no doubt that Kai was a fake. Kai's momentum was really too scary. The taxi stopped at the entrance of an alley, and Kai and Brian carried Peter to the depths of the alley. Do you know this girl? Brian took out Jin's photo. Peter didn't dare to admit it at this time, and hurriedly shook his head. I don't know her. I'm just a tourist. I don't know anything. Brian and Kai looked at each other, and finally Brian stayed. Kai walked to the entrance of the alley, took out a cigarette and lit it. About 10 minutes later, Kai threw away the second cigarette butt and walked back to the depths of the alley. The place had become a bloodbath, with blood everywhere. Peter was lying in a trash can covered in blood, and the walls and the ground were covered in blood. Judging from the guy's appearance, he was almost useless. Although Kai didn't know where Brian served before he retired, he probably guessed that it was a secret field team of the intelligence department. How is it? Did you find out anything? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Raid on the Black Cave. As expected, he doesn't know much. Brian's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out of it. What he lacked most now was time. Before, they thought that Peter was just a henchman used for fishing, and he shouldn't know too much. Facts proved that this was indeed the case. This guy was just a gangster. He and his accomplices were only responsible for selecting the target and then finding the target's foothold. The rest was not their responsibility. He only knew that he was working for a group of Albanians, and he didn't know much else. Brian was destined to be disappointed, and this was a waste of time. But, he did know where those girls might be sent, although he didn't know much. No matter what, Peter was in this circle, and he knew something that others didn't know. Kai looked at Peter, who was unknown whether he was alive or dead, and then looked at Brian. What are you going to do? I plan to find my friend in Paris first. Can you help me go to that place to have a look? Brian said a little embarrassedly. His words were a bit of a way to get Kai out of the way. After all, his network of connections was closely related to his previous work. It was not a good thing for others to know about it. It might even drag Kai into some storms that shouldn't have happened. But no matter what, it was a bit like crossing the river and destroying the bridge, so Brian was a bit embarrassed. Kai didn't care. Everyone has secrets, and Kai is not a child. He knows very well that when others keep secrets from you, it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't trust you. On the contrary, it's for your own good. After all, there are many secrets in this world that don't need more people to know. Brian looked at Kai and didn't say much. Instead, he patted Kai on the shoulder and turned to walk out of another exit of the alley. After seeing Brian leave, Kai turned and walked towards Peter, whose life and death were unknown. After a few minutes, Kai left the alley, leaving only a pile of fire deep in the alley. Paris, one of the largest urban areas in the world, is also the most chaotic city in the world. Its high crime rate is enough to make any city in the world feel ashamed. The widening gap between foreign immigrants and the rich and the poor has made Paris's social security problems more and more serious. Especially foreign immigrants. Many people say that the United States is an immigrant country, but in fact France is a real immigrant country. In many people's minds, France is a romantic country and Paris is a city full of artistic atmosphere, but when you arrive in Paris, you will find that it is completely different from what you imagined. The current appearance of Paris is not optimistic. What is even more surprising is that when you walk on the streets of Paris now, you will see many black people, which makes you wonder if you have come to the African continent. This is thanks to the two world wars. The two world wars, especially the First World War, almost consumed a whole generation of French people. This is one of the reasons why France surrendered so quickly during World War II, because France could not afford to suffer the loss of the first station again. But even so, the population of France after the war is still a big problem. After the war, France, whose economy was greatly damaged, needed a large number of workers for reconstruction, but where did the labor force come from? The casualties caused by the war cannot be made up in just a few years. At this time, the advantages of those blacks from the original French colonies emerged. These people know French and can integrate into French society more quickly. For the French government, they are very suitable human resources and are worth introducing in large quantities. It is under the promotion of these factors that blacks continue to pour into France. The number of blacks accounts for 10% of the total population of France and has become a force that cannot be ignored. Looking around the world, you will find an interesting phenomenon, that is, the middle class is less and less willing to have children. In some developed countries, the fertility rate continues to decline, and so is France. Especially for white French people, although the government has formulated many policies to encourage childbirth, they still lack the desire to have children. On the contrary, with the help of various welfare benefits, black French people have embarked on a journey of wanton childbirth. Anyway, the government will help raise the children born, and there is even money to get, so why not have children? Therefore, in the latest statistics, the number of blacks has accounted for 1/10 of the total population of France, and 60% of the newborns in Paris are black. In modern times, the turmoil in the Middle East and the disintegration of Eastern Europe have caused Arabs and Eastern Europeans to begin to immigrate to Paris in large numbers, which has also aggravated the impression that Paris is an immigrant city. With the arrival of a large number of immigrants, various social problems are naturally exposed. The most intuitive is the widening gap between the rich and the poor. So various criminal activities began to flourish everywhere in Paris. Dead people? People die every day in Paris, and no one cares about helpless gangsters like Peter. So even if Kai's destruction of the body is very rough, no one will care. After leaving the alley, Kai rented a car from a car rental company using a fake identity. 20 minutes later, Kai drove to an abandoned construction site on the edge of the 93rd province, according to the address given by Peter. At this moment, it was close to 7 o'clock, the sky was gray, and a light rain was faintly falling. Kai took a deep breath of the cold and humid air, and then slowly exhaled. Today is really a good day for murder and arson. In the evening with a light rain and a temperature of less than 5 degrees Celsius, not many people want to hang out outside, even those idle young people in society. This also means that the chance of being witnessed is very low. There are not many residents nearby, which also means that the Paris police will not come to make trouble in a short time. It is simply a perfect crime scene. No wonder the Albanians would use this place as their operation base. Of course, this also gives Kai great convenience. Kai went about 200 meters in the ruins and noticed a place similar to a construction site. There were artificially built construction site mobile houses there. Kai turned on the electronic detection reminder function of the artificial intelligence watch and slowly moved forward with the help of various buildings and debris. This used to be a construction site, but apparently nothing was built. Now it is occupied by a group of men with ferocious looks, who don't look like decent people. Kai's face was as gloomy as water as he smelled the disgusting smell of body fluids in the air. Since the drizzle began, it was basically dark now, and the figures of people 10 to 20 meters away were blurred. Obviously, no one would come out to patrol at this time. So Kai walked in with a swagger rather than sneaking in. After all, their walls were full of holes. After entering the camp, he quickly approached a boardhouse in the center along the messy items and dilapidated sheds. It was the busiest place there, and there were women crying from time to time. Perhaps because this was their nest and there were so many people, the guards outside the boardhouse just hid under the eaves, and the two chatted and smoked, and did not patrol at all. Kai could smell the smell of scum on the two men from 10 meters away. He went around the side of the boardhouse and strangled one of them by the neck and exerted a little force. At the same time, he punched the other man in the face, making his entire face concave. When he fell backward, he was pulled back by him. After putting the two bodies away, he searched the two people for a while and took out 2 guns, but he didn't find any spare magazines. He didn't waste any more time and quickly went around to the other side, where there was a window. Looking through the window, he found 3 people playing cards in the room, with several bottles and guns casually placed around them. Without any hesitation, Kai raised his gun and shot. Bang! 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 3 double shots directly killed the 3 people at the table. The gunshots really attracted the attention of others. Soon, amid a burst of shouting and cursing, several people kicked open the door and rushed in. They didn't suspect that there would be an ambush in the room at all. Could Kai let go of such an act of sending heads? He fired decisively. Bang 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 bang. He directly emptied the bullets of the two guns. 1, 2, 5, 7, 12. Well, that's it. The other party is not really stupid. After sending more than a dozen people, they should know the importance of the situation. Kai threw away the gun in his hand. He easily rushed into a pile of broken machinery more than 10 meters away. Standing in the shadow of the pile of machinery, his face was cold, his eyes did not move, but he used his peripheral vision to quickly lock the direction of movement. Soon, the gangsters who were stunned began to run out of the building, intending to go around the window and find the robber. After a burst of chaos, 19 people ran out of the building. Including the 12 people he killed, the number of armed thugs here has reached 31. He did not take action immediately, but continued to wait. In the camp, 5 more people ran out from several places. 36 people. It should be about the same. As the people in the house shouted, the crowd coming from the outside of the house also shouted. They gathered near the door with 17 people, and there were 3 people in the house. While looking at the scan results on the watch, Kai took out a famous automatic rifle from the king's treasure house, a French product. The structure is very unique. The bolt is placed in the buttstock, and the length of the whole gun is greatly shortened. It has a long integrated sight handle and a built-in bipod. Since FAMAS adopts a buttless structure, the receiver is located at the cheek, and the ejection direction can be changed to the left and right, so that left-handed people will not be hit in the face by the shell when shooting. There are 3 shooting modes: single shot, 3-shot burst and continuous fire. FAMAS does not need to install accessories to fire rifle grenades, including anti-tank bombs, anti-personnel bombs, anti-material bombs, smoke bombs or tear gas bombs. In addition, Giant has studied rifle grenades with bullet capture devices for it, so it does not need to specially change blanks and can be fired directly with live ammunition. The magazine capacity is 25 rounds. In France, of course, you have to use French products. Puff 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 puff. He slightly lowered the rate of fire and emptied the 25-round magazine at a uniform speed, but within the range swept across, most of the 17 people outside the house fell down instantly. There are still 6. With a new gun, the hit rate is already very impressive. To deal with these thugs, there is no need to use superpowers, that would be too much of a price to pay. He quickly replaced the new magazine and fired while moving quickly. Bang! 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 3 double shots, the 3 dodging people flew out, and Luke bent down and began to move. Reality is not a gun battle movie. Standing there stupidly and fighting against multiple people is courting death. Kai had just moved 10 meters when there was a burst of gunfire, and the other party began to fight back from his previous position. There were 3 left, and Kai fired casually. The last 3 thugs fell to the street. After dealing with the 3 people, Kai swaggered towards the building in the center of the camp. There were still 3 people inside, but they were not a big threat. Kai walked to the door and saw a man sitting limply on the ground facing the door. When he saw Kai walking in with a gun, his first reaction was not to fight back, but to shout and scream, seemingly begging for mercy. Kai didn't care. He walked in and pulled out a pistol. When he passed by him, he shot him in the head. Bang! The man died in such a cowardly way. When Kai walked into the building, the remaining 2 people also rushed out. Unlike the coward before, the 2 people had red eyes and crazy faces. They rushed towards Kai with howling. They seemed to have forgotten that they had pistols in their hands instead of fire sticks. Bang! Bang! The 2 who were too close were knocked down instantly. The 2 struggled very weakly. Only one was shot in the arm and wailed there. Looking at the 2 people lying on the ground, Kai pulled the trigger coldly. Finish off. Bang! 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 The 2 people were completely motionless. The building was completely quiet. Kai walked in and searched quickly. He first put all the stacks of banknotes in the drawer into his backpack. It was not because he was short of money, but because he wanted to give people the illusion that this gunfight was about money or gang feuds, so as to cover up the truth. Then he poured half a bottle of vodka on the paper documents in a filing cabinet, lit the lighter he had just found, and threw it on. The blazing fire spread quickly, and soon the room turned into a big fireball. After doing all this, Kai left the building and walked towards the two large sheds not far away. There were 2 thugs here before, but they rushed over and died just now. Now there are no guards here. Occasionally, a few men ran out, and when they saw Kai holding a gun, they were scared to death and ran away without looking back. These people were in tattered clothes, and some of them didn't even put on their pants. They looked terrified and had no weapons on them. These were not gang thugs, but men who came to the camp to have fun. Although this kind of people are also very hateful, it seems that they are not worthy of the death penalty, so Kai ignored them. The main reason is that there are 60 or 70 men who come here to have fun in these 2 large sheds. If all of them are killed, plus the dead gang thugs, the death toll will be hundreds, and the French government may regard this as a bombing. There is no need to make such a big deal, just treat it as a gang vendetta, and save some effort for the French counterparts. After all, no police will put much effort into gang vendettas. No matter which country the police are from, their attitude towards such scum is the same. The more dead, the better, and of course the less noise, the better. If ordinary people are not dragged into the shed, the police will naturally have no pressure. When Kai walked into the shed, his gun holding appearance scared a lot of girls in the room, and they began to scream desperately. Most of them spoke a language that Kai did not understand, and some even spoke Russian. Kai immediately used his smartwatch to shout to them in their native language. The girls screamed for a while, looked at the man in front of them, and found that he really had no ill intentions. He also said that he came to save them, so they stopped talking. At this moment, many girls have thought of one thing: the guards here are bad guys, one of the traffickers who brought them here. The person who killed the bad guy, then, maybe he is a good person? Now, you are safe. Does anyone still remember your home phone number? Call your family and tell them where you are. Let them mobilize all their forces to expose what happened here. The voice was synthesized electronically, just like a news broadcast, rigid, without ups and downs or tone, which seemed a bit weird in this environment. After speaking, Kai threw out a few mobile phones, which were found in the building where the gangsters gathered before. Call as soon as possible. The more people know, the safer you will be. The girls were not stupid, but they were a little numb from the torture, so they couldn't believe it at first. But when Kai shouted again, a group of girls immediately rushed to the mobile phone and started to make calls frantically. More girls sat on the ground and broke down and cried. Kai found that many girls seemed to have some mental problems. Seeing the scars on their bodies, Kai felt compassion. You know, it's not that these girls will be fine after being rescued. What happened to them will not be forgotten so easily. These influences may even affect these girls. So Kai decided to do something. He came to the corner, unfolded his mental power, and began to give those girls mental hints, so that they could overcome these terrible facts, telling them that they had survived and everything would be fine in the future. This kind of mental encouragement is very effective, at least for the time being. As for the future, Kai is not a god, there is no way to guarantee, but it's a good start, isn't it? Seeing that the girls gradually calmed down and began to take turns to call, Kai began to look for American girls. It's not that Kai prefers American girls, but the truth is that he only has the channel to contact the American consulate. As long as the United States gets involved, even if Paris wants to cover up, there is no way. Only in this way can the official power of Paris be completely deterred. How could these Albanians make such a big deal without the tacit approval of the Paris police? How is it possible? Chapter 622 Paradise Apartment. There are about 200 girls here. It's scary to think about it, 200 people. They disappeared silently from this city, but no one cared. The police didn't care, their families couldn't care, only those beasts tortured and exploited these girls day and night, and these were the 200 alive. Of the 200 still alive, how many girls have died, how many girls are missing, even the beasts themselves probably don't know. Kai is sometimes disappointed with a human group, because you don't know where their bottom line is. This is also the reason why Kai never shows mercy to bad people, because there are always some people who make you feel desperate about this world. Instead of this, it is better to choose to make these people disappear. But hearing the girls crying, the kind of unbridled and unscrupulous crying, made Kai feel relieved. This world is so beautiful, it is worth our struggle. I only agree with the second half of the sentence. Soon Kai found a few Americans among them. In fact, there are not a few Americans among them, at least 30% of these girls. Who said that Americans are rich and like to run around? After confirming their provinces, Kai directly called Tommy. Tommy was shocked when he received the call. Then he asked Kai to report the location, and he would let the FBI's office in Paris go as soon as possible. The FBI has offices overseas, but generally speaking, these offices are not very useful and only serve as liaison. For them, this is also a rare achievement. Tommy then thanked Kai very sincerely and promised that the girls would be properly protected. At the same time, he would urge the Paris police to send the girls home. He even took the initiative to contact the news media to report on this matter. Kai did not speak, and hung up the phone after getting a positive answer. He knew that Tommy could only do this. This is France, and Americans can't go too far here. As we all know, France has always been called an international nitpicker. This country likes to play different games with others. Being different is their talent. In this way, the United States cannot go too far. Otherwise, good things can be turned into bad things. Don't underestimate the ability of the Gallic rooster to do bad things. Kai walked out of the shed and came to the roof of a nearby abandoned building, waiting quietly. After about 20 minutes, car lights cut through the darkness. But unlike what Kai expected, the first to arrive were not the police or the news media. Instead, they were 3 pickup trucks, full of armed personnel. Fuck, Kai could guess that the Paris police were not clean, but this was too dirty. If he hadn't known that Tommy was a staff member of the embassy abroad, Kai would have suspected him. Such people usually have nothing to do with local forces. After all, they are embassy staff and official personnel. Generally speaking, they are relatively clean. Kai couldn't let these people take these girls who had finally escaped back and even kill them. These people would do anything to clean up their own mess. He slowed down his breathing, adjusted his state in a few seconds, and raised the famous automatic rifle. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid gunfire of the famous automatic rifle rang out, and in less than 3 seconds, a magazine was emptied. The other party obviously didn't expect Kai to set an ambush here, so they didn't react at all and continued to drive fast. The car in front was full of bullet holes. Kai still gave priority to attacking the armed personnel sitting in the back of the pickup truck, but even so, the windshield of the car in front was shattered, and then it rushed to the side of the road crookedly, and finally rushed into a pile of construction waste with a bang. Boom. Sand and gravel flew everywhere, the whole car was completely deformed, and the people in it were thrown to the ground, screaming one after another. Throwing out the empty magazine, replacing the new magazine, bang 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 bang. Another burst of output. Although the second car stopped immediately after being attacked, and the people in the car jumped out and hid behind the car, but reality is not a movie. Except for the engine and wheels, the other parts of ordinary cars have basically no resistance to bullets. After all, no car company will consider the situation of the car being strafed when designing ordinary cars. You should know that a rifle can easily penetrate an 8mm steel plate at a distance of about 200 meters. The main frame of a car is made of aluminum, with a hollow space in the middle. The doors are made of engineering plastics or other materials. Rifles can penetrate through them. Therefore, the bulletproof performance of ordinary cars cannot be said to be non-existent. It can be used to deal with pistols, but it is too much to deal with rifles. If you want to save your life, you can hide under the tires or in front of the car. It is obvious that these gangsters have not tried this, or they have watched too many Hollywood movies and think that hiding behind a car can be bulletproof. In the movies, the police will hide behind the car to prevent bullets, because the police cars are specially made, using tempered armor materials, and can only withstand ordinary caliber bullets. Rifles are too much? In short, this group of people paid the price for their ignorance. They hid behind the car without firing a single shot and were shot into a sieve. Kai did not choose to shoot the last car. The people in this car were more cunning. Seeing the experience of their companions in front, they directly switched their rifles to single-shot mode and killed them. With the first shot, Kai knocked off one of their tires, which caused the pickup truck to run in an S shape. The people behind the car were thrown off. Kai did not rush to kill those who fell, but shot the driver's hood through the window behind the cab, and the second shot blew up the unlucky guy in the passenger seat. Then he slowly sniped the unlucky guys who fell. These unlucky guys raised their hands and prepared to surrender, but they still could not escape the fate of being sniped. After doing all this, Kai lit a cigar, squatted at the foot of the wall, and continued to wait with his hands in his pockets like a landlord. I have to say that the reaction of the Paris police is really slow. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived. It was an hour after Kai called Tommy. I always heard that the French were the most lax except for the Italians. Now I have seen it. 1 hour is enough for those gangsters to clean up the place several times. Seeing a long line of police cars rushing into the Black Hill with lights and sirens on in the distance, he nodded with satisfaction. Even if the French police were unreliable, if they could still cover up the situation, then the country would be hopeless. Moreover, Kai saw a news car following behind him. So he jumped off the roof and disappeared into the darkness. Kai walked on the streets of Paris at night, smoking a cigar and strolling in the rain. Paris at night is very unsafe, such as the 10th district where Kai is now. The 10th district is located to the south of the 18th and 19th districts with low safety factors. This district is mostly residential, and there are 2 major train stations, the North Station and the East Station, with a large flow of people and poor public security. Tourists are often harmed by pickpockets. In addition, there are many small hotels concentrated here, so it is also a famous red light district. Walking on the street, many women in cool clothes are also working diligently in this wet and cold rainy night. Kai was approached by at least a bunch of women along the way. Of course, most of them just want to do business with Kai. But Kai politely refused, and got a lot of curse words. "Hello, Kai, who is walking in the rain?" answered the phone and smiled apologetically at the 2 enthusiastic beauties. It can be seen that these 2 girls are different from other women who are forced to sell their bodies. They are more like freelancers, because they did not negotiate the price with Kai, and said that they went to their house. Maybe they were college students earning tuition? Who knows? Anyway, this thing is legal in France. The 2 beauties were very polite. Seeing Kai making a call, they just left their business cards. "It's a bit troublesome." "What trouble?" It was Brian's voice on the other end. "I was betrayed." Brian's voice sounded like he was walking quickly. "Did you destroy the Albanian's nest before?" "Oh." Kai was a little surprised that Brian got the news so quickly. "How did you know?" "When I was negotiating with my old friend, a phone call came in. I overheard it. The other party was very familiar with him. They talked about the Albanians. Then I left early. Now my old friend is looking for me with a gun." Brian's voice became cold. "It seems that your old friend is not trustworthy," Kai sneered. "Indeed. I am getting rid of them now," Brian said. "I will visit his home in person later. He should know something. Is he an official?" "Deputy Director of the Internal Security Bureau." "Oh, an official," Kai expressed his surprise. This is in line with the logic of the police's actions. It is such a serious matter, but they dared to take an hour to arrive. It would be impossible without some pressure from the upper level. "Then you are in big trouble, Brian." I was a bit ruthless. "I guess they want to cover up everything." "You may be silenced." Kai not only asked the police to go, but also the news media, and even worse, the U.S. Embassy in France. Now these people have to clean up even if they are unwilling. Brian's appearance at this juncture is hard not to be regarded as trouble. "I'll take care of it." "What did you get?" "I'm in District 10. A rescue girl told me that they will deliver the new goods here as soon as possible. Jin and her friends should be delivered here first. If nothing goes wrong, I will find Jin." Brian immediately became nervous when he heard his daughter's name, but he was not good at speaking and couldn't say anything too emotional. He just said, "Kai, please, as long as she is there, I will make sure she returns to you intact. You should solve the trouble behind you first," Kai said. "Understood. I will contact you again in half an hour, at this time." Kai heard French from the other end, which roughly meant that Brian was found. So Brian immediately ended the call. "Good luck, Brian." After hanging up the phone, Kai also walked to his destination. Big Red Door. Paradise Apartment. Well, this is it, Paradise. It's a very ironic name. Kai looked around and was sure that this was the place the girl in the shed said. Such a devil's cave is actually called Paradise. Is there anything more ironic than this? Kai went up and knocked on the door. Soon a man opened the door stealthily. He frowned and looked at Kai. Kai said confidently, "What are you looking at? Don't you want to do business?" The man was a little dissatisfied with Kai's tone, but anyway, they are in the service industry, so they can't be too domineering, at least not when the customer is ready to pay. "Who introduced you? What do you care? Either let me in, or I'll find someone else." Where can Kai find an introducer? He didn't expect that this is a membership system. He didn't expect that Kai's casual threats would really fall for it. In fact, he was just asking casually. The police were well fed by them and would not come to them for no reason. The introducer is bullshit. Their people are here, and they are not afraid of people making trouble. The other party shook his head and let Kai in. Kai walked in with a smile. Perhaps the man would never know in his life that the person he let in would be a nightmare. As Kai walked, he said, "I heard that you have new goods. We have new goods every day, but the price?" The man quickly went from a thug to a brothel owner. "The price is negotiable. I'm here to try something new." "That's no problem." Kai walked into the apartment while observing the surroundings. The first floor was where the gang gathered. There were more than a dozen men here. They were not good people at first glance. Most of them were watching TV. It was football, the Serie A Lazio versus Roma derby. The group of people were watching it with ghosts and howling, excited as hell. Kai frowned and said, "Can't you be quiet? I'm here to enjoy myself, not to listen to a bunch of idiots yelling." Kai's familiarity made the man's vigilance drop again. He smiled meanly. "My last customer liked us to cheer him up. I don't like it. I will give you enough service fees. The premise is that I get the corresponding service." Kai threw out a stack of euros. The money just robbed at the construction site should be the money of this gang. Seeing the money, the other party immediately smiled. "Of course. I promise. By the way, I'm not in a good mood today, so if you want to be happy, you have to get all your girls here," Kai said arrogantly to the younger brother with an attitude of being a boss. "Then don't bother me." "Not at all." After that, he threw 4 more stacks of banknotes. The other party shook the banknotes in his hand and nodded readily. "No problem. The entire 4th floor is yours today. You can have fun as you please. This is a little 100,000 euros. They definitely can't make so much money in one night. In this case, it's okay to be kept by him." Then he took Kai to the 4th floor. This apartment is very old, so there are only 4 floors. These people live on the 1st and 2nd floors. Part of the 2nd floor and part of the 3rd floor are used to imprison the girls, and the 3rd and 4th floors are used for business. The environment on the 4th floor is slightly better, mainly for picky customers. The younger brother counted the money, returned to the 1st floor, and told his companions that he had found a rich man. He was still regretful. If they didn't need to guarantee their credibility, they would probably have robbed this rich man directly. That's right, these scumbags still have to keep their word. After all, if they rob the guests, no one will come here to have fun in the future, and they won't be able to do business in the future. You can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. It's a very simple idea. Soon all the girls were gathered on the 4th floor. Kai sat in a large room, smoking a cigar and watching the girls being sent in. Unfortunately, there was no Jin, but Amanda was seen, but the girl seemed a little abnormal and dazed. Some of these girls were still tied up and terrified, some were extremely weak, and it seemed that they were seriously addicted to drugs, and the other part had numb faces. "Is that all?" "Yes," the man who received Kai said with a few younger brothers. "Okay then." Kai didn't care about them, but said to the girls, "Girls, I need you to do something." The girls looked at Kai with fear, numbness, or hatred. "Cover your mouth. Cover it tightly." A group of people looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. "Tisk." Kai looked at the man. The man understood immediately, and immediately looked at the girl fiercely. His hand also touched the dagger on his waist. Obviously, at this time, the deterrent power of these demons was much stronger than Kai. The girls covered their mouths tightly with tears. Kai was very satisfied. "Very good," he said slowly and took out a pistol with a silencer from his arms. The Albanians knew it was not good, but they reacted too slowly. Biu. 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 5 consecutive shots, each shot hit the head. The girls subconsciously wanted to scream, but Kai made a hush gesture to them. Chapter 623 Umbrella. The girls immediately covered their mouths tightly. Although the current situation was shocking to them, it was not the worst. After all, how bad could it be with their current situation? Seeing that the girls did as they were told, Kai immediately came to the door, opened the door and looked outside. He found that the Albanians did as they said and no one stayed on the 4th floor. After finding that no one was there, Kai immediately came to Amanda's side and patted Amanda's face. "Hey, Amanda. Wake up." Amanda covered her mouth and was still a little dazed. She could only say intermittently, Who are you? How do you know my name?" Kai picked up an ice bucket from the wine table on the side and poured it on Amanda's head. The stimulation of the ice water immediately refreshed Amanda's spirit. Are you a little more awake now? Although Amanda's face was white and her lips were blue due to the cold, she was much better. I am a friend of Jin's father. We are looking for her. Do you know where she went? When Amanda heard Jin's name, she immediately looked at Kai in doubt. She couldn't believe that Jin's father had sent someone to rescue her so quickly. I don't know. I haven't seen Jin at all. Amanda tried to recall and found that she had never seen Jin since she was arrested. In fact, she didn't even know whether Jin was arrested or not. Kai shook his head. It seemed that he had to ask those bastards. Can you save me? Please. Amanda was afraid that Kai would not care about her, so she begged pitifully. The other girls probably understood at this time that the man in front of them was here to save people, so they all wanted to ask him. Kai raised his hand. Don't worry, you will be saved. Now all you have to do is hide in this room. No matter what happens, don't make a loud noise. I will take care of everything. Remember, there are more than 20 girls here. Kai can't take them all away. It's better to leave them for the Paris police to clean up. Of course, before that, Kai will help the Paris police clean up here. After that, Kai searched out the guns of several bandits and threw them to the girls, asking them to point their guns at the door. Unless it was his voice outside the door, they should shoot anyone who opened the door. Several girls in good condition picked up guns. They had not been in this devil's cave for a long time, so their will to resist was the strongest. They were willing to fight, while those who had completely lost their will to resist or were completely broken were thrown to the construction site. Kai sorted out his guns, then opened the door and walked downstairs. Starting from the 3rd floor, Kai began to clean up one by one. On the 3rd floor, the rooms near the stairs and windows were the bandits' residences, and the rooms near the inside were the rooms of those poor girls. They were called rooms, but in fact they were small prison cells. There was nothing inside except a bed and a bedside table. Even the windows facing the outside were sealed. The air was extremely stagnant. There was a strange smell in each small room. You can imagine what the living conditions of those girls were like. These people didn't treat these girls as human beings at all. Kai walked around the corridor and found that there was no one on the 3rd floor. It seems that those euros are still useful. Then came the 2nd floor, which was basically full of rooms for the gangsters. When Kai arrived at the 2nd floor, 2 people were talking in the corridor on the 2nd floor, speaking Albanian, and Kai couldn't hear what they were saying. Using the scanning of the smartwatch, Kai knew that there were not many people on the 2nd floor. 2 of them were sleeping in the room, one was watching a movie, and the other 2 were in the corridor. They were a little far away from each other, and if he was careful, he wouldn't alarm others. But just when Kai was about to take action, the 2 suddenly walked towards the stairs on the 3rd floor while talking, which was exactly what Kai wanted. Kai retreated silently. When the 2 walked to the stairs and were about to go up, Kai suddenly appeared and shot one of them in the throat. The other one was even more straightforward. Kai stabbed him in the left eye with a dagger, and he met their god instantly. After throwing the bodies of the 2 people aside, Kai didn't waste time and went straight to the others. Kai kicked open the door of the one watching the movie, and then shot him in the head. The other 2 were treated similarly. However, while dealing with the 2nd floor, the 1st floor also found something wrong. Although the pistol with the silencer didn't make much noise, the screams and sounds of people dying and falling couldn't be covered up. At once, the gangsters downstairs rushed up. Since they were discovered, there was no need to hide any longer. In fact, if it weren't for those girls, Kai could have just rushed in through the main entrance. There was no need to go through so much trouble. He changed to an Uzi submachine gun taken from the gangster's room, blocked the stairs directly, and fired directly. Puff 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 puff. A group of people blocking the stairs were simply the best targets. Kai didn't even need to aim, he just went up and fired a few times, and the gang suffered heavy losses. Kai threw away the Uzi, which had been emptied of bullets, and pulled out the SIG Sauer P226 that he had taken from them, and called out their names one by one. Only 3 people with broken limbs were left alive. Kai took the 3 people alive to a room on the 1st floor. Then he found a bunch of knives and tableware from a kitchen on the 1st floor. The 3 unlucky guys were tied to a chair by Kai. Now, I'll ask a question. Each of you will have one chance to answer. Before Kai finished speaking, the 3 tough guys spitted at each other and cursed. Looking at the spit on his leather shoes, Kai curled his lips and said, I killed so many of you. You don't think I will show mercy, do you? It's not a good choice to pretend to be tough with me now, The other party was still arrogant and didn't look scared at all. Kai smiled. He had seen a lot of people like this. People always like to think highly of themselves. Kai would let them know that they are not as tough as they think. First question, where's the American girl you caught yesterday, Pa? One of the guys spit at Kai again. Kai's answer was also very simple. He stabbed a sharp knife into the guy's thigh with his backhand. And the wound perfectly avoided the aorta. Not only that, Kai also stuffed a piece of rag into the guy's mouth when he opened his mouth to scream. I don't like screaming. It makes my head hurt. Kai looked at the second person. That person was not so tough, but when Kai saw that he didn't say anything, he immediately picked up a spoon. Kai looked at the spoon, smiled, then turned the spoon over and used the spoon handle to insert it into the man's thigh. The guy's eyes rolled back in pain. You know, if you want to insert a blunt object into the human body, the force can be imagined. It is a complete tear, and the pain caused is much more painful than a sharp object. Coming to the third person, Kai looked at his appearance and thought he was a tough guy, so he didn't ask at all, and inserted a table knife into his body. Then he came to the first person and pulled out the rag. Do you remember? Where did the girl go? No words. Puff. This time it was a fork. The second person. Where did the girl go? No words. Puff. This time it was a barbecue iron skewer. Because it was a little long, it directly pierced the guy's thigh. It was very painful. The second person fainted gorgeously. Coming to the third man, Kai thrust a meat cleaver into his shoulder without waiting for him to speak. Don't worry, we have plenty of things. Believe me, I'm a professional. I can stab everything in this house that can be inserted into your body, and I can also ensure that you will experience the whole process alive. Kai smiled and described his professionalism. Then, as Kai said, Kai really stabbed all the kitchen knives, even the sharp objects, into their bodies, and these people were not dead yet, and even fainting was a luxury, because he would wake up these three unlucky guys quickly and then continue. The three people even suspected that Kai didn't want to ask questions at all, but simply made fun of them. Pervert. Death is not scary, at least for these people. They couldn't survive in their hometown, so they came to Europe to make a living. Here, they fought with local gangs, the police, and other foreign gangs. It can be said that they would lose their lives at any time. Therefore, they were prepared for death. But there are many kinds of death, not to mention that they are now living a life worse than death. Why didn't you say it earlier? Kai said boringly. After saying that, he dropped the toothpick in his hand. This is the last sharp thing he found here. Although this thing is a little small, it can't withstand the large number. He found a total of 5 boxes of toothpicks, and he has used up 4 boxes. The 3 people have now turned into hedgehogs, bright red hedgehogs. All kinds of messy things are stuck on their bodies. Kill, kill, kill. I have said it all. In fact, among the 3 people, only the third guy knows more. He is the boss of this group of Albanians. The remaining 2 are his subordinates, specializing in doing things, and they don't know much. Kai thought about it and decided to keep his promise. After all, he is not a demon. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the whole room was quiet. At this time, the alarm outside the door rang. The French police were late again. Kai wiped his hands with a napkin and went upstairs to the room where the girls were. When he opened the door, the girls huddled together like quails, very scared, because there was no sound outside. Sometimes this kind of silence is more frightening. Kai was out for a short time, less than 20 minutes. Seeing Kai come back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I've dealt with those bad guys. You stay here first, the police will be here soon. Kai threw them a few phones that he had just snatched from downstairs. Call your family. By the way, it's best to call your country's consulate and major media. These police are not very clean. The French police were really slow. Even in this situation, they were still knocking on the door outside. It would probably take some time for these people to break in. So the girls had time to make calls. After saying that, Kai turned around and left without any hesitation. Hello, I got a name, Kai said to the phone. Who? Brian heard the voices of children and women, as if they were in someone's home. Patrice St. Clair, Kai said. Who is he? Brian asked anxiously. I don't know, Kai said truthfully. He really didn't know, and neither did the Albanians. They just sent the girls to a place, and someone from the other side would come to pick them up. As for who the other side was and what they did to the girls, they didn't know. The Albanians didn't keep Jin because she was still a virgin, and they wouldn't touch a virgin because they could sell her for a high price. Is Patrice St. Clair the buyer? Brian said through gritted teeth. Yes, Kai continued, I think you might want to ask your friend, what's his name? Oh, right. Jean-Claude, Deputy Director of the Internal Security Bureau. Yes, that's the name. He is the umbrella for these Albanians. Every month, your old friend sends people to get money from the Albanians. And the deal with Patrice St. Clair was also arranged by your friend. Brian was silent for a while. After a long while, Brian said, I'm at his house now. His wife and children are here. Kai was also silent for a while. Find a place where no one is, not in front of the children. I'll wait for your news. Kai hung up the phone. On the other side, Jean-Claude returned home exhausted. He was indeed very tired. Today's incident made the higher-ups very unhappy, and the whole of Paris was embarrassed. Although the higher-ups have tried their best to suppress negative news, everyone knows that this is doomed to be futile. If you ask which country in the world likes to go against the government the most, it is the French, and Paris is the country in France that likes to do so the most. Tomorrow morning, public opinion will be devastating. And Jean doesn't know what will happen to him. Others may not know, but he knows that he is in big trouble. Because his old friend Brian has already noticed that he has a relationship with the Albanians. He knows Brian and knows that he will never give up. So he must get rid of Brian first, otherwise. He is now determined to kill those Albanians himself. Why would he touch Brian's daughter? Jean pushed open the door and was about to say hello to his wife and children, but he found that Brian was sitting at the dining table in his house, chatting with his wife and children. Brian saw Jean. He smiled. Jean looked at his wife and children and smiled, but that smile was very bitter. He forgot what Brian used to do. He was a killer. The kind that served the US government. And the best. Jean had no doubt that Brian would kill him now. They had done it in the Middle East before, killing people at terrorist family gatherings. And now in Brian's eyes, he was no different from those Middle Eastern terrorists. Jean knew very well that if he dared to resist, Brian would never hold back, and as for collateral damage, who the hell cares? Just like when he collected the money, he never worried about the fate of those girls. Jean. Brian stood up and walked to Jean, with one hand in his pocket. When Jean saw this scene, he knew he was doomed. Brian, we can talk outside. This was Jean's last plea. Brian looked back at the women and children who were curiously looking at this side, then smiled, and stretched out a hand without saying a word. Jean handed over his service gun honestly. He knew that he had no chance of winning if they faced each other face to face. So he had no choice. Chapter 624, Just Business. No one has seen Jean since that day. The French explanation was that Jean was kidnapped and killed in revenge for his role in destroying the Albanian mafia. For this, Jean, whose body could not even be found, received the Order of the Knight of France. This was the best possible outcome. At least he was not sent to prison as a criminal, and his wife and children were generously compensated. This was the last thing Brian could do for his old friend. Of course, this is a later story. Back to the present, before he died, Jean told Brian everything he wanted. Among them was the information about Patrice St. Clair. Patrice St. Clair, to put it bluntly, was a broker, but he was very famous in the brokerage business. It was said that there was nothing he couldn't do in Paris. He could connect to the Élysée Palace and any mafia boss in Paris. He knew many officials and dignitaries, and he also had many connections among the old aristocracy and many friends in the army. It can be said that he had reached the pinnacle of brokers. He usually stays in District 16, where he has a club, which is a membership club. The people who appear there on a daily basis are all dignitaries. According to Jean, the captured girls will be sent there and bought by the rich. As for what will happen to the girls in the end, no one knows, because once the girls enter there, they will disappear without a trace. So we have to hurry. According to Jean, there will be an auction today, Brian said anxiously. No problem, I'm heading there. Kai paused and said, Brian, I think you'd better stay outside to provide support. No. That's my daughter. Brian obviously couldn't accept Kai's arrangement. I know, man. But your current state. That's District 16. If too many people die, the French government will go crazy. Kai couldn't guarantee that Brian's current state would guarantee what he would do after entering there. After all you want is Jin's safety. and I'll take care of the rest." Although Kai was the most cruel one on this trip to France, so far, the number of people who died at Kai's hands has exceeded 100. It seems that Kai is the one who should calm down. In Kai's opinion, drug dealers are of course hateful and deserve to die, but human traffickers, they are truly heartless. In Kai's eyes, these guys are not even human beings, but only beasts. Killing drug dealers will not burden Kai, but killing human traffickers will only make him feel good. But this does not mean that Kai is not calm. In fact, Kai is very calm. No matter how excessive he is in the 93rd province or the 10th district, it is just a gang conflict. Those Paris police may be annoyed, but they will never fight desperately, because those guys are just trouble and money bags for the police. Even if Kai kills them more fiercely, they will grow again like weeds in the spring breeze. Soon there will be new gangs to fill their gaps. No one will care about them, and no one will feel sorry for them. After a while, everything is still the same as before, gangs are rampant, and the Paris police still collect money as usual. But the place they were going to next was the most prosperous area in the 16th arrondissement, and it was full of Paris's upper class. If something went wrong, those powerful people would whip the police from behind with a small whip to find the real culprit. The Paris police had to try their best, because fighting the gangs would at most make the police lose a month's income, and then they would still return to normal. But if they offended the powerful, they would be fired. They would even lose their jobs. Do you think the Paris police would not fight hard? This is reality. Then what are you going to do? Brian calmed down for a moment, and it was better to accept it. Just like Kai said, his daughter was the most important, and everything else would be easy after his daughter was safe. Walk in with a swagger, and then pay to buy Jin back. After Jin is safe, the rest of the things will be easy. Isn't it? Kai said. Brian was silent for a while, and then said, "I know, Kai did plan this way. Anyway, he robbed a lot of money from the Albanians, not much more than 1 or 2 million euros. This money was all black money, and Kai had no place to wash this money, so he might as well spend it all. Moreover, after those people received the money, they still had to live to spend it." The club was facing the street. From the outside, it looked no different from the surrounding buildings, but once you walked in, you would know that there was something special inside. The space inside was very large, and the facilities inside were also very complete. It was very consistent with their positioning, a club. Although they were a membership system, there were always more solutions than problems in this world. Kai only needed to find an enthusiastic club member at random, and he could easily get the admission ticket. After that, it was about money. Not qualified to participate in the auction? It doesn't matter, just pay the money. Money is useless? That doesn't matter. Anyway, there are many kind people. Kai was best at using many simple and crude methods to make others unable to refuse his request. For example, now, Kai put a gun to the head of a middle-aged man, who was a member of the auction. Kai killed the 2 bodyguards outside the door and hid, then walked in swaggeringly, and then the man generously said, "No problem, buy whatever you want, he will pay." So Kai successfully participated in the auction. This is also thanks to Patrice's emphasis on privacy and organizing events. Each buyer will have a separate small room. One side of the room is a single-sided glass. Only the outside can see the scene outside, and the outside cannot see what is going on inside. Kai turned his head to look outside the glass of the room. A young girl was standing under a light. She was only wearing 2 strips of underwear and was swaying. Looking at the room again, next to the only seat, there was a small thing with a keyboard and a screen on the small coffee table. It also showed the number 100,000.00, and the symbol next to it was the euro. He raised the corner of his mouth, walked over, and casually pressed the plus sign on it. A soft female voice sounded, "Item number 5, the latest bid is 105,000 euros, this is not your first time." Kai still had time to chat with a middle-aged man. No, the man looked horrified. Although he shook his head, he couldn't stammer out an excuse. "Don't be shy," Kai patted the man on the head. "You are quite good at playing." The bidding game continued, but who could be as generous as Kai? Kai immediately took action to buy any auction item that was a person. Kai didn't even need to use the black money he had robbed. It was a bit of a pity, after all, that money was of no use to Kai. But it didn't matter. It was quite pleasant to spend other people's money, especially when the other person was right next to him. After almost 3 girls, the 4th one to appear was Jin. Don't think it's too little. In the open West, Except for those immature and attractive girls, there are very few who haven't tried the forbidden fruit, so such girls are in short supply. There won't be many at each auction. Kai immediately made an offer that no one could refuse. 300,000 euros, the participants were all shocked. You know, those who can appear here are all rich people, but the average price of the girls' auction here is mostly over 100,000, and the highest is only 140,000, not higher. After all, it's just for fun. The euro has always been strong. But Kai didn't expect that someone would offer a higher price. 400,000, Kai was lying? 1 million, it's just money, and it's not his own, so what's there to hesitate about? The other party was a little scared. It seemed so. No one outside made an offer. After a while, someone knocked on the door. A waiter came and said that a distinguished guest came to Paris today and needed a toy to celebrate, so he hoped that Kai could give way, which would gain the friendship of the mysterious buyer. Kai ignored him and directly made another bid, 1.5 million. This time, no one really wanted to play with Kai. More than 1 million to buy a woman? Parisians are not that crazy. So things continued smoothly. Today, a total of 10 girls were bought by Kai. All of them were of high standard. Without exception, all 10 girls wore sexy underwear, revealing large areas of beautiful skin. Jin was among them, but she was not the best one. Kai's shopping like a rich Middle Eastern man soon alarmed the organizer Patrice. The auction is of course for making money, but also for making money. For a top broker, money is always a byproduct of the activity, and relationships and connections are the real ones. He organized this kind of auction, and he valued the relationship that could be obtained from it. After all, in this kind of thing, size is also a handle, and sometimes the handle is the most useful means for those politicians. But now all 10 girls were bought by one person, which was not in line with Patrice's interests. After all, those who got nothing are very likely to turn their anger to him, and it was a waste to give 10 girls to one person in his opinion. Especially now, a distinguished guest originally planned to have fun today, but now it has failed. As a qualified broker, he would not allow this to happen. So Patrice planned to meet this guest to see if there was a better way to deal with it. After waiting for a long time, Patrice finally waited for the person he wanted to meet. But when he saw Kai walking in alone, he felt a little strange. He was a very careful person. There would be someone following him anytime and anywhere. How could he meet an outsider without a bodyguard? Kate was very familiar with him. She picked up a cigar from Patrice's table and lit it for herself. "Who are you looking for?" Seeing the other party looking around, Kai asked in English. Patrice subconsciously asked, "My people, to see God," Kai said calmly. "God?" Patrice stood up immediately. "Don't be nervous, there are only 2 of us here. You can't hide, and put down the pistol in the drawer, otherwise you will die faster." Kai pulled out a pistol from the bodyguard and pointed at Patrice's hand in the drawer. Patrice was obviously well informed. He slowly pulled out his hand. A silver M500 revolver was in his hand, but he didn't dare to gamble, so he could only gently put the gun in front of Kai. "Nice gun, wasted on you, what do you want?" Patrice was very calm. "If it's those girls, they are already yours," Kai said without comment. "Let your people send the girls out, someone will meet them outside." Patrice cooperated very well. To him, girls are not important, at least compared to his own life. It really is not important. Especially from what Kai said, there are people outside to meet them, which means that this is organized and planned. This is the real trouble. Patrice made a phone call and ordered someone to load the girl into the car and send her to the designated location. After a while, Brian called. He picked up the girl. "Well, just send the girl to the embassy. I know, I will let you get revenge. See you later." These words made Patrice feel bad, very bad, sending those girls to the embassy. This shit is going to involve him. Kai hung up the phone. "My friend is a little angry. He originally planned to come in and kill a lot, but I persuaded him. Although France is terrible, I don't want to go to war with the French government in Paris. That's too troublesome." Kai smiled and looked at Patrice, who was already sweating, and said, "What do you think?" Yes. There is no need. It's totally unnecessary." Patrice is not stupid. He is a broker and eats news. How could he not know about the massacre in the 93rd province and the tragic situation of the Albanians in the 10th district? Combined with the situation and the revenge just now. If he still can't guess that this man and his accomplices are coming for the captured girls, he has done this job in vain. We have no personal grudges. I didn't capture those girls, can you understand? This is just business. Business is just business. I think I can make up for your losses, and I promise to satisfy you, really." Kai still didn't comment, but I think you may be able to make up for it in another way. What, not for money? That's bad. Patrice was getting more and more scared. I think you can't do this business without leaving some, handles. Like videos, lists and things like that. No, Patrice screamed immediately. That thing is too deadly. If it gets out, it will definitely be a world of turmoil. Oh, Kai's eyes lit up unexpectedly. It seems that you really have these things in your hands. You can't do this. If you do this, you will be retaliated wildly. You don't know who those people are. They are the most powerful people in Europe. Their power will destroy everything you and your accomplices have. Really? I can give you money. I will give you as much as you want, and I will never bargain. Patrice could imagine how the whole of France, the whole of Europe, and even the whole world would be shaken if this chain of interests was exposed. Unfortunately, Kai was not worried about this at all. Patrice, you don't need to worry about these. Just hand the things over to me. After all, the dead don't need to worry about these things. No. I won't hand it over. No, you will. I promise. Kai stood up with a smile and walked towards Patrice. Chapter 625 Happy Cooperation. Paris has been very lively recently, because the famous art capital has become a paradise for human trafficking. There are even reports that senior officials of the Paris government are involved in it. This is not a big deal. Some radical media even speculate that even senior officials of the Republic are related to this notorious human trafficking profit chain. In short, France has lost face in the past 2 days. What's worse is that France's situation is even worse internationally. Just this morning, ambassadors from the United States, Britain, Canada, Australia, Germany, Russia, and other countries jointly sent a note to the French government. Not to the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but to the French government. Ambassadors from various countries sent a note to the French government, hoping that they can ask the French government to explain the kidnapping of citizens of their countries in France. This makes the always proud Gallic rooster feel particularly humiliated. This is simply another situation of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The key is that they don't have a good solution. Because they really lack confidence. In the past 2 days, embassies of various countries have received calls from their citizens in France. More than 300 young girls were kidnapped in Paris and forced to sell their bodies. They were controlled by the gangs with drugs, and if they didn't obey, they would be beaten and tortured in various ways. The cruelty of the means was unheard of. These are still alive, and there are more girls whose whereabouts are unknown. For this reason, ambassadors of various countries have received orders from their domestic governments to strongly safeguard the interests of their citizens. In fact, for many countries, they don't want to make such a big fuss. After all, the politics between countries is very complicated, and many countries don't want to be hostile to France. Because even if France has declined, it is still one of the two giants in the European Union and has a huge influence. But there is no way. Those horrific news have appeared in the news of many countries, especially the recordings of the victims, which have stimulated the domestic people. Public opinion is surging, and they must take a stance as an elected government. So even if they don't want to, they must strongly demand that France give a reasonable explanation. That's not all. Those countries will not show any mercy to France. According to what the girls said when they talked to their families, the girls did seek help from the Paris police in Paris, but it was useless. The Paris police not only did not provide help, but also sent them back to the hands of the gangs. This is sensational. So for a while, France actually had the title of a human trafficking country, and rating agencies in various countries began to raise the risk rating of tourism to France. France was so angry. Not only is its reputation ruined, but it will also affect the economy. The people of Paris are the proudest people in the world. They have always been proud of Paris. They believe that Paris is the starting point of modern civilization. It was the Parisians who drafted the Declaration of Human Rights here, and this is the birthplace of seed oil cooking. It is also because of this that Parisians have always been the most rebellious people. When they have nothing to do, they like to strike and march. Now that such a big thing has happened, the Parisians are still going to make a fuss. What's more, immigration and racial issues have always been contradictions that France cannot resolve. In the past, this contradiction was hidden in various hypocritical slogans such as humanity, human rights, and freedom, but in fact, this contradiction has never been eliminated. Once an excuse is found, the parties involved will naturally erupt. So they decisively went on strike and marched. The native white people in France protested that immigrants took away their jobs and destroyed their public security. It was they who polluted Paris. And other immigrant races protested racial discrimination and the like. In short, everyone was protesting against human trafficking at the beginning, but later, they began to split. You said yours, I said mine, and then attacked each other, and then the march turned into a riot, and the riot naturally developed into a riot. This is simply a traditional art. Just when the streets of Paris were in flames, Kai and Brian took Kim and flew directly to Los Angeles arranged by the U.S. ambassador to France. It can be said that they were completely escorted out of the country by the U.S. government and the U.S. embassy in France. There is no way. They played a little too much. Even the United States couldn't stand it, let alone France. What did Kai and the others do? Killing. Kai followed a list given by Patrice and started to randomly select people and then kill them. The United States didn't know about this at the beginning. They were very busy at the time. After all, such a big thing is also an opportunity for the United States. With such a big handle in hand, if the United States does not get something from France, it will really be a shame to the American tradition. What is the American tradition? You can search on the internet and find out from the speech of the big-handed Secretary of State. The American forces in France are busy with various operations, so they ignore Kai and Brian a little. Of course, this kind of neglect does not mean looking down on them, but thinking that Brian's daughter has been saved, and so many people have been killed, including a senior official of the French security department. They think that they will not do anything radical. So they treat them well and prohibit the French from harassing them. For other things, they are not so defensive. Who knows, these two people are too angry. They actually played Assassin's Creed in Paris. Just one day, not much, just one day. 5 officials involved in the French government died inexplicably. Died in various accidents, such as gas leaks, car accidents, and drowning in the bathtub. In short, the ways of death are very creative. That's fine. The United States knows what these two people used to do, and they are not afraid of being caught. But it's a bit too much to just hold a machine gun and shoot at people in the city of Paris. This time their target is the police. This gang is really hateful, and Kai hates them especially. Kai has always felt that the title of police is extremely sacred, only slightly lower than that of soldiers. And what did the police in Paris do? It's okay that they colluded with the police and the criminals, but they also teamed up to harm innocent people. This is simply an insult to the sacred title of police. If Kai doesn't kill them, he will feel uncomfortable all over. So, after a plan, he might as well do something big. So he and Brian chose the 10th District Police Station. It's not that all the people in this police station are bad guys, but almost 60% of the people are black police. So, Kai simply got a piece of intelligence and cleaned up the 10th District Police Station. The scene was very explosive, just like the scenes that their director Explosion Bay is best at. Of course, the scene was big, but the casualties were not too serious. Kai's goal was very clear, only targeting those who committed serious crimes. For this reason, they also made a special plan to gather those who committed serious crimes in one place, and then use machine guns, grenades and rockets to send these guys to the sky. But Kai and Brian didn't expect that France was quite good at playing. They immediately changed the focus and said that it was a terrorist attack, so that the people turned from human trafficking to terrorist attacks. For this, Kai had to reveal some dry materials to the media in European countries, so that France's intentions would fail. Instead, the police station attack became less eye-catching. Anyway, the public security in Paris has become more chaotic, and cases of attacks on police officers have continued to occur. Now the United States can't sit still. If these two killers continue to mess around in Paris, it may really become a terrorist attack. So the president personally called and asked Kai to do it. Harvey almost cried. His network of contacts had been calling him non-stop. In short, they were urging the two to return to the United States, the sooner the better. Kai was still a little uncomfortable, but Brian had given up. Compared to Kai, Brian was indeed a patriot, referring to the United States. Once his old boss spoke, Brian would stop. Brian didn't want to play anymore, and Kai couldn't play either. So he had to go back to Los Angeles. Before leaving, Kai cared about the situation of those girls. Most of them were not doing well. It's not that governments didn't try their best. On the contrary, this kind of low-cost thing to improve the public's favorability is what politicians like the most. So governments did a very good job for those victimized girls. It's just that, some things are not so easy to forget, especially the hellish experience. Girls like Kim who didn't suffer actual harm were fine. Those girls who had experienced everything might change their lives because of this, not to mention that many of them were forced to become addicted to drugs. It can be said that the 10 girls sent to the auction were undoubtedly the luckiest. The less fortunate ones, such as Amanda, had a past that she didn't want to recall, but at least there were no major sequelae. Speaking of these girls, the French government was very curious about how they were rescued. The French government even wanted to find out what happened. After all, what Kai did was really cruel. But the girls couldn't remember Kai's appearance at all. France certainly wanted to investigate, but the problem was that other governments wouldn't let them. What did you French government want to do? Why bother the victims instead of catching so many bad guys? Are you planning to shirk responsibility? The French investigation got into trouble and had to be put aside for now. When she stepped on the land of her hometown again, Jin finally felt a little reborn. She now had a psychological shadow on France. This incident made Jin thoroughly understand her father. She had never known what her father did before, and she was a little resistant to his neurotic concern, but after this incident, she understood how reasonable it was for her father to always say that it was dangerous outside. She was just traveling, and she encountered such a thing. This also made Jin decide to listen to her father more in the future, and she even planned to learn more from him. Since being a singer is not suitable for her, she might as well learn some skills to help others like her father and Kai. Speaking of which, Kim originally had a crush on the handsome Kai, and this time she was rescued by Kai. Her crush naturally grew. Unfortunately, the flowers are willing but the water is ruthless. Kai doesn't have a good impression of this kind of fantasy girl, and he also prefers girls who can think independently, such as Kelly and Catherine. They are indeed lovers, but in fact, apart from being in love, they rarely interfere with each other's ideas. For example, Kelly is now rooted in Chicago. Doing good things and being chivalrous is addictive. Kelly is the best example. She even unilaterally regards Chicago as her responsibility. The reason is simple. Diana will not only care about Chicago. She is very broad-minded. Catherine is British and has more feelings for Britain than the United States. She will go back to Britain from time to time to deal with things. So Kelly thinks that if this is the case, she should focus more on Chicago. Kai knew all this, but he never interfered with her ideas. As long as she could handle it well, everything would be done according to her will. Of course, it's not that I don't care at all. Kai has been paying attention to the intelligence from Chicago. Once there's a problem, he can take action immediately. In short, this girl, in addition to loving dreams, is born with the appearance of being polluted by the capitalist values used to deceive people. Vegetarian, environmentalist, animal protectionist, natural saintly heart, full of innocence about everything. In short, if you treat her as a friend, she is definitely a good person. As a girlfriend? Kai himself feels awkward. So when Jin couldn't help approaching Kai, Kai took the initiative to reject this girl. Jin was a little sad. Brian was angry and relieved at the same time. It's easy to understand the anger. What father would have this mentality when seeing his daughter take the initiative to throw herself into his arms and being ruthlessly rejected by the man? What's wrong? My daughter is not good. And it's also easy to understand the relief. Look at what Kai did. Brian, as an accomplice, naturally feels very good. But if this is his son-in-law, Brian can't accept it. Who knows if his precious daughter will be put in danger? So Brian's feelings are very complicated. After all, to be honest, Kai's conditions are really very good. He is handsome. Even Brian sometimes doesn't realize that Kai's handsomer than him. He is good at fighting. Although Brian has never fought with Kai, he knows that his old bones are no match for him. He is rich. Brian has observed Kai for a while and found that although Kai looks low-key, in fact, he eats, uses and wears top-notch goods. Anyway, Brian can forget about his pension. Let's see if Kim's stepfather has a chance. He has a future. At such a young age, he became the deputy director of a branch in Los Angeles. It is not enough to describe his bright future. In short, everything is good. It's a pity that others don't like his daughter. It's a mixture of sadness and joy. The group said goodbye at the airport and went back to their own homes. After all, Kim still has to say hello to her mother. And Kai returned to his own home. But when he entered the door, he found that Alfu was entertaining Harvey. Harvey put down the coffee in his hand immediately when he saw Kai coming back. "I didn't know you had such an excellent butler. His cooking skills are really great. This is just a trivial specialty of a butler." Alfu took Kai's coat while being polite. And asked, "Master, do you need to eat? Send me one." Kai smiled and said. Then he walked to the opposite side of Harvey. "Why haven't you given up yet? You should be able to see that your so-called future is not worth mentioning to me. I have more wealth than I can earn in my lifetime. Even my butler is richer than you. Of course I won't give up. You have such a comfortable life, but you are still willing to fight on the front line. This shows that your beliefs are even stronger than ours. And New York needs people like you," Harvey said firmly. "Come on, let's change the world." Kai sighed. "You are really persistent." Paused for a while. Kai said, "Well, maybe it would be an interesting idea to work in a different place." Kai stretched out his hand. "Happy cooperation." Harvey quickly shook Kai's hand. "Happy cooperation." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.